Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku became the mercenary hero and reignited hope. Here is short summary. Ever since the bioluminescent baby in keikei, China, things have changed a lot. The world stock market collapsed. Wars broke out across the world. The US collapsed, China collapsed, Japan repealed Article 9 of its constitution. Quirks started to run their own nations and have their own militaries. All the while, Quirks have been tossed into the mix, making the world all the more interesting. No one knows where they came from, how they started. Most think it was a core doing that got out of hand. Now a job kids could only dream of has become a reality. To be a hero, and one quirkless young man is out to prove to the world that this Choom here, this Deku here, ain't worthless, and he doesn't need a quirk to prove it. All he needs is his wit, his brawn, and a little bit of chrome from his lovely output or outputs to help him on his way. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku opened his eyes with a soft grunt as the sun's ornery rays tease him awake from a dream of fighting side by side with All Might. "Go away, son," he says as he tosses over onto his side, pulling his pillow onto All Might Onesie's hooded head. "Come back when it's Mo." The pillow flies off his head as Izuku sits up, the hood of the onesie falling off, letting his mop of dark green curls poof out as he sits up. It's morning, he shouts, hopping from his All Might race car bed, and runs for the door, passing his clock that says 8:00 am, the 15th of July 2010. Then by a calendar with shaky unsteady crayon X's through the dates leading up the big circle one on the 15th of July. Marked with big messy writing. Birthday, quirk test. He rushes out of his room and into the hallway of the house. His little feet stomping all the way down it. Past the maids and helpers, pat pictures on the wall that hold a pleasant-looking family on it them. A rather pretty young woman with green hair and the same colored eyes, with a serious-looking man with black hair and eyes holding a boy on his arm smiling at him. That same boy breaks into the room in the end of the hall and leaps into the bed of the two sleeping adults. "Mom, Dad, get up, get up, get up," he shouts, crawling and jumping all over them. The man beneath the covers chuckles depthfully as he grabs the boy and drags him under the covers. His chuckles tickling Izuku. What a nice teddy bear." Izuku wiggles and giggles, trying to break free of his dad's hold, especially as he starts to fake eat him. "Come on, Dad, it's my birthday." "Birthday?" Hisashi Midoriya mumbles. "Well, hi birthday, I'm Dad." "No, my birthday." "Oh, so then who are you?" "Izuku." "Izu who? Are you an owl?" Izuku giggles. "Izuku? Nah, no way. He's just a baby. You're too old to be him," Hisashi rumbles while squinting. "So who is this little villain who awoke us from our sleep?" "Oh, Hisashi, quit teasing him." Inko scolds Hisashi, batting his arm as she sits up, leaning her chin on his tattooed shoulder to look at Izuku. "Happy birthday, baby. You're 4 years old today. You know what that means. Doctor for my quirk test." He cheers them, gets quiet and shy, "But computer time first." Hisashi snorts a bit of steam from his nose. "You and that video," he says amusedly. "Fine, let us get up and we can get it on for you." Izuku smiles and rushed the computer as Inko and Hisashi are left alone in their room. "Is he here yet?" Inko asks anxiously as Hisashi checks his phone. "Moom, DAAAAADDD. Izuku's voice comes from a bit down the hall. "Come on." Hisashi has a grin tug at his lips, looking down the hall, then smiling firmly and surely as he turns back to the worrisome woman in his arms. Pecking her lips. "Come on, chin up. This time tomorrow, we'll be in America and Izuku will be meeting his biggest hero." Inko looks down the hall, then back at her husband. "Right?" he asks. Inko sighs. "Right." She smiles a little. "Right now." She gets out of bed and walks down the hall to the computer room. "Geez, I think you've added 10,000 views to this one yourself, Izuku." She grins as she helps pull up the video. "I don't know why you like it, I think it's scary." Izuku just squirmed and did weird as his mom pulled up his favorite video. Some old footage of disaster relief. But more importantly, the debut of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Who is he? The guy's already saved 100 people and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. Izuku mouths with the man on the screen. This is crazy. I can't believe it. The camera pans to someone coming from the building walking up a bus. Look, he's got more. Izuku gaps, hands all balled up as the hero starts to laugh. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Izuku squeals. Because I am here. The hero smiles, his teeth flashing brightly. Izuku raises the doll he picks up off the desk. He's the coolest in the universe. And once I get my quirk, I'm gonna be a hero just like him. He starts to laugh with the hero on screen. The doctor's office. The doctor's office. Interesting, the doctor says while looking at the charts in his handy-dandy data pad. Izuku watches as his mustache twitches and wiggles as he looks at the data pad. What are your quirks, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya? Oh well. Inko lays her hand on her face in her nicest clothes. I can float small objects to me. Nothing that special. I breathe fire. Hisashi says, fixing his collector's edition all-night watch and his cufflinks with his law firm's icon on them. Is there something wrong, doctor? Hisashi fixes his suit jacket and folds his hair back from his face a bit more. Well, your son is. The picture distorts and shatters. Leaving them outside a dark house, Izuku goes rigid, dropping his All Might action figure. Oh come on Izuku, it'll be okay. Inko whispers to him as they arrive back at home. She stoops down and grabs his figure as Hisashi opens the door to the rather well-to-do house in a nice neighborhood. They get in the door and shut it behind them. Inko sets him down as they get their shoes off. Ah, there you are. Izuku looks down the hall as someone with a swirling inky face comes from the dark interior, holding a gun in his hand. I was wondering where you three had gone. Who are you? Hisashi shouts as he steps in the way of the man and him with Inko. Inko picks him back up and holds him tight. How did you get in here? Isn't it obvious? The mon's distorted voice deadpans. I broke in. I'm here for you, Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku screams as a loud bang makes his ears ring and hurts, blocking out the screams of his dad as his knee is blown out, then his arm is shot and he lands against the wall. Inko starts to tremble fiercely as Hisashi shouts and yells at the man trying to get in his way, only to be kicked through the wall of the house by some sort of bony spiky growth on the man's leg. It almost looked like it inflated too. Place please, Inko begs. Please don't hurt us. She trembles, hiding Izuku's face as he peers out of one eye toward the man with the swirly face. Oh but, my dear. Inko gurgles as Izuku is dropped onto the ground while Inko is lifted by some sort of bony spidery leg that came out of the mont's back and is lifting her to the ceiling. Hurting you is the best part, he whispers as he looks directly at Izuku as the shadow of Inko is pulled apart, splattering the young boy with her blood as Hisashi screams and howls. Izuku just sits there with the blood of his mother on his face, clutching her wrist cuff bangle he pulled off to him as the man crouches to him and cups his head. Now, the man whispers. No tears. He wipes Izuku's tears away. It'll be over in just a moment. Another of those bone tentacles' legs appear and reach over the man's shoulder toward his eye. It'll be over in just. The tentacle comes right toward his face. Izuku sits up screaming, falling out of bed, fighting in his blankets. The door to his room slams open and someone falls atop of him. Mom, please, don't hurt them. He bawls as he lunges while being restrained by another person in his blankets. Please don't hurt them. Izuku. Kana shoots as she fights to restrain him. Izuku, I'm here. Baby, I'm here. She holds him tight, locking her arms and legs around him, waking up the whole neighborhood by his howls of sheer terror and utter debilitating grief. Another sleepless night for the Midoriya Tsutsumi family and their neighbors. It must be getting to that time of year again, Kumo. A woman says while looking out their apartment window across the way to where the sounds are coming from. The boy is having his night terror again. So it appears. Poor kid. Losing your parents like that, the man mumbles as the shouts and screams stop. Sounds like she sedated him. I tell you, that woman's a saint. A saint for dealing with him. Kana pulls the syringe from Izuku's leg as he goes limp against her. She exhales forcefully as she leans against the wall with a perfect size indent of her in it now. She loses her snake-like leg lock and arm lock of him as she calms down her beating heart. Izuku whimpers and she just shushes him as he stirs. Mama, mama. His nostrils flare as he whimpers. Kana just coos at him softly. I'm here. She whispers to him. I'm here, I have you. She tells him. It's okay. She rocks with him in her arms. They can't hurt you. She smiles as his face slowly becomes less tortuous and more peaceful as she holds him in her arms, rocking with him, especially as the sedatives start to really kick in for him. Leaving him dreaming of a school and him in a costume. Stop there, villainous scum, he says to the monster of his worst nightmares. You killed my mom and dad and now you'll pay the price for it. For I am here. Midoriya. They begin to fight and clash it out, him with his awesome quirk and big brains, starting to triumph for justice to his parents. Midoriya, and in the end he hauls the Midoriya. Arasaka High School number 205. District Musudafu. 2023. Izuku jolts looking up at the front of the classroom. Sorry what? He looks back down and keeps drawing as he was. Whatcha say, Mr. T? You're also going for UA, aren't you, Midoriya? The teacher at the head of class says, irritated. Izuku's pencil in his notebook ground to a dead halt, stopping his incessant drawing of a face. That inky face, the white hair, the featurelessness, the big man. He looks up as the others have all turned to look at him. Him and his ugly scars. One on the left crossing his eye, the other on the right starting at the chin and crossing the bridge of his nose to link up with the other one. He hears the telltale pop of Kacchan's quirk as he creakily turns to look at him. Why wouldn't I be? People begin to get up from their desks and edge toward the far reaches of the room as Kacchan's flaring hands get louder and heavier in sound. Sure, there is no precedent of a Quirkless to get into a hero course, but he closes his notebook, sliding it into his satchel. Come on, Deku. Just in time too. And like always, a right hook. Izuku weaves his head with a simple step back of his right leg and the arm harmlessly passes in front of his nose. Izuku hooks his arm up around Kacchan's elbow and brings his right hand in a fist right into his nose. Or that's what happens in his head. Instead he is sent sailing backwards with a fresh burn on his chest for his insolence in an empty classroom later. Kacchan picks up his notebook from his bag and looks at it. Creepy stalking nerd. He claps his hands on it and pop. Singes and burns it, tossing it out the open window. So, Bakugo crocuses to him and slaps the top of his head as Izuku sits on his knees. You wanna be a hero so bad. Izuku looks up, a fire burning deep in his eyes. I've got a time-saving idea for you. Bakugo stands up. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, Bakugo stops at the classroom door with his lackeys. Take a swan dive off the roof. Take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku spits venomously as soon as he knows Bakugo is out of earshot. Idiot, if I was gonna, you could be charged with suicide incitement. Maybe even manslaughter with my burns, dumbass. He picks himself up with a grunt and sharp exhale as he braces himself on the wall. He looks at his uniform. Man, he sighs. Kana's gonna be so mad. He simply just closes his blazer as he walks out of the school to the little water tank with koi. He splashes the water. That's not food, stupid. He says to the koi, looking rather irritated. It's my notebook, idiot. He pulls it out and whips it out, flinging water out of the pages as he opens the pages to the drawing he was doing from earlier. He looks at his satchel and clutches at it, opening the flaps, looking at something inside, reaching for eye. Hey, Izuku tosses his notebook in the bag and slams it shut with his hands. What are you doing here still, kid? School's out, a teacher yells from an upper window. Izuku ahas. Sorry, just dropped something out the window into the koi tank. I am going now. Izuku waves and rushes away out the school gates, leaning against an alley wall, taking a breather as he looks into his bag again and takes something from within out. All right. Click clack. He chambers around into the pistol with one hand as he grabs his notebook again to look at his target's details and studies the mugshot he got off Kana's Hero Network PDA. He's made it a habit to memorize, to write it down and mask it as villain and hero study notebooks to hide the true details of what he's doing. Izuku flicks the safety of his pistol back on as he trudges deeper in the alley, stripping out of his school uniform into something a bit more discreet. He puts his wired headset on and attaches his Walkman to his belt as he flicks his cassette in and presses play as he climbs the pipes on the side of a building to the roof and sits there for a few moments reading his notebook. Name Fujishita Emi. Occupation: Trigger Dealer, Class Civilian. Quirk: Wheels. User has wheels for feet that are good for mobility and offense. Area of operation: Musutafu Municipal Apartments. Reward for completion of job: whatever drugs, new yen, dollars or eddies the villain has on their person. Izuku nods, closing his notebook and storing it with the rest of his clothes and things hidden under a tarp on this rooftop as he climbs back down from the roof, looking nothing more than a normal teenager as he comes out of the alley wearing his leather jacket, jeans and his signature red sneakers. Making his way toward the bad side of town by foot. It's not a long walk, but it's not a short walk by any means either. Not that anyone is home right now, his caretaker should still be doing her own work till later tonight, so he's got time. Lots of time. He butts shoulders with someone as he gets to the bad side of town. Watch where you're going, punk. The chromed-up ganger he bumped says roughly as they keep going their own ways. Izuku looks around for the apartment blocks, passing by heaps of trash and stuff in the road, a burnt-out husk of a car, a few kids kicking cans around the street for fun. A few people were peddling grilled rats too. A dandy ripper doc peddling some very fresh chopped off a poor bastard cybernetics. Izuku just forges on as, ever since the bioluminescent baby in keikei China. Things have changed a lot. After that baby, more exceptional individuals popped up all over the world. The cause still unclear as time passed, and the exceptional became the norm. Fantasy. Izuku pushes the door to the apartment building open. Became reality. At present. He thinks as he walks up the stairs. 80% of the world's population consists of superhumans with special abilities. He goes past a few of his schoolmates. He just pulls the ball cap on his head lower on his face as they are too busy making out to take notice of him. The world was in chaos, and a profession that everyone once dreamed about became a reality. His shadow darkens a door at the end of the hall. He knocks heavily, 3 loud bangs. The music from inside stops as someone cuts the boombox. He hears the rattle of a bunch of chains, locks, padlocks, bars and everything till one gray eye is peeking out at him. Yeah, the beady-eyed woman looks him up and down. What'd want? I heard you had some stuff. Izuku answers. The woman squints. He holds a finger up and reaches into his pocket. He hears a click noise from behind the door. Shotgun, sawed off. He takes out a trigger syringe. This kinda stuff. You got any more? My friend Mikumo pointed me here. The woman ahhsss with a sleazy smile. Why didn't you say so? He hears the click again as she lets the hammer down gently. She shuts the door and a few more locks and bolts are heard before the door opens all the way. Come on in. The wheel food woman gestures for him to enter, which he does. She peeks out into the hall all the way before shutting the door with a slam. Izuku is in a den of absolute filth. Drug paraphernalia, drugs themselves, weapons, money. Heck, there's even a high as a kite man in the corner. He may be overdosing as his bubble quirk is going wild as he just doesn't move. Looks like she's put some sort of dish soap over there to clean some stuff. How do you know, Mikumo? Emi asks as she wheels herself back to her ratty couch and plops onto it as she takes up her bong and takes a fat donkey rip on it. Izuku shrugs. Same way he directed me to you, drugs. Izuku looks around. There's a kitchen in another room. Door closed to the other room. He's not sure if there is another person here or just Emi, him, and overdosing guy. So how's your trigger? I only got a little taste as Mikumo hogged it all, but damn did I get high from it. Well, the best there's around. You got the cash and you can try some here and now, she replies. You do got cash, don't ya, kid? She eyeballs him. Damn, you're young. What do you need to numb yourself for? Shouldn't you be sucking your mama's tits still? Are you a street urchin? I'm sure you don't get paid to be a therapist or ask questions. Izuku throws a few eddies on her table. I'll take a few hits. Emma's nose rattles and twitches. staring at him before shrugging as she picks up his yen to count. Good. She stands pocketing the money. Wait here. She rolls over to the other door and opens it, disappearing inside to a bedroom. Empty bed, just a window that's covered with cardboard and newspaper. Emmy just reaches into her closet for her box she keeps her syringes in and picks out a few of them. Reused and dirty still, but that's what the kid paid for. She shrugs as she holds it and rolls right back out to the kid. He turned her music back up. Wow, he turned it up way louder. Alright, he, clap. Emmy falls over backwards, 8.22 sized hole right in her eye. Izuku turns and lifts his jacket. Clap. The overdosed man, if he wasn't dead, is dead now as the bullet went in his ear. Izuku takes a deep breath in and exhales slowly out as he walks up to Emmy and puts a few more clap 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 into her head through her eye. Now she's really dead. How did he get a gun? Loopholes of the legal system from when quirks were up and coming still. Japan has some very interesting gun laws for quirkless individuals. He's doing everything legal with his firearm, allowed to conceal it, allowed to carry it, allowed to use it if he's threatened by a quirked individual. Most people don't know that these laws still exist, but Izuku's did his homework. He pulls out a PDA-like device and uses it like a camera, taking a picture of Emmy's ruined face as blood pools around her head. He clicks a few buttons and sends it as an email to the person who offered him the job. He starts to bag his ill-gotten gains, and in the middle of it he receives his answer from the contractor. Drugs for life. Sweet one, man, I really owe you one for this. Competition's gonna be way easier now. Smallmite. Contract completed. If you need anyone else taken care of, just give me a line and I'll see about getting it done. Drugs for life. Far out, man, you got it. Cannot message in this chat log any longer. Izuku huffs as he puts his Hatsume Industries PDA away as it dispenses his receipt of contract completion. He rips it away and stuffs it in his pocket as he finishes ransacking the place. He leaves the apartment looking down at his shoes for blood. Finding none, he shuts the door and quietly makes his escape. His schoolmates are no longer on the stairwell, but the thin walls tell him they're having a jolly good time with each other now. She's out selling herself again. Izuku thinks with a shake of his head. Gotta supply that habit somehow. She'll find Emmy later and call the cops, but I'll be long gone by then. He walks back to his stuff a different way, dropping his bag at a stash of other weapons and stuff as he strips his pistol down as he crosses a river, throwing pieces to the water as he walks past. It's darker now, so it's much easier to toss as few cars are on the streets. He just keeps going till there are no more pieces and no more bullet casings. He spots a few cop cars scream past him as he rounds a corner home and slips inside the door quietly. No one's home like he expected. He sighs as he walks to his room and slips out of his uniform and into something more comfortable. Hiding his job receipt with a few others. Need to redeem those. He mutters to himself as he closes the board back up in his room and heads for the fridge for some leftover takeout he reheats and plops down in front of the TV for some hero news. He slurps the noodles from the Chinese takeout container loudly as he watches the news report about 2 people gunned down in an apparent drug-related gang-on-gang violence situation. He sees his classmates back there beside an ambulance. Just like I thought she was. He sighs. She's not gonna be at school anymore. He swaps the channel to a different station and is met by news about UA's sign-ups going on. He looks back toward the front door as it rattles open. Izuku. A familiar voice calls out. You home? I am here. He shouts back down the hall as he leans through the doorway. How was Patrol Kana? Well, it was patrol, what can I say? Kana Tsutsumi, the pro-hero, Lady Nagant. His caretaker. Adoptive mother actually. How was school? She asks, looking over at him. Aw man, my takeout. He chuckles as he slurps it up loudly at her. You little brat. She charges at him, smiling playfully. He ducks around the corner, playing Ring Around the Rosie with the couch. She just leaps over it and puts him in a headlock. Spit it out, broccoli top. She giggles as she noogies him. I was saving that for now. Never, he says with his mouth still chewing. He play wrestles her, accidentally knocking the couch over. Their neighbor downstairs knocked on the floor with her broom, yelling incoherent and muffled curses on them. Something about hamsters and elderberries. Izuku and Kana chuckle at each other as they sit looking at the ceiling on the turned-over couch. Serious, how was school? She asks again as she eats the rest of her leftovers. It was good. No trouble today. Izuku lies. Did my work, came home, lazed around, you know the usual, he says as he looks over at her. He's been with Kana ever since his parents were killed. Izuku looks at his wrist with one of his mother's jewelry wrist cuffs and his dad's all-might watch, ever since they were gunned down by that merc cuz of the Second Corpo War. It was a few days after he learned he would never have a quirk. His father worked in a dangerous business. He was a lawyer in a prestigious firm going against some big-shot enterprise. They were out to dinner after the case sent down their leader to Tartarus, and when they got back home, that man was waiting for them. He shot his dad first and then killed Mom, then tortured him and his dad, leaving a calling card. The same one Izuku is looking at as he lays in bed. 2 cards. A business card and a playing card. Business card to the Konpeki, and the address of the one in downtown. The playing card had a king on it. A king marked, the Quirk Thief, an urban boogman legend of a solo who can steal others' quirks. A bunch of bullshit and a copycat is what the cops found. That man is now in prison, but Izuku swears it wasn't the man who went down into Tartarus, which led him to where he is now, on the board of mercs that work out of there. Only 17 years old, 18 in a few days. Youngest one in Japan by all accounts. Not the world, there's a kid in America that's 12. He's still a low-level merc, but his track records are clean. Never seen, never got, 100% job completion. Despite his massive cock up on his first blood money job. That was what forced him to not use knives and read up on the gun laws. Finding out that he could indeed buy a handgun at 15 and more heavy-duty guns after 18 and all of them minus military grade at 21, but with Konpeki everything is possible. It is where he met his muse. His phone began to buzz. Thinking of. He lunges off his bed to his desk, seeing who calls. Baby output. Answer decline. Should really change that, he mutters as he answers the call. May, my beautiful genius output, what's going on? Oh, nothing. May answers from the other end as she is working on some of her babies. Just got bored, home alone, wanted to talk to someone. Home alone, you say? Don't be getting your panties in a twist. She rolls her eyes as she ratchets a few bolts down on what she's making. Unless. I'm listening. Izuku is sitting right on the edge of bed, already throwing overnight stuff in a sling bag. Oh, I dunno. May has wares if you have coin. She pauses. Choco. Not any Choco. Concierge Choco. Izuku says, slipping his signature red shoes on by the door. I'll be there soon. Yay. Boom. She coughs, the best. Did you just blow up? He presses the phone into his shoulder. I'm going to May's house, Mom. All right. She calls back from wherever she is. Wear a condom. Izuku's face turns cherry hot red. Yeah. He clears his throat. Right. He can hear May's snickers from the other end as he quickly leaves the apartment. Talking on the phone to her the whole way. Ditching the phone in his pocket for the earpiece he puts in, where the screen comes down from the antenna and shows him May as she works. Just shooting the breeze, talking quirks and support gear, including firearms, blades, ordnance. So I take that was you with the trigger, girl. May says, wiping her face with her arm, just smearing more oil and grease on herself as she looks at her handiwork. Then up at her phone screen, leaning on her hands. While Izuku hums in affirmation as he walks in the busy nightlife of downtown Musudafu. Sure was. It was easy. Thankfully, he weaves in and out of people's way. Being high is not so great to recognize familiar faces. Mikumo is quite a wanted man. May giggles as she fires up her little robot friend, and he explodes. Damn, she curses to herself. Frustrating. She sticks her tongue out to figure out what just happened from the pieces. Oh, that just makes you all the better. Izuku flirts with the inventive girl on the other end. But please, no weird machines. No promises. She retorts on reflex. I did make this super cute baby that can milk. No. May pouts. You're no fun, she says, crossing her arms across her chest. Last time we used one of those, Miku found us passed out still attached to the Izuku snaps his fingers as he waits at a crosswalk. Oh, you're talking about the toolbox. Mei looks over at her toolbox, licking her lips, chewing the bottom one as she holds her chin. That was a good time though. Izuku shivers as her purrs are directly in his ear. So he redirects the conversation. No need to get a boner in public. He's not gonna be using it. Not there at least. Oh, right. Mei nods as she stops giving her toolbox bedroom eyes. Instead they start to sparkle. I mean, you have the exam portion easily. So what are you going to do about the practical exam? It's not made for quirkless individuals. Izuku takes a deep breath as he stands outside the Musudafu Konpeki Plaza. I don't know yet. What about trying those rumors? Mei says while she lays down on the cot in the garage looking at the ceiling and the posters up there. You know the ones. Because I don't need a quirk. I get by just fine as I am. He answers her as he looks at the doors. I'm at the Konpeki. I gotta let you go. Right. I'll be waiting. Click. Cheese. Izuku mutters under his breath as he takes his headphones out and heads through the revolving doors. He walks up to the receptionist. Not here for a room, just to browse the choco. Very good, sir. I will alert the chocolatier. Would you like to peruse any other of our fine establishments as you wait? Izuku hums as he taps his chin. Sure, he decides. Could probably get some more things, he thinks as he turns away toward the elevator. Izuku shrugs as the door is fully closed. He opens a panel and flips a few gold coins into the slot, causing the elevator to lurch and stop, then go backwards along a separate track. He waits patiently while he jams to the music. Ding. The doors open up as the elevator stops and he's met by sound, smells, and music. Stepping out into an underground shopping mall. Stores and people, even street food vendors. All sorts of individuals, quirked and non-quirked, the overwhelming majority of who he passes by and who he sees though. Quirkless. Izuku strides into a pharmaceutical store with a bit of his trigger that he sets on the counter. Bad quality, but it can be refined. He answers the woman at the counter, who picks up a few vials and uses her quirk to inspect it all. Sheesh. This stuff will rot your brain, literally. Best I can do is 60 nuyen a syringe. Izuku shrugs. Deal, I got 6 here. He lays the other 5 down and the nuyen is exchanged. He then leaves 20 of it as he reaches below on the front of the counter and grabs a box of condoms. A few boxes. The lady stares at him as she rings it up. Izuku fidgets. Please don't look at me like that. He mumbles as he twitches, looking down and away. Oh, the joy of youthfulness, the pharmacist teases. Izuku blushes a lot deeper. Might I recommend a few other items? Izuku steps out of the pharmacy with a few more items than he was expecting. He looks down at his sling bag and his patented Midoriya mumbles run a mile a minute as he pursues some of the other stores. Weapons, clothes, high-grade tech items. Izuku. Oh no, Miku. He turns with a warbly smile to the elder Hatsume as she approaches him through the crowd. She looks exactly like Mei, just that her colors are a bit duller. Such as her hair is a more light pink and her eyes a mellow yellow, but otherwise just an older version of his muse. She looks rather pleased to see him, especially as she looks at his bag that he moves behind himself. You got condoms right. Izuku doubles over as he hides his face, groaning. Miku giggles at him. What? I'm just saying. You guys aren't even in college yet. Babies will really derail that and it'll crush Mei's dreams. Don't want that to happen, do we? Yeah. I know, which is why Miss Tama-chan convinced me to do this infertility shot thing. He taps his bag, still holding his face with one hand. Just to be extra careful. She gave you the pleasure shot too, didn't she? Izuku doesn't say a word, but his head starts to literally steam. What about the stamina-up inhaler? Please stop. He squeaks out. Miku Hatsume snickers, patting his fluffy head. What do you need? Oh, I just heard that Emmy girl got whacked. No suspects. Looking for a .22 caliber pistol. Sounds like gang-on-gang violence or a new gang war push for trigger peddling, she says nonchalantly as Izuku looks up at her from his hands. How many is this now? 80. He answers as he removes his hands from his clearly blood-clotted face. That would be my 80th gig. Miku huffs with a nod. Impressive young blood. Moving on up in the world. Izuku shrugs. Not really. All I got was what was in the apartment. Did you use the spray? Worked like a charm. He says as he pulls out a spray canister, a lot like bear spray or pepper spray. I need a refill because it sort of wouldn't stop spraying, so I probably wasn't seen on any cameras at all from Aldera to the apartment block. Miku smiles widely. Good. She claps. At least we'll be able to tell if cops and heroes come to drag you to Tartarus or not. Though May would be sad if that is the case. Because the baby didn't work or that I'm not around. That her input isn't around. Miku assures him. She really likes you, you know. Even though she doesn't like labels. She calls you her muse. Miku rolls her eyes. Stupid wholesome kids. She blows a hair out of her face. Do you need anything else from me? Don't come home. He blurts out. Wasn't planning on it. Anything else. Izuku opens his mouth then closes it. Scratching his cheek as he thinks. Yeah, but I'll run it by May and you later. He looks across the underground street as the chocolatier opens shop. I'll catch you later. He waves at her as he rushes over to the Choco shop. Miku just snorts, shaking her head. Now he's gonna get some Tabs Choco and royal honey, then all he needs is the grippy socks and May is cooked, she mutters to herself as she turns back to her own shop of support gear and weapons. Peddling some Hatsume Industries patterned gear to the discerning individual, both above ground and below ground. About an hour later, Izuku hums as he takes a drag on a cigarette he bought. He scratches the side of his face with the big scar across his eye disappearing under his hair and the one on his chin up his cheek crossing the bridge of his nose. Why are you so itchy all of a sudden? He complains as he puffs his cigarette as he walks out of the train station into a separate neighborhood. Walking in the neon hell under street lamps past closed up shops for the night. It's still rather early for the evening though. Some bars are open as are the nightclubs. Even the Joy Toys are out in force. Sees another classmate getting his guts pumped in an alleyway. Do his scars itch because the anniversary of his parents' deaths is today? Did he see someone similar to the one cut up his face and shot him, his mom, and dad? Not that he can recall their face or really what went down that day. He remembers watching the All Might Rescue video bits and pieces of the doctor visit, going to dinner and, then the attack. He blows a smoke ring, dropping the butt of the cigarette on the ground. Snuffing it with his foot as he comes to a scrapyard on the edge of town. It was once a beach, Takoba Municipal, now it's a scrap heap that scavvers come and pick apart for some spare new yen for drugs, a real meal, Joy Toys, or to go get cheap cyberpsycho-inducing chrome. He struts on through the gate passing by the house and making a beeline for the garage that's all lit up like Ginza and playing music like the nightclubs, crouching down getting his hands under the door. Rolling it up to see May is doing some sort of welding as he steps in and lets the door back down. She turns toward him as the garage door bangs on the ground. She lifts her welding mask and smiles at him as she puts her electrode down. There you are, she shouts as she almost literally flies at him and into his arms. Izuku chuckles as he dips his head and gives her pretty plump lips a deep kiss. And how is my favorite evil scientist? He reaches down and runs his hands up under the hem of her skirt. Ooh, all ready and rearing to go, aren't you? He gives her rear a squeeze as he rubs his hands along her pantyless bottom. Eliciting a soft beep as he reaches between her legs, rubbing his fingers into her folds from behind as he plays with her nice and plump rear. May grins at him, tilting her head, batting her eyelashes. Much easier to work without them actually. He smiles at her and dips to kiss her again as he slides his arms around her and lifts her up to sit on his arms as they make out. She wraps her flesh leg and chrome leg around him as they disappear out of sight. Later that night. Ring, 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 ring. Izuku groans, taking a deep breath as his eyes slowly flutter open. Ring, 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 ring. He blinks as he brings his hands to his eyes to rub them. Ring, 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 ring. I heard you. I heard you. He grumbles as he reaches at the bedside stand and grabs his phone. Number 1 hero. Oh hell. He answers. What's up? Just making sure May didn't kill you both. Kana says from the other end of the phone as she's driving somewhere. Make sure you both get some fluids and food in you before going back at it again. I'm going to Osaka. Apparently some big fight happened there last night at the Konpeki. It's got the HPSC scared. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Mom, you can't ask me that. I already scrambled my phone, so tell me straight, do you know anything? Izuku opens the blinds, still dark, and checks his watch. It's 6 in the morning. No, I just went to sleep an hour ago. He looks at Mei beside him as her soft sigh from the bed drew Izuku's attention to the figure of his output asleep beside him, her head turned to the side facing away from the door and her body only partially covered by the sheets precariously draped over her hips and part of one leg, barely covering anything at all. Izuku could clearly see the titanium of her cybernetic leg where it was raised to the side, guiding his eyes to the exposed skin of her thigh and hip. Her rather defined but lean build bared all to him, especially as she tosses over. He smiles at the bit of drool hanging out of her mouth as she scratches at the trimmed patch of light pink hair and a few of her other cybernetic ports. Can we talk later? Izuku's eyes hungrily glided over Mei's beautiful naked body. I'm tired and drained. He lies as his lower friend is peeking up the sheets against his abdomen now. Yeah, Kana nods to herself as she flicks her blinker on. Go on. Go to sleep. I was just seeing if you got any news on your PDA. They think it might have been some hotshot merc from Night City. Kana blinks and her mouth opens wheezing. They just nuked Arasaka Tower. Izuku sits up looking at a poster of Arasaka brand cybernetics and then a Biotechnica and then a small one of Hatsume Industries. Nuked Saka Tower. Do they have a death wish? No, scratch that, eternal torture fetish. Izuku pulls a light on as he looks for the remote to Mei's TV. He finds it in her drawer beside her BFC 9000. He sneers seeing that grabbing the remote as Mei starts to rouse from the jostling. Huh. She slurs with a yawn. What's going on? Are we getting raided by SV Cavers again? She yawns extra cutely with a smack of her lips as she wakes up. Her eyes adjust to Izuku and start to hear the TV. She turns to look at the TV as they report on. Oh my god. Mei holds her face, hands in front of her mouth, her augmented fingers clicking as they tighten in fear of what she sees. Izuku just open-mouthed stares as there is a mushroom cloud. A whole mushroom cloud over Night City. Lots of variables, lots of unknowns. Militech is saying it wasn't their doing, but Arasaka and Militech are in the middle of a corpo war. The fourth one. Oh shit, Mom. Yeah, it's bad. I'm gonna pull a lot of strings since Sokka is gonna start recruiting again. Stay with the Hatsumes till I get back home. Don't be out on the streets alone. The war just got a lot hotter. You keep those girls safe, you got me. Yeah, Izuku answers without thinking. Am I able to get a few of your guns then? Absolutely. Kana answers firmly as she drives into the disaster zone of Osaka's Konpeki Plaza. Shit, it looks like they nuked here too. No rads, just looks like it. I gotta let you go, I got work to do. I love you, Izuku. Izuku nods. I love you too. Please, come home in one piece. Kana nods then cuts the call. Izuku just takes the headphone out of his ear to look at Mei, who is trembling as her cybernetics wind up tight. Her leg in her hands. Hey. He reaches out and brings Mei to him. Hey, it's okay. He whispers, holding her head and shoulders. They're not gonna get you. He just feels her wrap her arms around him and hold him tight. Whimpering and trembling, Izuku sighs looking at the mushroom cloud. Oh god, please not a bigger corpo war. He hits his head on Mei's headboard. Please god, not another. Izuku still remembers the first and second corpo wars. He was just a little guy at that time. He remembers the second corpo war more than the first. Mei remembers more than he does. It's how she lost her leg, how she lost part of her arm, most of her fingers, and her parents. How Miku became the mom overnight despite still being in school. Mei still remembers the bombs. He does too, as do most kids born in and around the early 2000s. Lots of street urchins were made. Crime shot through the roof. Criminals and villains on the rise, still are. The world's gone to shit. There's no light at the end of the tunnel, no hope. Or at least, there used to not be hope. It's all might. The TV reporter says. Izuku drags his sight back down to see that it is indeed. All Might, the symbol of peace in Night City, helping out with the recovery and other stuff in the blast zone. Heroes are nothing but super soldiers beholden to the core. The hero system, ever since they figured they could make all the money from merch, movies, TV shows, branding, has become horrifically privatized by the megacorps, to which certain corporations can and do own and employ entire hero agencies. Like Snake Hero, Uwabami and Nippon Network and Arasaka Clothing. Or the R-rated hero Midnight and her branding with any and all brain dances and OS. She makes some pretty good ones. Or his mom, adoptive mom Kana. Lady Nagant, she works with Mitsubishi Sugo and a Russian weapons corp too, as she spent time in Russia during the First Corpo War and the East China Sea during the Second. Former soldier turned hero by HPSC. To be an assassin for anyone who they deem to die, she's a for-hire hero, a merc. Which is what Izuku wants to do. Be a hero. He has since he was little. But the world's always told him, can't be a hero without a quirk. Bullshit. No one has tried before. The gap of quirk and non-quirk has never been so close since they appeared at the end of WW2, all thanks to Chrome, cybernetics. Izuku smiles softly, hearing All Might laugh and seeing him smile. To reassure people that he is here. And they are safe. Go All Might, go. Izuku chuckles. We're gonna be fine, May. I know it. A week later, a truck rolls up outside the school gates. Door opening with Izuku hopping out with May. Alright you two, no hanky-panky in the school and best behavior. Miku says as she leans across the seats to them. Call me when you get out, no need for you two to get snatched up by scavvers. Right, bye Miku. May waves at her big sister as she holds Izuku's hand, linking with his arm in the other. We'll make sure to drop a line. Miku nods and gives them a wink before pulling the door shut and turning her music up and pulling away back to what she was doing. Your sister's so weird. Izuku scoffs as he watches her go. You aren't. May raises an eyebrow at him. Nah, perfect picture of normalcy here. Izuku retorts, causing them both to burst into giggles as they head into school, right past two Arasaka guards who scan them. Seems they're expecting trouble or something. No, someone else whispers from the lockers, waving Izuku and May over. New student. Don't know who, but they're saying she's a Sokka heiress or some shit. The glue stick head kid whispers to them. Don't know why they brought her here, might be to hide her from the bastards that nuked the tower. Great. Izuku grumbles under his breath. Now we got some stuck-up rich brat. Oh, she can't be that bah, May gags. I can't even say that without wanting to vomit. She holds her mouth. Can't be Hugh. Her cheeks puff up. Yeah, I am just gonna stop. She's probably pretty bad. Quote. Don't know, but I already heard Bakuchunt is gonna try and throw some moves and woo the broad. Doubtful it will work, but hey, if he gets got by Smasher it'll be fun to watch. Is Smasher here? No. The kid shivers. God, I really hope not. Guy freaks me out. All that chrome. No person there anymore. First period bell rings. Shit, gotta go. May and Izuku share a look. Fuck. And sprint along with a bunch of other Sokka orphans to get to class. Izuku and May leap into their school room. Izuku getting landed on by May as the late bell rings. Safe. Izuku says from the floor. A few of the others chuckle at the arrival. Shitty Deku. He hears Kachan growl as he and May stand up and brush themselves off, getting in their seats as Teach is late too. Class devolves into the waiting game. People smoke, some shoot up drugs or pop some in their system, a few start to gamble with hologram games. Others start to mac and play touchy-feely. Heck, even May sits on his lap, arms around his chest, leaning on him as he sits with his legs up on the desk, hands behind his head, eyes closed. He opens an eye as the classroom door opens and in steps a frazzled Mr. T. Not that Izuku knows his name. He's the teacher, hence Mr. T. Alright, seats, put your shit away and sit down. You're getting a new classmate today. May hisses as she closes her eyes. Oh great. She mumbles as she stands up and plops down in her own chair. The other classmates grumbling and groaning. Shut AP. The teacher shouts. Best behavior or you could all be recruited. He warns them. That gets all of them to shut up. Now please give a warm welcome to Miss Arasaka Momo. daughter of Hanako Arasaka and Takashi Yaoyorozu. Izuku's eyes light up in recognition of the Yaoyorozu name. The Yaoyorozu conglomerate merger. He recalls. That was big news when we were beau. His thoughts die in his head as the most stunningly achingly beautiful woman walks through the door. She looks just like Hanako Haim. His mind tells him. Though she's completely unaugmented. No chrome. No body mods. None of it. At least none seen. She stands up at the front of the class, her hair in a spiky ponytail fanned out behind her head. A gently graceful air of elegance as she bows. My name is Momo Arasaka. It is nice to meet all of you. I hope we get along. Miss Arasaka will be staying in our class for the foreseeable future after some unforeseen circumstances required her to move residences closer to UA. Mr. T explains. Be nice to her. I shouldn't have to say it, but I will. Then he looks at Momo. Are you willing to answer questions? I am. She agrees, then looks at the rest of them. She smiles, and it's so bright and pure, it's blindingly bright on all these dark and dreary people. Does anyone have any questions for me? Then came the overwhelming cacophony. People shouting over each other, clamoring for a word to reach her pure and most precious ears. Actually, it seems loud enough she has to plug them with her fingers. Izuku looks back at Mei, who is tinkering on some sort of spider drone thing, her tongue stuck out of her mouth as she works. He looks back forward at Bakugo's back, who seems disinterested, or at least is feigning it. Mr. T uses his quirk and the whole room shuts up. Good, he says to the kids holding their mouths and throats. So those who weren't talking before can ask questions instead. Now sit down. What's your quirk? Bakugo calls out as he leans forward. You're a Sokka heiress. It's gotta be good, right? Momo clears her throat, fidgeting, glancing at the doorway to someone out there. She glances back at the others. I truthfully I'm Quirkless. That's a bold goddamn. You're what? Bakugo shouts. You idiot. Izuku face palms. Clearly she doesn't want to say, Kachan. If you cared to pay attention to her body language, you would have seen that was a lie. A farce. How do you know, you shitty nerd? Bakugo, even I could tell, and I'm not great with people. Mei speaks up as she moves her spider drone with a controller. Yeez. Successful, baby. Shut the fuck up, Goggles. Nobody asked you. Bakugo barks at her. Seems like you needed to ask, since apparently your brain's too small to comprehend she was lying. Mei replies dryly as she looks at him with heavy-lidded eyes. Or has it all rushed to your little friend because a pretty girl is in front of you? Bakugo flies out of his seat at Mei, only for Izuku to intercept him and yank him by the blazer, crashing him through the desks as others run and dive for cover. Don't you fucking dare try to touch her. Izuku barks in Katsuki's face. Or I'll break your goddamn hands so bad you'll never be a hero. Katsuki doesn't react to the yelling, just full-on kicks him in the stomach, sending him up and off of him. Izuku flips onto his feet as Katsuki comes flying at him with a right hook, as always. That vision on his head playing out again. Izuku weaves his head with a simple step back of his right leg, and the arm harmlessly passes in front of his nose. Izuku hooks his arm up around Kachan's elbow and brings his right hand in a fist right into his nose. Once. Bakugo head jerks back as blood flies from his nose. Twice, even more blood. Thrice, and a bad crunch is heard as Katsuki goes down for the count. He drops Bakugo into a heap as he looks around. Anyone else wanna try and put hands on her? He says, gesturing at Mei, who has sat there smugly and pridefully crossing her arms. I'll beat your fucking ass. Been that way since the day they met. Just out there in the elementary school yard after all. People, enough. Kachan. Izuku yelled as flew at Katsuki as he was bullying a girl with prosthetics. She is cowering below him, bawling as she tries to fix her leg back onto her body, but it's so busted and blown apart, she just can't get it back on. Bakugo pushes Izuku off of him. So Deku, the quirkless wonder. The murdered parent orphan. Izuku's eyes twitch as his face hardens, his facial scars bullying. Thinks he can play hero. Huh. He pooches his palm, making them pop and crackle with power. Are not born equal. Izuku looks around for something to help him out as it's Katsuki and his two lackeys. He looks around the ground and spots a part of the girl's leg. He lunges for it and grabs it, brandishing it against the other three. They come right at him and he swings for the fences. That's the hard truth I learned young. He brings the part of the leg up and keeps bashing the boy with wings with it as Katsuki and the other guy tuck tail and run for the hills. But that was my first and last setback. He throws the piece of leg down and spits on the fat-winged boy. Asshole. He curses at the boy, wiping the blood from his nose. As he opens his mouth and pulls a tooth out too. Uck. He grunts as he wiggles his jaw, shaking his head. Kana's gonna be mad. He sighs, but then he hears the sniffles behind him. Izuku turns to the girl, who yelps and starts to tremble more as she holds out her hand with only a thumb at him, her metallic finger scattered on the ground with the rest of her prosthesis of her leg, and her elbow to the other hand. She flinches as he crocuses down, averting her face, holding her stumps around her head. Whoa! The girl peeks from her arms. You have chrome, Izuku whispers, looking at her fingers. This is so cool. He looks up at her and smiles, uncaring of the blood falling down his head from his wounds. What's your name? I am Izuku. The girl stares for a few moments, her yellow eyes filled with fear and wariness. Mime, Hatsume me, she stammers before flinching as her leg's inner circuits spark and shock her. OWW, she beeps as she uses her fingerless flesh hand to rub the prosthetic. Mikash gonna kill me. Do you need help? Izuku asks as he stands up. Where do you live? I can get you there. Mei looks up at her, well, her hero. Then at the boy not moving on the ground. You can. My caretaker is a hero. I'm sure she can help. Izuku says enthusiastically as he pulls out a phone from his pocket and opens it up. Calling someone. He waits. No, Kana, I'm not in trouble, but I found someone who is. He looks at Mei. Well, He grinds his foot into the ground. Okay, maybe it was Katsuki. The woman on the other end of the line curses. I'm at school and they broke her chrome. She can't move right now. What? She doesn't have a leg, or an arm, her fingers are all gone too. I'll be right there. It's still like that now. Izuku is ready to toss fucking hands with whoever threatens Mei. Or he was ready to toss hands till a whole task group of Sokka soldiers broke into the room aiming guns. Maybe he won't toss hands with them. He just raises them up on reflex. Not his first time being detained. He is wrenched to the ground and slammed face first into it. Stop. A voice of authority rings out before they hit him unconscious with the butt of their rifle. Let that green-haired boy go. The Sokka agents lift him up back to his feet. As Momo approaches him, sizing him up. Wow, she's a bit taller than he is. She's looking at him from the bottom of her eyes like he's some sort of contemptuous bug. I commended your enthusiasm to protect your output, but you cannot just be fighting your fellow classmates and beating them unconscious, mister. Midoriya. Izuku grunts. Momo's eyes widen for a few moments, then are back to their contemptuous look. Yeah, that Midoriya, the one whose parents got slaughtered. Momo clicks her lips and clears her throat as she crumbles in the face of his nonchalance. Her eyes soften as she gives him this weird look. Don't look at me like that. I don't want your corpo nepo pity. What good does that do me? Still, Momo says softly, I am sorry for your loss. And Izuku doesn't say a word to that. He can feel something in her words. Honesty. I believe we've got off on the wrong foot. As I have introduced myself, I am Momo Arasaka Yaoyorozu. Daughter of Hanako Arasaka and Takashi Yaoyorozu. My quirk, in truth, I am not at liberty to disclose to anyone. You won't see me use it. I won't use it, just know that I have one. She says to Izuku. And you? I am Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Don't have a quirk. Don't need one. My caretaker, adoptive mom, is Lady Nagant. My birth mom was Inko. My birth dad was Hisashi. He raises his right arm and shows her the cuff and All Might watch. Got a little piece of them with me wherever I go. I plan to be a hero. Without a quirk, you saw what I did to him. He gestures to Bakugo. Think I really need one? Know how many heroes in Night City or Nusa have one? He replies. Mom hums, looking rather impressed. Then I hope to meet you out there as a hero too one day. I plan on staying here and enrolling into prestigious UA as a hero hopeful. I do hope the rest of you will be able to join us if that is your dream. School let out early that day. Miku wasn't picking up the phone and Kana was still out of town, so push came to shove. Him and Mei had to risk getting press ganged into Sokka's personal army. They walk briskly through a tunnel and down back alleys and streets to get to Mei's house quickly. Passing by druggies, joy toys, unsavory muggers, all sorts. Mei sticking close and whispering evil words in his ear of what she's gonna do to him when they get to her room for his display of protectiveness toward her. So many words that they miss as a sewer grate behind them moves. A medium-sized body to hide in, no chrome. Izuku turns at the wrong moment only to be restrained by slime. He can't breathe. A villain. Mei starts to scream and tries to attack the slime villain. Don't worry girlie, just hijacking your input's body, 45 seconds and he won't be feeling anything anymore. He chuckles. I am saved though, by a real hero. I didn't expect he'd show up in this town. He tries to punch the monster but, no use in trying, I'm fluid you see. Can't breathe. His body starts to slow as he darks out. Body getting weak. I am dying, I am gonna die. He keeps fighting. No. Fear not kid. The slime villain turns. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Texas. The big man cocks his fist back and then, it comes forward at a speed that Izuku can't comprehend. Smash. Shock. Wave. The slime villain yells as the tunnel is made into a wind tunnel. Mei smacks into a wall, some of her chrome creaking from the wind pressure. Izuku just blacks out. All Might. Bwahahaha. Eat that villainous scum. All Might shouts loudly. Then looks up then up at the ceiling then down as Mei crashes on top Izuku form it, just as unconscious as he is. Oh no, he says a little quieter. Mei's cybernetics begin to smoke. Ah crap. Quote. Slap. 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 Hey. Slap. 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 Hey kid. Izuku groans as his eyes start to open. He blinks with a rough exhale as he is having his face tapped. He smacks the hand. Quit it em. His eyes come into focus from the blur. Hey. It's All Might. Thank goodness. You're okay. Excellent. Izuku sits up with wide sparkly eyes and a warbly shocked open-mouthed expression. Spark, spark, crackle, then he saw Mei. Oh. Her prosthetics got damaged. He scrambles to her as All Might talks. Apologies. He watches the young man open his friends. Quite possibly his girlfriends. He thinks they call them outputs these days. Bag and pull out an assortment of tools. For getting you caught up in my villain hunt. Mistakes like that aren't my style. Then start to work on her cybernetics, chrome they call it these days too. Helping the girl out as she is still knocked unconscious but slowly starting to move again. Hold on Mei. Hold still, you got knocked out, I have to recalibrate and troubleshoot. He whispers to her as he cups her head as she tries to move but her limbs don't respond, her fingers twist and turn with no order, her leg twitches and the ankle turns 360 on repeat. She looks very out of it. He reaches into her bag and pulls out a syringe and stabs her in the thigh with it, causing the girl to whimper. I know. He whispers softly as he depresses the plunger, making her cry out. I know, you hate the shot. He pulls it out and puts it away, holding his hand over the area it went in. All the while All Might jabbers on. Izuku turning to glance at him after a while of helping troubleshoot Mei's cybernetics. She's gonna need Himi to Ripperdoc M. But my success here is thanks to you both. All Might lifts an empty plastic Nicola bottle at them. I've contained the villain. BRAAAAPP. Yeah, that's cool and all, but you just punched an atmospheric differential punch inside a tunnel, turning it into a wind tunnel. A wind tunnel so powerful you made us leave indents in the thing. He points up at the ceiling, then at the wall where there are toe indents of him and Mei. You knocked my girlfriend and me unconscious and now her medical prostheses are borked. He gestures at the delirious Mei's cybernetic prosthesis. You know how much these things cost. He barks at the #1 hero of Japan. He ain't Izuku's one hero. Sure, he likes him, but Izuku has a #1 hero and her name is Kana Tsutsumi. His left eye goes dark all of a sudden. And now I see you've fucked mine up too. He slaps the side of his head as his Mitsubishi Sugo eye starts to glitch and show error screens. Goddammit. He tosses the tool in his free hand down as he pulls out Mei's hand mirror to look. His eye is fucked. The thing is rotating freely on his head. There are exposed wires and the lens itself is dangling off it now. He closes the mirror with a loud clap of the lid, the mirror itself crunching in his hand as he looks up at All Might with his good eye. You could have killed us. Well, All Might opens and closes his mouth but never loses the smile, it just dims a little. He scratches his cheek. Izuku shakes his head, taking a few deep breaths and pinching his nose. Look, thanks for saving us, sorry I'm yelling but, our cyberware is expensive. He gestures at Mei like he's showing her off. Her cyberware is the best we could get with all the eddies and new yen we could scrounge up through years of work. It's a medical requirement for her so we try to keep it as maintained as we possibly can but somehow, you just bork the alignment of her wiring. He helps Mei sit up on her butt as she slowly comes back to the forefront, her eyes focusing in and going out of it due to her quirk. Zooming in and out like a microscope as she slowly blinks. Mei. Izuku holds her cheeks. Mei, baby, he gets in her face as she looks elsewhere. You there? She gasps as she sees him. Zuku. She slurs gaining a happy warbly smile, lurching forward, giving him a messy kiss on the lips. Wah. She slurs as she sways even while sitting. Wah happen. She is slurring her speech, one of her pupils is way bigger than the other. Izuku takes out a small flashlight and shines it in her eyes. He hisses as her eyes slowly respond. As Bee White, her pupils usually constrict way quicker and the crosshair in her eye gets super wide. Concussion. Izuku mutters as neither of those things happened. Great, and now, he turns to look at All Might who is crouching for a jump. Hey, where are you going? I need to bring this fellow to the authorities. You can catch me on TV. All Might says. A pro battles not only enemies but also time. Izuku looks back at Mei then at All Might as he winds up for a jump. Whoosh. I must go but I have left some cash in your bag. And simply lets him go. Izuku covers Mei with himself as he kicks up a lot more wind that buffets all over and around them. Asshole, he shouts at All Might as it jostled Mei more out of alignment. He growls and grunts as he reaches for his bag and looks in. Holy fuck. His notebook has an autograph on the All Might page, then there's a money shard. One that he pulls out and slots it into the port on his neck. He hears the cash transfer go through and checks his phone. Oh my. He nearly has a heart attack on the spot from the numbers. So many zeros. He can't form a single word, head empty. Only blank. He shakes his head and smacks his cheeks. Get a grip, Izuku. He chides himself as he zips his bag up, gathers the tools and picks Mei up. Princess Carrie. Gotta get her home. Call mom, find Miku, get Mei fixed by Toga. He doesn't know that he's being shadowed. His face lights up in the dark as their cigarette lights cherry red, showing the man's single gray eye scanning Mei and Izuku before the cherry light goes out. He's got the shard. The man's rough voice grumbles as he stalks the two young adults. Should we detain? A voice asks from the earpiece he's got in. No, the man answers as he steps into the light outside the tunnel. A silvering fox, a gray-white streak in his hair going back, and the sides of his head the same color. Pepper with salt beard, only has one eye, his right eye, the other eye has a scar going through it and under the eye patch along with a scar across the bridge of his nose going down his cheekbone to under his beard. A small hooked scar on his lip too. He walks silently trailing behind the two. He looks not so out of place here despite being clearly a Western man in Asia. Wearing a long black coat that pumped close to his face, the only visible chrome he has. The man reaches with his right arm and plucks his cigarette from his mouth. That anodized black chrome cyberarm that peeked out from his sleeve, curious enough, it appears government issued, with its military markings and serial numbers, one of which is the plain white 5-point star in the MV box. NUSA Army and Militech. Morgan, up ahead, quirked villain. The netrunner he's working with tells him as she keeps watch for him through the city's cameras. Great. Bet that buffoon dropped that bottle, Morgan says cheerfully as he loses the two teens in the gathered crowd. Shit, where'd they go? Earphone Jack. Silly name. Front of you. By the police tape. She gasps. What the fuck is he doing? Morgan doesn't like that sound so he pushes his way forward much to the chagrin of the Japanese that grumble and throw some insults at the gaijin fool that's around. He finds the girl leaned against a light pole and the kid. What the fuck is he doing? Charging the slime guy. He's making a beeline at the villainous merc. Get back here, you fool. Stop. The useless sack of shit hero beside Morgan shouts at the boy as he rushes in at the slime villain. Morgan watches, scanning things and everything, including the kid and the slime villain. Sludge body quirk. The sludge villain's quirk transforms his body into a bulk of a mud-like substance. This fluid form makes him immune to physical attacks. It also gives him the ability to take over another person's body and use their quirk against their will. This quirk has a weakness to acid and wind pressure due to it breaking up his mud-like substance, causing him to fall apart. His database tells him as he watches the kid shrug off his bag and toss it at the villain's eyes. Hitting the only hard or at least semi-hard target, blinding and stunning the villain to grab onto the other kid with the same uniform on. Morgan is impressed. Hard to do. Smart kid. Using his bag like that and seeing the weak points of his crutch and capitalizing on it to take the initiative. He hears them yelling. He cups his ear and focuses it to listen in on them. Kachan. He hears the broccoli top's voice shout. You. Why? Then the boy in the sludge. Because. You looked like you needed saving. Friends don't let friends die. The kid grunts as he tries to pull his friend out. And I am here to prove I don't need a quirk to be a hero. He gets tossed back a little. Doesn't make it satisfying to tell it to a dead guy when it happens. Morgan's eye widens as he removes his hand from his ear. This kid's quirkless. He looks around. In Japan. He shudders at that thought. Still no one runs to help. Stop it. The sludge villain shouts in anger. Just a bit longer, so stop getting in my way. The villain raises a tentacle of sludge. Time slows for Morgan as under his coat, and all along his nervous system, the metal of his spine blinks and sends out signals to his whole body as time slows and he moves, leaving multicolored afterimages. Sound gets quiet too as he rushes forward, raising his black arm as it buffs up. He grabs the kid and yanks him back, tossing him in slow motion as Sandy stops with his arm reared back at its apex as time resumes normal speed. Morgan appears in front of the slime villain. Izuku is sent flying away with his friend to the crowd and the three useless money hounds sending them tumbling as he sends his arm forward with a grunt. His speed coupled with his cyber arm's heavy-duty chrome upgrades make the villain pop as he sends his fist right through him, sending the sludge splatting all over the place as he reaches terminal velocity to make the air pressure change just a smidge. He turns and looks at the crowd who are whispering and pointing. Asking just what hero he is. Who is this guy? Where'd he come from? How did he move away from just in front of me like that? What's his quirk? Is it his arm? Why is his arm black? Morgan takes a deep breath and he's gone. Just like that. The crowd gasps and looks around, but the mysterious hero just disappeared. While a certain skeletal man squints his piercing blue eyes and looks around as he wipes some blood from his mouth. Humming in concern. Afterwards, the heroes collected the villain's scattered body. Seems like the police got him into custody finally. The heroes though, there was absolutely no need for you to put yourself in danger. I mean, look at your eye, kid. The hero Death Arms berates Izuku as he helps Mei out still. Ignoring the shouting. While Katsuki got all the praise. You were real tough out there in that quirk. Consider becoming my sidekick when you go pro. He looks sour as hell as he stares at Izuku's back as he works on attempting to mitigate any more damage to Mei's cyberware and wiring. Izuku simply picked Mei up and grabbed his stuff and walked off in the middle of the shouting, shutting Death Arms up as he just walked away. Without a word he said nothing at all to any of the pros. He just held a notebook at them to sign, they signed it, then he went to help the girl with cyberware. Now he's just walking away. Katsuki steamed as he was let go by the ambulance. He ran through the streets to find that shitty quirkless Deku. He takes a corner skirting on one foot to see him walking down a street by themselves. Hey, he barks at them. Deku stops to look back at him, parts of his cyber eye hanging out of his head as Mei giggles to herself deliriously. What? Katsuki falters looking down. I never asked you to save me. As if you could, huh? Well, I would have beaten him myself. Izuku just purses his lips as his eyebrows furrowed in irritation and impatience as he shifts Mei in his arms. How dare a quirkless and bored fuck failure like you pity me? Trying to win me over. Don't fucking screw with me. Izuku waits for a few seconds as Bakugo grunts and hisses at him. Are you done? He asks, checking the wrong arm for a watch. I got places to be, things to do, gigs I gotta get done, and my girlfriend here is hurt. So if you're done, fuck off. He turns away and starts to walk towards a back alley. I'm not gonna deal with you, Katsuki. A simple thanks would work wonders. Katsuki stares dumbfounded as Izuku and Mei disappear. Fuck you, you shitty, quirkless nerd. He screams as he spins and stomps away. Yeah, what a tough guy you are. Izuku chuckles to himself as he walks down an alley, around a corner, through a maze of laundry lines and a wash house, down some steps and into a shopping center below street level. Stalls of knockoff brands of designer stuff, food sellers, knickknacks, tech stores, support gear, cheap stuff. He walks to a brick and mortar storefront, one with an old-timey barber's swirl and some cool bat and gothic theming. Carmilla's Chrome, says the neon sign shaped like a vampire biting a chrome arm. It's immediately clear this is some sort of clinic as the whole place is pristine sterile with a very cute vampire gothic theme going on. Eve display cases of cyberware, the reception counter having a lineup of vampire teeth and other assorted vampiric cyberware for cosmetic or for blood quirks. He walks up to the desk with a bell and incessantly presses it. As the vampire in, hello, I need Lady Carmilla, hello. The coffin behind the desk flings open. Stop ringing that bell before I bite your hand off. Or I drain your blood for. The woman who came stomping out of the actual operation area shouts, mad as hell and irritated. Izuku smiles at the fair-skinned girl with the pretty face, her inward-tilting yellow eyes with thin slit-like irises somewhat resembling those of a cat light up with glee as she sees him. As her wide mouth was also rather feline, as her canines were pointed and longer than the rest of her teeth, begins to smile quite literally ear to ear. Her hair is a pale color and was styled into two messy buns, with numerous wild strands sticking out, a straight fringe and two chin-length side bangs framed her face. Then her cute face gains her almost permanent blush. Zuku. She cheers now, losing her irritable annoyance to her happy cheery self as she rushes the desk leaning her hands onto it, one hand wearing a medical glove, the other a Ripperdox hand tool, like what Victor's hand. That tool gauntlet. Does it have a name? I searched the wiki for cyberpunk and couldn't find one. She's dressed in her schoolgirl outfit with the beige cardigan with her added piped black mask, two green boxes of knives strapped around her thighs. A blue utility belt around her waist with more green boxes attached to it on either side. The most distinguishing feature was the loose black mask she wore around her neck, which was decorated with pieces of pale gray metal in the shape of a carnivorous grin. 3 large silver canisters are attached to the sides of her mask. The needles poking out are connected to the 2 larger cylinders strapped to the back of her belt. Tools of the trade of her Ripperdox status, best one in this area of Musudafu. You working on someone back there, Himishin? He looks around to the open body of someone being drained. Ah, recycling. He nods, leaning back to look at Toga who is grinning sheepishly at him, tapping her rippers together. I didn't see a thing. Himiko perks right back up and smiles as she reaches and pats his face. See, this is why I like you. But he was already dead. Few corrupt beat cops brought him to get fixed, but too little too late. They sold him to me for a few eddies, robbery death, he's got some okay parts, for a praying mantis. She shrugs then looks at Mei. She hisses as her eyes constrict. Who in the hell is touching my girl? She yells as she takes Mei from him into the back. Izuku follows after them, walking past the open-chested body missing a few organs and chrome already. It's the overdosed dude. Hey, I flatlined this gonk. Izuku says as he turns the head to see the ear. Yeah, I sure did. He sees the hole just through the ear. Did you get the bullet out? Is that how he flatlined? Himiko says as she interfaces with Mei and scans her. Oh come on, this is all sorts of gomy. She's got a concussion, a bad one. Her wires are all out of alignment because of it. Her fingers are not seated properly. Her legs gotta be refurbished. She taps a few things on her slate. Probably just need to get rid of it actually. She lists as she scans Mei. Then looks over at him, her cat-like eyes even more cat-like and rainbow-slitted as they scan him. Jesus, you too. She hadn't noticed his eye till right then. What the hell happened to you both? Well, he sits on a stool as Himiko cups his face, moving her eyes to get a better scan, then tilting his head and maneuvering it. Saw all might. Himiko stops moving, then slowly moves his face to look at hers. It wasn't because of a crime. She looks utterly demented as she opens her mouth to show off her vampires to him. The other implanted fangs, usually made up of superchromed metal in the back of her mouth behind the others. They only come up when she opens her mouth wide enough to really chomp someone. He starts to visibly sweat. It was because a villain attacked me and May on our way home. I didn't get caught. Himiko squints her eyes at him like an angry cat about to swipe or bite the person it's nearest to. Izuku gulps as he shakily smiles at her. It's a good thing you're honest, she says after a while of staring into his soul. She moves away. You'll be first. May is worse off. I just need to replace a few parts and you'll be good as new. She turns back to May spinning on her roller stool as she rolls across the floor. May though, she'll need some time. She rolls a few feet away from May and taps a floor tile and another ripperdock chair comes out of the ground. Come on and jack in. Izuku shrugs and waltzes over, hopping into the chair, sitting down, taking the offered plug and jacking in. Himiko looks at the tablet of info that starts to flow with info as she does. She leaves that and goes over to jack May in too, just to get her started. So how's biz? Izuku asks as he casually browses the chrome options that Himiko offers. What's new in the life of Himiko? Well, Himiko pops her lips as she works on a slate. I got my ripperdock certs and deets all up to date again. It's getting harder and harder every year since, I've not been to school, dropped out of middle school to work. Some local anesthetics I can start. She grabs a local anesthetic tool and presses it to his cheek and shoots some into it. Should feel numb and nothing at all. If you feel any sort of pinch, pain, discomfort, tell me and I will stop. Now, she stands up a little and uses her ripperdock tool on her right hand to reach at his eye. I recommended closing the other eye for this, it'll be dark otherwise and dry out your eye. Izuku closes his still good eye as he can feel her take his other eye out, no pain or discomfort. I think rippers are a lot more like dentists than surgeons. Himiko chuckles as she takes his eye over to an optics calibration and repair machine and loads it in where the millions of little needles and nanomachines pour over it to fix it right up. Yeah, well, it's what Mr. Kukitsuki was like and he taught me all this before getting locked up, she replies as she works on May while his eye repairs. Stupid Cylon, lawman assholes. What are they gonna do with all that extra cyberware? It's just sitting collecting dust. You sound like you miss him. Course I do. Himiko deadpans. He had a blood quirk like me, helped me get clean and sane again. She takes some of May's fingers off to look at them on her operating tray. She may just need new fingers. One of the fingers clamps on hers and tries to crush it. Himiko just flicks it off her ripper tool. Again, she blow up again recently. When does she not? Izuku blows a raspberry as he casually gets comfy in the chair. Yeah, I figured. Himiko mumbles as she can see how she's pushed her fingers a bit too much over the edge for a refurbish. Listen, I can't do it for free this time, bills are coming up and I need the jack or I. No, I got a chop. He cuts her off. Just get my eye back in me and I can transfer. I also want to talk about acquiring some better chrome for May. Heavier duty and better suited to her techie med tech life. Really, big windfall, or a good gig. Himiko hums as she does some more things for May, checking some of her other inner cyberware. All might paid for damages. Izuku answers, silencing Himiko. Yeah. So, I'm good for it. Heck, I might give you a tip for it even. What kind of tip? Say purrs by his ears. He shivers, jolting away from her. He didn't hear her approach. She giggles. So easily spooked. She rolls over to his eye and, nope, you need a new eye. She purses her lips. That's fine, what you got? Got a new Kuroshi from the black market, or I can use this one I just got in for the stiff over there. He bought a whole new Militech eye from America. It's some cream and cutting edge stuff from the cursory look. He thinks for a few seconds. He's got yen to burn. Militech, how's that? It's some sort of spec ops eye. It's got all sorts of kit and caboodle with it. Infrared, Scopes, micro and tele times square marquee, target scope, anti-dazzle, low light, image enhance, thermo sense. She reaches into the case and pulls it out. Only problem is that it'll make your eyes just a little off color. Still green, just a lighter shade, not much, but if you're super close it's noticeable. She shrugs. Though could chalk that up to damage from when you got your Scarface. Izuku shakes his head till he feels her jack the plug in his arm to the optics machine of the chair, and his brain links up with the startup of the eye. To see his body sat in the chair and Himiko's butt and panties as she inadvertently flashes him as she stands in the way of the eye. Izuku gulps, trying to look anywhere but there. She's not doing this on purpose. She's in the middle of working on his face after all. She looks back at the screen behind her. Oh. She holds the back of her skirt down. My bad. She apologizes. But She sticks her finger into the eye. You might feel a little discomfort, blurred vision, low contrast, some glitching, and starts to fit it into the socket. She pulls her finger out and the startup screen goes. Loading Militech UI. The load up is done in less than a second. How's it looking? Himiko asks as she uses her hand to track his eye movement. Outwardly looks good. How about you? Izuku looks around the room and squints to scan. Scanning Himiko. Got all sorts of info. Kanji name, Romaji name, aliases, birthday, age, gender, height, quirk, law record. Works good. He nods as he squints or blinks his eye, flipping through the other settings. Best Ripperdoc I know. You know more Ripperdocs? She asks bluntly, crossing her arms. Are you cheatin' on me? Her doc claws clicking on her bicep. No, Himi, just saying you're the best. He placates her as blinks his eyes. Got an inhaler so it doesn't reject me. What about the mirror? Himiko nods and hands him a mirror and puts an inhaler on his lap as she goes over to Mei. Oh, it's not noticeable, he says, looking at his eyes. Same color, green, but it's just got that cyberware look to it. Not at all. If you say so. Himiko says as she pulls Mei's leg off her. Take a puff of that inhaler now and in 8 hours after some food, and no till then either. Other than that, can you get the back and in a crate from Arasaka? I got sent it for some reason. I didn't order it, just came, and apparently it's some sort of promotion to sign up to the core army and get them. Himiko grunts in frustration at the state of Mei's full internals. I'm gonna drain all might of his blood for this, she hisses as she tosses the leg in the scrap bin. While Izuku disappears in the back room filled with cyberware cases. Arms, legs, fingers, eyes, toes, fingers, ears, a few in cyberwares, Mr. Studs and Miss Midnights. Yes, from that Miss Midnight. He goes past those to the more internal organ stuff. Some of it fresh from the stiff, Himiko is letting drain out of the dude's blood into bags and drums. He goes past that all to the indock area and sees the crate of Arasaka marking in all its glory. Gotcha. He picks it up by the handles and lugs it out, setting it down as he sees Himiko has already got Mei ready for the swap. Sync machines, accurization, the whole honey and jam sandwich. He throws open the locks to look in the black case. He whistles. Damn man. He lifts one of the red, yellow and black arms to get a good look. How much are these gonna cost us? You'll see, Himiko sings as she takes the arms to get them actuated and acclimated, then synchronized to Mei's nervous system and wires. There's all sorts of full limbs, half limbs, phalanges. She takes what Mei needs, fingers, leg, half arm to the elbow and a few others. She clicks a few buttons. This is gonna be a while. She gestures at her coffin door. Go call Miku and Kana. Right, I should. He agrees as he leans over and kisses Mei. You be good, Kay. He cups her head as Himiko coos at him. He kisses Himiko's cheek as he lops his arms from behind her. Thanks, Himi. He holds his arms around her waist closely. What would we do without you? Himiko blushes, then turns her head, pecking his lips. Don't know. Die probably, but don't you try to weasel your way out of paying me, lover boy, or it won't be these. She thrusts her hips back to his crotch, giving a nice teasing wiggle. Being drained at our next rendezvous. Izuku shivers. Now go on. Go call Mom and Miku, she says before giving him a longer kiss. She's in good hands, Zuku. Himiko wiggles her ripper tool hands. Have I ever hurt you or her before? I recall you did stab me when you met me. May too. He recalls teasingly. Then bite me. Himiko scoffs. I was damn near full quirkchosis when you met me. Thankfully you realized what I needed and got it. She taps the big puncture marks in his neck that are scarred up. Now the rest is history, really. Izuku shrugs as he walks into reception. And I'm glad for it. He shuts the coffin door behind him and leans on the reception desk. Where's Reiko at? He wonders. She usually works reception. Could be doing something else, he mutters as he checks his phone. No missed calls, no missed texts, no emails. He presses call Kana and waits for the phone to pick up. Who lost limbs now? First words out of Kana's mouth as she's driving again. Really? Just because one time I called and said someone lost limbs. He sighs. Did no one lose any this time? She asks seriously with a flat stare at him. Izuku clicks his tongue looking to the side. Listen, I am not saying that. So someone lost limbs and I am vindicated. Kana cuts him off with a few chuckles. Is she all right? Fine, and so am I. Kana gets quiet. Just my eye got busted, nothing serious. Bakugo, she warns him, giving him the look. He shakes his head. Would you believe it if I told you it was All Might? He chuckles nervously. Kana is quiet for a few moments. Actually yeah, I would. She agrees with a sigh, confusing the hell out of Izuku. He's got a track record of getting civvies hurt when fighting crime. The Corps and HPSC shell out money to buy the hurt's silence. I take it he paid. Izuku nods. How much? A bit north of 800k Eurodollars. Kana swerves in her car. Whoa, easy. Please don't crash, I already lost one mom. Sorry. She corrects her car. Sorry, just 800k Eurodollars. Question mark. You know how much new yen that is? That's more than I've made in the last 5 years, Bunny. Izuku blushes at his nickname. Anyway, I'm on my way home now, almost there actually. We believe the Merc is chasing something or someone. From records given to us by Arasaka, we believe it might be Momo Arasaka. Izuku's face freezes. Not sure why, but the faceless man was there and then he was fought by another legend of Night City. Morgue. The phone begins to glitch. Blah Burge. Izuku smacks his phone. Mom. He asks, the thing only getting static. Hello. He looks at the screen. Call disconnected. Coulda gone in a tunnel. Mumbles as the door chimes jingle. Hello. Welcome to Carmilla's clinic. The doctor is busy right now. Please have a seat and she will be with you when first possible. He greets warmly and kindly to the man who strides inside the clinic. Izuku squints as the man. An American. He thinks as she insects the man. No scan, just eyes. He's seen a lot of American movies because of All Might from when he was younger. You are America? He asks in broken Japanglish. The man snorts. American. He replies in perfect Japanese. Izuku blinks, slightly taken aback by it. There is an N at the end of American. Izuku sizes the Merc, clearly a Merc from his bearing up. You were at the Sludge Man, you're the guy who tossed me in Kachan. The man nods. Yes I am. Why did you follow us? Well. The man lays his hands on the desk. Izuku flicks his eyes down at them then back up. Cyberarm, black. Let's just say I got a job I have to do. Izuku tenses rapidly, adrenaline starting to pump. Though I realize it's not you. That bumbling towhead just saved you and paid for your new chrome. The man taps at his own eye. I got the same type kid. Militech. I see it. Oh, Izuku stammers. Then why did, you? His tongue has turned to lead. His adrenaline is starting to make him shake as the big man looks down on him. Non-threateningly, but he's a big guy and he's older. In a job where most die young. You're quirkless. He replies. Izuku cringes. Yeah, I heard you. So, what about it? Here to give me a piece of your mind about it. Make fun of the freak. Nope. Nothing like that kid. Morgan replies. I also heard you want to be a hero. Izuku frowns but it falls to an open mouth as the man pulls out a card. Morgan Blackhand, Nusa Underground hero and Merc. Izuku looks up at his face with wide eyes. You're a legend. I suppose. Morgan shrugs as he looks Izuku up and down. What's your beat like, kid? Done any gigs? 80 of them. Izuku replies enthusiastically, showing him his Hatsume PDA. Small time. Nothing like you, Mr. Blackhand. Morgan takes his PDA from him and looks it over. This is handy. It's got its own hand network away from the greater net hub. Good for keeping biz hidden. He muses. Who made this? My muse, the one with the chrome limbs. Izuku reports on the dot. She's back there with Doc Carmilla getting fixed and rehashed 'cause of her chrome getting kicked out of whack by All Might's punches. Morgan's jaw sets. He hit her. Dark look entered his cyber eye. No sir. His atmospheric strength punches made the tunnel we were in into a real high G-force wind tunnel. She slammed into the ceiling and got a bad concussion. Izuku waves his hands at Morgan. He paid for his damages and she's getting some new chrome from it. So we're all good. All is well. Morgan nods. Good. If she makes stuff like this, she's a valuable person to keep around. He hands the PDA back. Best make her happy, kid. Oh, I know. I'd have an angry big sister hacking my chrome if I didn't. He shivers. But why did you come to ask about me wanting to be a hero? Because kid, like you, I am quirkless. Morgan outright states it. Izuku balks. Yeah. Born without one. Never had one. Grew up around others that did and was bullied, discriminated against, beaten, the whole shebang, and at that time, there were no laws for quirkless discrimination and protection. He sighs. You know what I wanted to do when I grew up? What? Izuku blurts out. Be a hero. Just like the comic books. Just like Superman, or Spider-Man, heck even Thor or Hulk. Instead, he gestures at himself. I got me. And not a power in sight. He lays his hand back on the desk. And I know what I face is way worse now that most people have quirks now. Especially here in Asia where quirks began. I take it you're a street rat. Izuku shakes his head. You're not. I have a mom. Adoptive mom. My Izuku does his tick of rubbing his scar. My mom and dad were flatlined. Flatlined by a faceless man during the Second Corpo War. It was big news in Japan. My dad was a big lawyer. Midoriya, Morgan says, causing Izuku to look up at him. I remember, he nods. Parents slaughtered, little boy without an eye found wandering holding an All Might watch and women's bangle by Civi's then Lady Nagant, who was first on scene. Izuku gulps as he retells the spark notes of his parents' murder. Boy kept repeating the faceless man got them, he took them from me. He took them from me. Yeah, I am that kid. Izuku gulps. That kid is me, I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. He greets softly. The kid whose parents got slaughtered as a message. Morgan's eye softens. Are you still living with Kana? Izuku nods. She, officially was able to adopt me last year. He smiles. I'm officially her son now. That girl, always so tender-hearted beneath that cold exterior. Morgan rolls his eye. You know my mom. Izuku asks. Sure sounds like he does. Fought each other. First, second, Corpo Wars, waiting for this time around now, not supposed to be in Japan you see. Heart of Militech. Izuku's eyes widen. I hope you aren't thinking of snitching. Izuku rapidly shakes his head. Zipping his lips. Morgan grins. Good lad. He pats Izuku's head. Wow. He rubs his hair. Fluffy top. Broccoli boy. I didn't know she fought you. Izuku blushes as Morgan Blackhand pats his head like he's a young boy. It doesn't help that Izuku is really fanboying out. Especially hard as Morgan Blackhand is quirkless. His quirk has been the stuff of legend for years. Just like All Might's. No concrete deets, just rumors. Izuku is probably the person alive still that knows that Morgan Blackhand is quirkless. Heck, most of the legends of Night City have quirks. Atom Smasher and his inhuman tolerance. Hence why he became Borg. Or Andrew Wayland and his master of combat quirk. Alt Cunningham, Rach Bartmoss, Johnny Silverhand, all of them have amazing and powerful quirks or did have amazing quirks as many are dead. Though two constants of speculation. What is Morgan Blackhand's quirk? What is All Might's quirk? Now Izuku knows one of the secrets of the universe. Wait, but, he gasps. You're a hero. His eyes widen. Without a quirk. Morgan huffs air out his nose. Little slow on the uptake, broccoli top. He sniffs, rubbing under his nose. Yeah, no quirk, legendary merc hero, and I came to give you a proposal. He takes a deep breath. You impressed me, runt, of all the people at that scene. It was you, this quirkless little man, who acted in the face of adversity in the presence of 4 or 5 pro heroes who sat on their asses and did just that, sat there. You're spurred into action to go save that ungrateful Pomeranian. Izuku snorts. Without a care of your own safety and that kid. He taps Izuku's chest. That takes guts, stones, and heart. Most legends I know show signs of it when a kid, and it goes one or two ways. They freely jump into danger to get ahead, or they just simply have the ambition. Out of the two, the ones who jump freely are the better off and become legends retold for generations to come. You moved without thinking, didn't you? Other than to set May down. He answers. Other than to set your mainline down. Morgan revises. That's what happened, right? You jumped freely in to go get your friend. Prove yourself, make your mark, get your name out there. Izuku nods, clutching at his bangle and watch. Then I believe we have the makings of our second quirkless hero before our very eyes. Izuku burst into happy tears. Morgan guffaws as Izuku's tear ducts act like fire hydrants. What the foo? He watches as the floor rapidly turns wet. All right, he's gonna flood the building. Whoa kid, watch the tears. You're gonna shrivel and turn into a mummy before getting to the top. Izuku wipes his face. Shuri I juiced. No one but Mom or May or Himi, or Toshian, and just not many think HSSS I can do it. He bawls. I am just. A legend tall me I can do it. He snivels as he forces himself to calm down. It just really, he thinks back to after the doctor's appointment. The only people other than those 3 that thought I could were my mom and dad. The rest of them, he takes a deep breath. Told me to stop dreaming, be realistic, don't shoot for those stars, it won't work. He wipes his face with his sleeve. So you saying it and just existing. Yeah. He gets quieter and quiet as he just bawled in front of Morgan. Thing Blackhand, kill him now. Morgan stares before chuckling at Izuku. You're a hero fanboy, ain't ya? No, Izuku bluntly says. Morgan blinks. But can you sign this notebook? Also a closet otaku. Morgan whips out his pen made of spaceship metal and signs his John Hancock in the boy's notebook. Bracing through the squeal of the century. What's going on out here? The coffin door opens and out peeks Himiko, who quietly stares at Morgan Blackhand. She closes the door, then opens it again. She shuts her eyes, pinches herself, then opens them again. Then she bites her own arm. Okay. Her arm bites heel as she licks them. Not quirkchosis or cyberpsychosis. Am I just hallucinating Morgan fucking Blackhand in my clinic then? She looks at Izuku. Am I? Please say yes. Sorry, but that would make me a liar, Himi. Izuku does jazz hands. This is Morgan Blackhand in the flesh. All 3 turn to the door as Kana stops in the doorway. Morgan turns to face her as Kana is mid-step, 1 foot in the door, 1 outside it. Hi. She blurs, then an elbow has entered Morgan Blackhand's face space where he is rocked right into the back wall of the clinic as Kana's fist shoots out an empty shell. Nah. Morgan walks out of the wall indent and smoke without a scratch. Nice to see you again. Can't say the same, Morgan. She twirls her hair and pulls another round off it. Only for her hair to grow back as she loads her hand again. Are you here to apologize or? She levels her arm at him. We gonna have to settle the score like old time's sake. Mom. Wah. This is a matter between me and him. Kana says hotly at Izuku. Well, actually, Morgan ducks under her bullet. Can we not try and kill each other right now? I said I was sorry. Sorry ain't gonna cut it. Kana rushes him, throwing kicks, punches, elbows, even a headbutt. The headbutt connects because that was unexpected entirely. Morgan's head rears back because of it, letting Kana hook her leg on him and toss him into the wall. Himiko and Izuku have retreated through the coffin door. Oh, there he is, May says as the building shakes. So what's going on out there? She gestures with a stump. You getting raided again, Himiko? No, it's just Morgan Blackhand and Mom fighting. Izuku blurts out deliriously as he collapses at the foot of her ripperdoc seat, on the footrest. I don't know why, but it feels like they know each other from other than what he said. Himiko nods as she whimpers and whines. My reception area, she beeps, stupid Blackhand and Kana. Did you say Morgan Blackhand? May blurts using a controller to move the seat recliner to sit up. As in Night City Morgan Blackhand. Militech Blackhand. Atom Smasher's rival Morgan Blackhand. Legend of Night City Morgan Blackhand. Yup. Izuku answers listlessly as he goes into system shock. His eyes going dark. That's. He falls over. RGHT, he breathes out as his eyes close. The 15th of July 2010. 10 p.m. Musutafu. Kana was on patrol, running rooftop to rooftop, keeping an eye out for any would-be non-corp or group-affiliated mercs, heroes, vigilantes. Then the people labeled villains for some reason or another. Core don't like them, political dissonance, crimes of all natures. Most are not innocent in the slightest, they're the worst of the worst, but every so often, a good person gets thrown in Tartarus to dangle or burn just by being labeled a villain or having a villainous quirk. Vigilantes and villains tread a fine line really. The only reason vigilantes get a bad rap is because they don't have their hero license, and are using unaffiliated and unregistered usage of their quirk, or whatever, and mostly fight the mega core. Also, vigilantes are mostly nomads. Hate corpos, hate government. Live free and as they see fit. Hence why they're called edge runners. So it's mostly about control. It's all just a big ol' racketeering effort that doubles as a money printer too. People love heroes, since they are all cop, lawman rocker boys. At least, the ones who are public-oriented. Unlike herself, she stops at the edge of a roof, crouching down at it, looking down at the street below for anything. Her eyes scanning each person she sees. Nothing from anyone in the database. Nothing major. Just some drugs, some theft, nothing egregious. Agent Tsutsumi proceed to Sector H, a call from a concerned citizen. She taps her earpiece, holding it to hear better as dispatch talks to her. About a young child wandering the neighbor, screaming and crying. Child is presumed wounded by his blood footprints. Respond as confirmation of orders. Roger. Kana nods. Sector H, crying child, presumed wounded, any other deets? She waits for the response. Young boy, toddler. Citizen is now with him and he is repeating, they took them from me. They took them from me. No other details. Proceed to Sector H. Kana stands up from the edge and front flips to the street below, landing easily on her feet, running towards Sector H, a real good side of town. She thinks it's owned by some prestigious big-name law firm. Basically a company town inside the greater city. She quite easily reaches it and is apparently first to the scene. She follows her directions to where the call originated from. Finding a woman holding a little boy covered in blood. Oh, thank goodness. The woman says relievedly. I found him just wandering the streets. It's all right, ma'am. I've got it from here. Can you tell me which way he came from? She asks as she checks the little boy. She presses her earpiece. I am gonna need trauma team here on the double. Little boy is missing an eye and I suspect there will be more casualties as the investigation proceeds. They took them from me, the boy slurs. Mom, Dad, took from me. Can you tell me where you live, sweetie? Kana asks the boy, who looks up at her with his blank one-eyed stare. He's been traumatized. Can you tell me your name? Took them from me, he repeats. Kana's face falls as he holds the bangle and watch in his little arms so much tighter. Took them from me. She checks the back of his shirt. Parents of kids this young tend to mark their name in them, or their pants, or their undies. Izuku, Midoriya. She reads from the chicken scratch on his undies as trauma team arrives and rush over. Here he is. Use my plan if you have to. The trauma team man shakes his head after scanning. No need, he's platinum. Izuku Midoriya, age 4. Address 250 Yamcha Street, Musutafu. Parents Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. Kana took off in that direction with the other trauma team AV. Rushing to the house with the open door and blood footprints coming out and turning the way back to where Izuku is. Kana breaches the door and house with the trauma team. Injuries incompatible with life. one of the medical says as they entered into a bloodbath. Limbs and organs, blood-slick walls, ceiling, and floors. Kana looks around with horrified eyes. This is worse than the first Corpo War's trenches, she was there. What kind of monster? She whispers horrified as she looks around the scene, trying desperately to keep it nearly untouched, but there's so much blood. She didn't realize a body could have this much blood. She exhales and turns her head away from the mantle. Found the heads. One of the medics says as they shine their lights at the mantle. Inko and Hisashi's heads sat on the mantelpiece with words scrawled in blood. No more litigation, or become like them. Then the cards. One to Konpeki, one from the quirk thief. Kana had to take a smoke as more heroes and cops showed up. She sat to the side, head in her hand, smoking. Hey, Kana looks up. It bad. A slender and tall, pale-skinned man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hangs in front of his face and half-opened black eyes. He sports a baggy black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that tuck into his boots. He also wears a utility belt and his signature wrap scarf. Is it bad, Eraser? She scoffs. There's no bodies left, just their heads wrapped up like some awful mantelpiece with their insides. She looks back down, taking a puff. It's awful, I've never seen such a thing like this. Any motive, from the words on the wall, to stop the litigation against the Shigaraki organization. They already lost the face, so expect this to be swept under the rug. Quickly now. Aizawa exhales tiredly. Great. He pinches his nose. What about the kid? Did he see the perp? Kana looks over at Izuku, who is sitting in the AV holding the watch and bangle, being treated. Traumatized. Just keeps repeating. They took them from me, they took them from me, sometimes adding, Mom, Dad, took them from me. What are we gonna do with him? He doesn't have any family, all he had was his parents. Aizawa scans. Off to an Arasaka orphanage or the streets. Aizawa. Can't. Kana stands. Can we do anything more? I mean, we can't just abandon the kid. Morality. From you. Aizawa blinks. What a shock, Miss HPSC assassin. You know I don't have a choice. She grits out at him. They made the offer so I couldn't refuse. As I've heard. Aizawa crosses his arms on his chest. So far as I know, nothing now unless they want someone to look after him and keep him safe. If that's the case, he'll be placed with you as you were first on scene. That's usually how it goes. That's how I got Hitoshi. How is Hitoshi? She asks as she drops the butt of her cigarette on the ground, snuffing it out. Izuku's eyes shoot open, looking up at the ceiling. He groans as he looks left. To Mei and his desk with his action figure shelf. Then he turns right, to Himiko and the wall with his hero and merc posters. Tons and tons of hero merch. Lots from Night City, lots of the pros from Japan. All Might and Morgan Blackhand are quite dominant, but there's at least a poster or figurine for most pros and legends. Johnny Silverhand, Alt, Rogue, Andrew Wayland, heck even one of Atom Smasher. Then there's his bookshelf of quirk analysis, hero analysis, and villain analysis. With quirk theories, cyberware ideas, support gear technical stuff, weapons catalogs, and his stash of BDs of Midnight, Uwabami and the NSFW hero merch. Though that's hidden throughout his room. Though he's no brain potato. He occasionally uses a BD. He just collects the BDS some of them make, just collects, he swears. His biggest stuff though, Lady Nagant, it cost him swaths of new yen to get it all, figurines, posters, plushies. He refused to get the NSFW stuff because, that's his mom. That's just weird. He even has stuff from when she was the poster child of Japanese Army Special Forces with her gun quirk. He inhales softly as he shimmies out of bed. He's gotta pee. He silently gets out of his room, to voices in the kitchen. He can't hear them so well as he creeps down the hall, they get louder. Quote. Kana. Morgan's voice ends as he gets close. I see you've done okay since then though. He says, looking at her in the kitchen as his eye scan stops. Kid's awake. Yeah, well, not everyone can be such a legend. She bites back as she pours some real coffee powder in the machine to work. Why did you trail my son? She hits a few buttons and does a few more settings for the machine to brew. Because of what he did to save his buddy from a slime villain. Despite being quirkless, like me. Morgan answers while still looking around the very warm and cozy, homely apartment. It's not part of a big hab block like most people. It's an apartment from an old apartment block. So it's still got real wood and other amenities in it. Probably a canapé. Still the world doesn't know about it, just me, you, and now Izuku, huh? Kana says as she picks up the saucers and cups of coffee. Yeah, just a few more in Nusa and thanks. He pauses as she sets his coffee down in front of him. For not telling anyone. Yeah well, think of it as my residual feelings stubbornly refusing to die. She grumbles as she sits down and begins to stir her coffee with a spoon. Why did you do it? Adding some synth cream and sugar to taste. What? Morgan just drinks his coffee black. Don't play games with me. She says loudly in Russian. You know what? She growls in Japanese. It's not like I wanted to, Kana. Morgan sips his coffee humming as the smooth bitterness pleases the senses. Still make good coffee. He says, swirling the cup in his black hand. Don't dodge the answer. Tell me why you just left. Kana demands. We talked about our dreams. Our aspirations. Then you just went up and back to Night City. All I could do was sit here and watch from afar. Morgan exhales through his nose. City's like a siren, Kana. He inhales. Its song just draws you to it. He answers. The atmosphere, the people, it's like a drug. A drug you can never get enough of and never will. It's the city of dreams, Kana, and I dreamt of it. It called to me, sung its siren song at me. So you loved a city, more than me. Izuku's eyes widen. Right, so I was just what? A joy toy for you then. Because clearly Morgan Allen Blackhand, you would marry that city if you could. Morgan winces at her tone. She sounds so hurt. Seeing as I just helped nuke AHQ, I can't be going back anytime soon. Kana freezes up as does Izuku. Then there's the other reason I'm here. I'm looking for the guy who's handing out quirks like Dorfin lace through these clinics. Morgan slides a note across the table at Kana. Rumors are there's a man who can give and take quirks out there. Morgan inhales sharply. I think those rumors are true. Kana looks at the poster he put on the table, reaching out to grab it. This is from Shigaraki.org. Those quirk habilitation clinics. They say that Quirkless can unlock late-bloomed quirks from these places. Though it's wildly expensive, only the Quirkless corpos can afford it. That's what they say. They just unlock quirks hidden away. Despite having the extra toe joint and the other indicators, they'll never have a quirk or get a quirk factor. Morgan sips more of his coffee. Or the fact that some heroes and mercs in Night City have been found dead. Data wiped, organs harvested, quirk stolen. Kana looks up at him from the poster. You heard me, quirk stolen. How do you know that? Handy dandy David Shield and Dexter Dobbs on Island. Morgan replies as he pours himself more coffee from the pot Kana brewed for them. Him and Dobbs made a machine that could and can detect quirks. As in a quirk factor stimulator, it's actually quite new, and uses specific electrical impulses to see if the blood or tissue's underlying quirk factor responds or not. If it responds, then we know for sure that you have an active quirk factor. Morgan explains. We figured to use it on a few up-and-comers as they very apparently lost their quirk somehow. Even a mutant became like me or your kid. How's that possible? Kana mutters under her breath, looking back at the poster. What's the connection? She taps the poster. Why show me this? Because those same up-and-comers' quirks were cited here. He gestures around. In Japan, and the one thing that links this all. He taps the poster. They went to a Shigaraki habilitation clinics. Freshest name on this list is a French-Japanese kid named Aoyama. Late bloomer, he got a quirk called Naval Laser. There was a girl in Night City, sweet girl, timid, shy, but could run the net, next coming of Alt Cunningham even. She takes a job from some unknown fixer called Tenko. Lo and behold, a few days after her job, dead. Organs gone, blood gone, chrome gone, quirk gone, just a shell, a husk left to rot in some alleyway. First thought it was some scaver gang, but Morgan shakes his head. They got the cyberware, but they didn't kill her. Looked for witnesses of the body dump. Cameras cut film around the time she was dumped. Any live eyes? Kana squints. Morgan nods. There was, and her words pointed me toward Shigaraki Organization, or Arasaka, and possibly Detonate, one of those three. Trifecta of evil. Kana shivers. Morgan nods at her, chuckling to himself as he sips coffee. So who was your first lead? Can't be Arasaka now, since you know Momo Arasaka almost faulting because of the gonk quirk thief. Yeah, I don't thinks it's Arasaka either, much to my chagrin, but my first lead is All Might. Morgan answers bluntly. Rumors have been started that he's looking to. The apartment doorbell rings. Morgan glances at Kana as he looks toward the door. Expecting callers this late. Kana looks toward the door too. No, she pulls around from her hair and loads it in her palm. Morgan purses his lips and reaches to his side, getting his Colt in his hand as Kana goes toward the front door. Kana walks to the peephole and peers through. She makes this grunt of confusion, then looks back at Izuku, who is slinking back to his room. Then forward again and opens the door. Hello. Who are you? Kana asks the skeletal man wearing a pinstripe suit. The man turns away from the balcony toward Kana, where his piercing blue eyes startle the hell out of her. They are intense, and then his dark sclera. It's not chrome, that's natural. Yes, hello, are you Miss Midoriya? No, Kana answers bluntly. She's dead. The man's mouth opens. Are you looking for Izuku? He's the only Midoriya left. Well, see, about that, yes I am. I'm from the All Might Heroics Agency, and All Might told me he had a run-in with a boy and a girl earlier with a sludge villain, and he wished to extend his deepest apologies for the harm he's done and offer the boy something more than what was already given. Your name? Toshinori Yagi. He answers while holding out a business card to Kana, who takes it and reads it. May I come in? Kana hands his card back and shuts the door, opening the door chain and opening it more. Come on in. He's resting right now as his cyber eye acclamation short-circuited some brain chem. I'll go get him, please. She gestures at the living room. Have a seat, Mr. Yagi. Please, just, Toshinori. Yagi answers as takes his shoes off and enters the homely apartment. Smells of coffee and good food. It's warm and pleasant, a slice of heaven these days. Yagi enters the living room with pictures, a TV, and extensive music player with speakers. So that's why this is a double wide. He now sees the whole locked-tight room with weapon displays and ammo, including a hero costume in there. He looks around and freezes for a few moments, seeing the man just staring at him in silence, sipping coffee. Oh, why, hello there. Yagi clears his throat. Forgive my intrusion. He bows. No intrusion. American. New York. Brooklyn. So you're from All Might's agency. Yagi nods. See, I've got a question I've been dying to know, and I am sure you can humor me. I hope you don't mind. Oh no, ask away. I can answer any and all questions, Mr. Morgan. Well, Mr. Morgan, what's your question? Yagi smiles warmly. How come All Might is never seen after a certain time? Most of the time he's seen 3 hours nowadays, then not a sighting or a peep out of him. Then there's the netrunners talking about seeing him cough blood or starting to physically steam. Yaga's face twitches. Is there something wrong, All Might? No, is there something wrong, All Might? Yagi sighs. Damn it. He mutters in English. Got me again. Morgan nods with an amsued smile tugging at his lips. So that's your name. Toshinori Yagi. Good to know. Good to know. Morgan lays his head on his black hand. Your OPSEC is getting worse, you know that, right? I know, Blackhand. Yagi grits out. What are you doing in Japan? Yagi drops the game as he folds his arms. Shouldn't you be in Nusa? Morgan shakes his head and flicks out a playing card. Seems familiar to you. Yaga's face hardens as he sees the playing card in Morgan's hand. I got 10 of them. He fans them out in his fingers like a playing card trick. Others have more back in Night City. But I killed him. Squashed his head like a watermelon. You were there. Apparently not good enough. Morgan replies. Heroes are losing their quirks and winding up dead in Night City. Now I was sent after the debacle of AHQ by Prez Crest to figure this out so we don't lose any more valuable assets. He shrugs. And a suicide, since you know, Japan is Arasaka land. So why are you here? Here. I had a thin He had a thing with me that he abandoned for that stupid shitty city. Kana says, stanced up like a typical mom ready to scold some idiot kid's ass. Arms crossed, feet shoulder width apart and the signature mom glare. Both your OPSEC is awful, did you just forget we're here? Kana gestures at Izuku and Mei with Himiko peeking around the corner. Oh, both men grunt then look rather sheepish. Right. Why is All Might a skeleton? Am I still badly concussed? Mei rubs her eyes and blinks to see if he changes. Am I going cyberpsycho? She looks at her new limbs. Please don't tell me I am going cyberpsycho, I have so many babies to make. No. Yagi coughs blood as he waves his hands. So many babies to make. This Yagi starts to puff up in a poof of smoke. This is All Might. I am here. In your apartment. Himiko groans and hands Izuku some physical Nuyen coins. Stupid nerd. She grumbles. Izuku grins as he bites the coin at her. She just hisses at him. What did you exchange money for? Well, why are you yelling? Kana replies, shouting as loud as All Might is. Or are you just always this loud? All Might goes up in smoke and coughs blood into his hand. Everyone gets concerned. Himiko steps into the living room and scans him. Oh my god. She whispers, horrified as her eyes go back yellow from the scan. What happened to you? Yagi looks at Himiko catching the rainbow of the scan. I forget my normal suits don't block scanning unlike my hero's suit. He sighs. It's a long story. We got time, Morgan answers. Since they've all been dragged into this whole Fubar debacle and, Morgan looks at Izuku. He deserves to know, his parents were victims of him too. Yagi looks at Izuku, who seems confused. What's going on? Izuku asks, looking at the three adults. What has he just stumbled into? Well, Yagi clicks his tongue. What do you know about the Faceless King, Demon Lord, the Quirk Thief, the symbol of evil? A year after the Midoriya family massacre. The 14th of April 2011. Musutafu Arasaka, home for orphans of the Corporate Wars No. 4. Izuku. The little boy looks up from where he was drawing with crayons. Drawing the man that haunts his dreams. That inky face, the white hair, the featurelessness, the big man. Yeah, he asks the lady helper before going back to drawing. Rubbing his eye patch for a few seconds as the phantom pawn makes his eye hurt. Miss Kana is here to see you. Izuku's head snaps up at the orphanage helper and drops his crayons as Kana comes into the room, peeking around the corner. She smiles at him. Hey kiddo. She crouches down as he rushes her and leaps into her arms. She giggles as he cheers and shouts in excitement. You being good for the nannies. Izuku MHMMS. Kana nods. That was what she was told. He's been good, quiet, reserved, and filled with night terrors, but otherwise no behavior problems. So what was this about punching another kid I am told about? Other than a short schoolyard spat again. This is after he got into a fight with his friend Katsuki and the other two boys and Mei. Thankfully or fortunately, the damages to Mei offset the damages to the kid. All kids involved minus Mei got in heaps of trouble. Katsuki got it the worst as he quite literally ruined her prosthesis. His mom was pissed. Honestly, she feared for his young life. She's some hotshot corpo executive of Fujiwara in the stocks department. Though she also owns her own clothing business and designs with her husband. Kana had to use her trauma team package for the Tsubasa boy. He's at hospital, in a coma, on life support. Izuku fucked him up real good. The other boy with the finger extenders broke a few of them and found out the drawback of his quirk. If he loses part of his extendo finger when it comes back to normal size, that chunk of finger is gone. So he's lost 2 or 3 fingers because Izuku bit and bashed them just a teensy bit too much. Izuku is almost hyper-aggressive. Most people don't get it. He was such a sweet boy, wouldn't harm a fly, wanted to be a hero to save everyone. Be just like All Might. Then his parents got flatlined before his very eyes and the butcher took his eye as a trophy. Kana gets it, understands it completely. Her parents got butchered mostly the same way but by Organiskaya, the Russian mob, because her father was not the brightest edge runner. Then they just kinda took her and yeah, she is where she is now because of that. Izuku winces and gulps, tapping his fingers together. the two big gold cuff and watch jingling as he does, his foot starting to bounce lightly. Well they were bullying May because of her chrome, calling her a defective freak, a robot monster, he says softly. She started to cry and You got into a fist fight. Kana sighs as she looks at his face, moving it with her fingers to look at her. You can't keep doing this, buddy, she softly scolds him as he's gained a new scar. From his chin across his nose. His scars remind Kana of, she frowns, shooting that thought in the face. You hurt another kid really bad again. I know. Izuku's shoulders droop. Are you mad at me? He asks while snuggling up to her like it'll soften the blow. She takes a deep breath as she sits with him in a chair. She can't help but play with his Suoff FFFTTTT curls. They're so soft. No, I'm not mad. She answers while twirling a curl on his head like she does to make a bullet from hers. I'm just a little disappointed. You know the talk we had after Tsubasa. Izuku nods against her chest, already tearing up. But that talk makes me a hypocrite. Izuku leans off her a little to look in her face as she cups her hands on his cheeks. So, I did a few things. Kana's smile softens. How would you like to come live with me? Izuku gasps. Live with a real hero. Kana nods. Will I be able to see Uncle Aizawa and the others too? Kana giggles at his budding excitement as he gets all bouncy and a bad case of excitement wiggles. Yes you will. She replies, trying to keep him from vibrating all across the whole room. I think that's a yes. Yeah, I can be a sidekick, hooray. Izuku jumps and cheers across the room. Kana just watches him go, smiling and laughing at the little boy. 10 years ago, Arasaka Elementary School number 209. Aldera District, Musudafu. Whack, and stay down. Izuku shouts over the crowd of gathered elementary kids. His knuckles cracked and bloodied, kids going wild and cheering, shouting and yelling, all gathered around in the recess yard in a circle. Izuku stands over yet another kid who now lies bloodied and broken at his feet, beaten unconscious. He rubs at his facial scars as he reaches down and yanks his eye patch away from the kid. Told you to give it back. He snorts up a big loogie and spits it on the kid. Asshat. The crowd gets really quiet all of a sudden as a heavy presence makes itself known right behind him. The school gates creak, being heard in the silence. Izuku freezes as a familiar clearing of the throat is heard. Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku sweats massive bullets all of a sudden as he shakily turns head down, shifting foot to foot as the other kids run for the hills. He wrings his hands in front of himself. Look up at me. Izuku shakes his head. Izuku. She warns. He gulps and forces himself to look up at Kana as she looms over him, her upper body shadowed because of the sun, her eyes dull as she flicks them at the boy on the ground. What's going on here? She asks rhetorically. Are you fighting for some pocket yen again? Izuku shakes his head no, but can't find his voice. Then why are you beating him? Kana's Eastern European burr shines into her voice. May comes to the rescue. Kechi took his eye patch, she says, rushing up to them. Her prosthetics clinking and clanking as she does. He burned it, saying he was an Oni, a quirkless freak Oni. We tried to ask the teachers for help, but they just called him a quirkless freak and me a defective Borg. Is that true, Izuku? Izuku holds up his eye patch and sure enough it's mostly just burnt cloth now. Kana takes it from him to look at it as teachers come rushing from where they were. Where's the principal at? She says, partially clotheslining a teacher as others attend to the beat-up kid. Well, Kana turns to look at the woman, causing her to shiver from the look in her eyes. I'll take you to him right away. The teacher revises on the fly. That would be great, thank you. Kana snaps, pointing to her side. May and Izuku follow after her obediently. May holding Izuku's hand as they go toward the principal's office. Not an uncommon walk for these two or a few other rambunctious and unruly kids. Sit, Kana says to them, pointing at the chairs across the hall from the principal's office. Another friend of theirs has already taken a seat as they sit, and Kana disappears into the office. The door shutting hard behind her, part of the wall cracked. Izuku turns his good eye toward the other kid sitting there twiddling his thumbs. A taller kid with messy indigo-colored hair that flares out in large tufts around his head, notably straight teeth. His eyes are purple with white pupils and are rather thin and somewhat triangular, pointing downward, with no visible eyelashes. As usual they are half closed with dark eye bags underneath them. Hey Toshi. Izuku waves with Mei. Hitoshi Shinso. An unfortunate circumstances much like Mei and Izuku. Parents tossed him to the streets unable or unwilling to care for him. Got picked up by Eraser Hero. Eraser Head, Aizawa Shota, who, much like Kana or Kana much like him took Hitoshi under his wing or into his sleeping bag is more apt. Hi Zuku. Hey Mei. He glances over at the two then at Izuku's hands. Got into a fight again. Yeah, Izuku nods with a grim-sounding sigh. Kenshi took my eye patch. Then he smacked a girl that told him it wasn't nice. Then he called me a quirkless freak and an oni. Then he burned my eye patch. Izuku lists off. Sounds like he deserved it. Hitoshi mumbles as he twiddles his thumbs, rolling them around each other. He did. Mei giggles. It was pretty funny to watch him try to fight back. How do you fight so good without having a quirk, Izuku? Mom teaches me, Uncle Aizawa too, and some other heroes and Merc's mom works with. Izuku replies, it helps with my aggression and it's therapy for. He gets quiet and touches his face. You know. Still think you can be a hero? Hitoshi asks out of the blue after they listen to Kana ripping into the principal. Even without a quirk. Izuku doesn't respond to him. Still doesn't respond after Kana takes them all home early. Hitoshi went back to Aizawa, Mei to Miku and now he is in the backseat of the car. Rolling the cuff and watch on his arm. Mom. Kana looks in the rearview mirror. Yeah, Zuku. She asks concernedly. What's wrong? You gotta go to the bathroom. No. He shakes his head. She just raises a brow at him then. Do you think I can be a hero, like you, without a quirk? Kana looks back at the road, silent for a while. Izuku waits all that time expecting an answer but, I do. Kana answers after a while as he was slowly getting more and more hopeless. I do know you can be a hero, a merc, a legend, without a quirk. She pulls to the side of the road and turns to look at him after putting the car in park. She looks around the windows then her mouth moves without words. No a legend, without a quirk. She forces out. Izuku's eyes widened. I can't tell you who it is because it's a big hush-hush secret but he's really famous and people think he has this amazing quirk. She winks, putting a finger by her lips. He doesn't have one, and he's a legend in Night City. She reaches out and cups his cheek as he tears up. So yes, Izuku, you can be a hero without a quirk. Then came the full Three Gorge Dam Break Part 3 waterworks with his fire hydrants of tears. Present. The 30th of July 2023. 1 week after AHQ bombing. Midoriya Tsutsumi apartment, Musutafu Kanapt High-Rise, Musutafu, Japan. Izuku's jaw sets. He's a legend, a myth, the boogeyman of Japan. Worse than Atom Smasher they say and he's untouchable, untraceable, immortal. He's been around with quirks since their beginning, maybe even before. Killed countless people, a mastermind of a fixer and merc. Izuku folds his arms. Killed my parents too. Slaughtered them and did this. He gestures at his face. They say they locked him up but, Izuku shakes his head. That man they threw in Tartarus to incinerate wasn't him. Morgan huffs as Kana and the other four take a seat at the kitchen table or on the couch. Izuku, Mei, and Himiko on the couch all over each other. Are you three together? More of a friends with Bennis situation. Though I am more partial to the other boy toy of the group. Himiko answers before the other two. All three helped me out with a major head case of quirkchosis but you can ask later, we're talking about this symbol of evil guy. Kana nods in agreement with Himiko. You can ask about his relations when you find a girlfriend, Yagi. Yagi coughs out liters of blood. Well, I've been busy. I'm sure I can find one. It's not too late. Aren't you still a, what's that make you, old man? He sips the dregs of his coffee. It ain't a wizard anymore. Morgan teases making Yagi slam his face on the table. Grand wizard. Master wizard. Heck a lich maybe. Yagi groans as Morgan chuckles. Wait. Hold on. You know All Might. Izuku cries out throwing his hands in the air. And you didn't tell me. Though him, Mei and Himiko have the same though All Might is a. Isn't he old enough to be their grandpa? It's not like I could, Izuku. I got all sorts of contracts and stipulations I have to follow, or it's off to Tartarus for me and then the ropes, remember? She reminds him. Oh. Right. Izuku grimaces, shutting his mouth. Oh god, Kana. Morgan grabs his face. What the hell did you do? What corp? HPSC. She corrects him. Got caught in some bad biz after you went back to Night City, slated to be executed for it. She answers. Got offered a contract. If I took it, I lived and became a hero for them, an assassin with very little freedom to do my own biz. If I hadn't, well, it was doing the dangle dance in Tartarus or the firebox tango. Heck, they probably would have borgified me for a scene experiment. Ah. Yagi mumbles, rubbing his chin. I remember. You killed a corpo politician with ties to the Meta Liberation Army, he recalls. Killed him because he was paying scavvers to find Quirkless only to eliminate and take their bodies apart. Kana says, then glancing at Izuku. I don't take kindly to Quirkless discrimination. She then looks at Morgan. Despite the optics, she lifts her sleeve and exposes her army tattoo branded on her shoulder. Brothers and sisters in arms. The GSDF-SFGP icon, Spetsnaz icon, and her call sign. Lady Nagant branded there along with a newish HPSC-12 as she rolled her sleeve back down. Quirked or not, HPSC being just like Arasaka's. Good. We need more people to think like you. He looks back at Izuku for a few moments, then away. The symbol of evil. He takes a deep breath. No one knows who he is, where he came from, who he works for, or even if he's human. All I know is that he has been around since the days of Sasai Arasaka. Possibly before. Quirks haven't been around that long though. Mei speaks up as she stops fiddling with her new arms and hands. That's well over 160 years. The cutting-edge top and best chrome and healthcare eddies and yen can buy can't keep someone alive that long. Heck, Emperor Saburo is 104 and he's probably gonna die soon. Everyone violently shushes her and Izuku puts his hands on her mouth. I'm sure Emperor Saburo will always be in good health. Long live Saburo, Izuku says, looking at all the Arasaka products. Everyone else praises Saburo and Akasaka, sucking up to them. They wait a few minutes expecting an Arasaka re-education squad. Thankfully, no AV or Saka troops busting in. Izuku lets out a huge exhale of relief. Don't say shit like that, Mei. You know what happened to Aoi. Mie shivers. Oh, huh. Her new shiny chrome can shiver too. Right. That's pretty neat. Yagi fixes his shirt and tie as he looks around. Please, no more interruptions. The symbol of evil. Records have him going back to the days of Sasai, when quirks started to develop. Despite the first quirk being recorded officially in keikei shortly after WW2 in 1946 with the bioluminescent baby, and the entire time, the symbol of evil has been in the dark, working and manipulating behind the curtains for who knows how long, and there have been those fighting him since then, the people who developed quirks first. The ones that the comic books wrote about, their inspirations. Yagi looks around. The first superheroes. Yeah, that's bullshit. Izuku interrupts bluntly. You got a source to back that up? I do. Yagi nods. My quirk, one for all, belonged to the symbol of evil's brother, and it passed through other heroes that were handed the torch. The tabloids like to guess my power is super strength or power boost, and I avoid the answer by jokes as All Might. The symbol of peace has to come off as a natural-born hero. He inhales. But my quirk, it was passed down to me like the Olympic torch. Passed down to you, really? Izuku mutters. Yes, and now, Yagi stands and points at him. It may be your turn. I believe you're worthy of inheriting my power. He says. I saw how you rushed into action to save your friend, how you risked life and limb for him. That is a trait of a hero and a legend in the making. He says, kinda like how Morgan did. So how does this work? One for all, Himiko pipes up, not believing this at all. The first person cultivates the power and then passes it to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. In this way, those crying out to be saved and those with brave and true hearts link to form a crystalline network of power. So, Izuku buzzes. Me. Yagi nods. Why? Quote. I've been searching for a successor for a long while now. And I believe that you are worthy. You may be quirkless, a mere hero admirer. Morgan frowns deeply. But, back there you were more heroic than anyone else, sans Mr. Blackhand here. Yagi shrugs. But of course it depends on you, what do you say? Everyone turns to look at Izuku. Especially as he throws his arms on the back of the couch, his face twitching in thought as his lips move a million miles a minute as a diatribe of word vomit falls from his lips. Uh-oh, the word machines broke again. May giggles as she looks up from the little bird drone she's made. Just as most birds are. She squints at it. You're already spying on me, aren't you? The bird squints back at her. She snorts and puts it up on her head to nest. Izuku moves his arm over his eyes to rub his face as his scars begin to itch and feel irritated. He's told me so much, he's divulged his secrets to me. Do I have a reason to deny him? He moves his arm to look at All Might. Find someone else, he says firmly as he stares. I don't need a quirk. Yeah, I do. A quick answer I expected nothing. All Might blinks. No, he repeats like he wasn't expecting no. Kaina's lips twitch as she tries to hide her smile. That's her boy. Morgan squints at the kid. He would have killed for the chance at a quirk, especially at his age. Here in Japan too, he would have taken it in a heartbeat. I don't need one to show the world that I have value, that I have worth, that, he snorts. That I am here. He inhales deeply. I don't think a quirk is what makes a hero or a legend a legend. I believe it's hard work, determination, and perseverance. He says, I don't want to be number one, I want to be one of the greats, a legend with others. Leave my mark on the world, leave my name in the story books. Become a hero by my own merit and not with a crutch called a quirk. Become a hero under all this adversity and persevere through it to become a symbol for those people's dreams without any hope. That if I could make it, they can too. So no, I don't want your quirk. I don't need your quirk. I've been 17 years without one, I can go the next 17, 50, or 100 without it. I've made it this long without one, what's a few more years without one? All Might's mouth opens in astonishment as Kaina's lips form into the biggest, brightest, proud smile. Morgan seems impressed. May is smiling while hugging him and Himiko nods, giving him a fist bump. Sorry if that's not what you were expecting and you came all this way for nothing, but I have to refuse your offer, it's not who I want to be. Yagi closes his mouth. No, he answers grinning. It's a good reason. A very fine reason and one I wish to help you with. I'll find a separate successor, but I wish to help you attain that goal, if you'd let me. Izuku is now having his turn to be shocked. You want to mentor me? Yagi nods. Really? He exhales in disbelief. Indeed I do. You impress me, young man, and Yagi opens his pocket, taking a picture from his wallet. I owe an old friend a great deal of repayment. He shows a picture in his wallet. May gasps as Izuku's eyes soften. I was supposed to help you get to Nusa, but it's a picture of his mom, dad, the law firm families, and All Might with Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino with a bunch of others Izuku can name and speak on their quirks, what they did, who they were. I was too late. Yagi takes the picture out of his wallet and hands it to Izuku. You should have this as a token of my sincerity and commitment to me wanting to help you, just as your mom and dad aided me in my path of heroism too. Izuku reaches out and shakily takes the photo in his hands and looks at the last picture he knows of his own parents. He rubs his fingers on them as they stand right by All Might as his dad mimics the flexing of All Might, smiling like the hero nerd he was. His mom is more reserved, but that's because she's pregnant in this photo. His shudders. Tightly holding the photo to his chest. I don't know what to say. It won't just be him, kiddo. Morgan pipes up. I'll be helping too. I know Yagi is a good trainer, but you'll need someone in the biz of quirkless techniques to help you there too. Yagi is quirk smart, pro hero smart. You need a merc smart and rep smart to help you guide through both worlds. Especially with Chrome involved. He gestures at his and Izuku's eye. Morgan. Kaina starts. Kaina, I have all the time in the world and your kid, he says, looking over at Izuku. Kid's got heart. Kid's got that spark, that drive. He has the stuff that legends are made of. You won't have to see me, but I will be helping him walk this path. Kaina purses her lips, staring at Morgan as he stares back. She breaks first. Fine. She relents. Fine, I'll be cordial, but we aren't going any further than acquaintances, she says firmly. She looks over at Izuku. Best get ready for training. These two I hear are awful taskmasters. Morgan and Yagi give off some of the most unholy chuckles Izuku, Mei, and Himiko have had the misfortune of hearing. 2 days later, 6 a.m. Hatsume Scrap Yard. Takoba Beach. And they were right to feel that way. Alright, come on. My chariot won't move by itself. Morgan says, sitting on a fridge as Izuku is in front of him, harnessed up, pulling and stomping in the sand, trying to drag the thing up to the crusher machine by the house. The crusher machine is literally just a pit of gears and teeth meant for breaking down metals to scrap and then reshape in the refinery that Mei and Miku have built under the beach and partially out to sea. The scrap then is loaded up from the offshore platform and taken to the workshop on the other side of the bay, where Miku is at most days, and nights, most all the time. She occasionally comes back home to the beach but is mostly constantly at work, worse than Mei is with sleep, bathing, eating and other normal person functions. Come on kid, you got this. All Might says as he lifts 2 decommissioned trucks, big rigs, on the end of steel beams like a bench press. Yeah well. Izuku grunts as he pulls. You're kinda heavy, Mr. Blackhand. Mei snorts to herself from the garage as she is working on some concept tech for the UA Tech course entrance exam. Himiko is with her too, working on her chrome and other chrome pieces for the entrance exam to their medical courses. Right now Takoba Beach is quite lively. More than it has in years realistically. Other than the occasion nomad and scaver raids. Well, a little movement would make this ocean breeze nicer, runt. Come on. Izuku grits his teeth as he pounds sand with his feet, basically touching the sand with his nose to pull the fridge. You're a grown-ass man, 136 kilos at least. Hey, I lost some weight. Morgan throws his arms out as he wears his combat boots, pants and a standard army-issue green wife beater, his dog tag still around his neck. Morgan Blackhand is no small man, can be considered portly, but that's just his build. He's a big guy, not All Might big, but still big, but a lean big. He has that army physique a lot like Kana does. It's about 130 kilos now. Like that, the ropes snap. Better. Izuku says, face first in the sand. He turns and looks over at the 2 pro legends. What the hell am I dragging this junk for anyway? We got a forklift. Morgan blows smoke from his cigarette between his knees as he lets his legs flop over the edge of the fridge. 'Cause you're weak kid, you're soft. Body is ill-suited for the lifestyle you wanna live. Morgan lifts his arm and flexes. Need to build some of these. His flesh arm looks a lot like a smaller version of All Might's. Weak. Izuku guffaws. I ain't weak. Then pull this fridge. Morgan retorts seriously. Izuku opens his mouth then shuts it. Here, I'll show you. Morgan hops off the fridge and crouches, digging his hands in the sand and lifting the fridge, up over his head. And I'm still more meat than metal, runt. He walks easily through the sand, doing lunges with the whole fridge up above his head. Arms extended and everything. So you still think you're strong? Morgan asks as he lunges right by Izuku. Izuku just watches in silence. Mouth hanging wide open as even Mei and Himiko are watching in astonishment. Show off, All Might says before poofing back into Yagi. What he's saying is that you need to train your body. You could just get chrome, but if that happens and your body isn't ready for it first, you'll get hexed bad because of it. That's why they recommend being as physically fit as possible for most cyberware surgeries. If your body is able to handle it, then cyberpsychosis shouldn't happen. It's a tolerance thing as well, as you'll be at a disadvantage because of quirks. Mind you, if you train to be like Morgan here, or your mom, or Eraserhead and other non-combat aligned quirks, you'll do just fine. Izuku can chill with that. Cyberpsychosis bad, but why the trash? Why the junkyard? He asks as he wipes his face with his shirt. You don't want some extra pocket jack? Morgan asks as he tosses the fridge into the grinder, where it creaks and screeches as it's dragged through the jaws down below the sand. Makes a good spot for a date with your mainline and sideline. He thumbs over at Himiko and Mei. Most of Japan's waters are rather clean compared to the rest of the world. So it'd be nice to clean it up, maybe make Hatsume Industries some more yen from a beach walk. What about your house, Mei? UA has dorms. she says as she uses a few Allen wrenches on some sort of cyberware weapon. And Miku usually isn't here. So the house will go down as she makes room for the beach walk and stuff. She's already bought some of this property since abandoned. She gestures out the fence around the beach across the street to the actual part of town. Most of them run down, burnt out, abandoned buildings. The economy here used to rely on the beach itself till the Great Pacific trash heap rolled up and then Hatsume Industries snatched it up for recycling. Also the factory's moving cuz Miku bought another one beside the other factory on the other side of the city. She also bought an estate there around Mori from some fixer for a gig we gotta do. She finishes her cyber weapon to look at it. So we have a gig to do if I forgot to mention that. You did, Izuku replies. But that's fine. Oh, that's preem. Himiko purrs as she works on a dummy with her Ripper Doc tools. Doing all sorts of medic stuff that Izuku has no idea where it ends or begins. You gonna move us all there? Hell yeah we are, you're our Dachiko. Our Chooms. Mei replies with a weird look at Himiko. Why the hell wouldn't we? We gotta do the gig to even get the place. It's pretty nice. Quote. Izuku huffs as he drags what he can. A real old CRT TV. It's damn near as heavy as the fridge was. But, he drags it and pushes it over the edge into the jaws and watches it go down. That's a few pounds out of a few tones. Morgan says, patting Izuku's back. Now go show some cojones and grit, get this beach clear, you wanna get into UA right. Hardest hero course in the world, Saburo picks his personal guard out of the lineup of heroes you know. Yagi says while working out still. You got a year to train before the UA entrance exam. That goes for all three of you. You got a year to perfect your craft to get in, and let me tell you, these exams are no joke. They weren't when I was a kid, they're probably far harder now. So, I brought you something. Morgan whips out a shard. My book, the Solos Manual. I also got you a few other books and BDs, a few shards. I'm sure he's got a few for you all too. Probably training regimen and trainer BDs. He puts them on the bench by Mei. Then Yagi holds out a binder to Izuku. Here is your training regimen. It's literally typed out on paper. Izuku takes the binder to look at it as Yagi explains. Pass the test, American Dream. Plan. Izuku flips through. Diet that All Might will provide. Exercise, lifestyle, supplements. A training regimen to help clean up here. You can chart your whole lifestyle this way. Izuku flips a page then blinks. You even planned how much sleep I get. Then he flips the binder to poke a line. And how much I can have. Ejaculation weakens legs, Yagi says, transforming into All Might. Big smile and pointing toward the sky. This is why you're a. Morgan deadpans as he passes by All Might to his stuff, picking it up. Yagi sputters in embarrassment, coughing blood out as he goes back to skeletal. Anyway, I got stuff I have to do. I think I got some strings I gotta pull. Some cred to sling around. He shrugs his real leather coat on as he walks up the steps past the crusher on the street. I'll be around, but I got biz to do. He waves his arm at them. Sorry to leave you as well. Yagi apologizes. I still need to look for a successor and I'm meeting an acquaintance about a prospect. Nah, it's fine. Izuku waves his hand as he reads the list. I got enough here to keep me going for a while. Will you be checking in every so often? Yagi nods. Indeed, and when I find my successor I believe I'll bring them here to help out as well. He transforms. Now I must go. He squats for a power jump. The people need me. All Might leaps. Izuku is buried in sand. Son of bitch. His head pops out like a groundhog. Why does he not think about this? Mei giggles at him. Himiko snickers to herself. Wanna get Toshi over here? What else better does he have to do? Grumble and grunt with Aizawa. Crack dumb jokes and giggle with Emi. Mei replies as she uses a plasma cutter that is her finger now. This is pretty neat. He wants to be a hero too. I mean UNC Zawa and Aunt Emi is probably helping train him. Izuku says as he brushes himself out of the sand. His sweat in the sand clinging even worse. He feels like the Sandman. He shakes his limbs out and his legs like a boy dog jiggling out the last of a waz. Mei bites her lips seeing the imprint of his cock in his pair of old black euros, or the fact that he's standing skyline with the water and the suns in the distance making him look like the hottest stud muffin of a rocker boy, especially as he whips out his sweaty curly hair, its sheen glowing in the light. The beads of sweat rolling down his slight abs below the waistband into the slightest hint of his landing strip. Mei bites her lips harder. She wants to taste that sweat, so does she wanna make babies or babies? The conundrum of the century. Earth to Mei. Himiko snaps in front of her face as she drools, her eyes sparkling as she hungrily eats Izuku with her eyes. The crosshair expands and shrinks rapidly as she does. She glances at Izuku and pensively bites her lip with a fang, seeing what Mei is seeing. We could take a break. She cups her hands on her mouth. Oh Izuku, can you come here for a minute? Izuku turns away from where he dragged out a cyberarm from a pile that started to avalanche away. Yeah, he asks as he approaches. What do yo? He is wrenched into the garage by Mei and Himiko. The garage door slammed down behind him with a clunk. The door behind Momo opened. Momo-sama. The maid greets with a deep bow as she steps from her AV. Welcome home. Arasaka family compound. Momo nods as she walks past them into the Arasaka family compound. The 20-acre prime real estate just outside of Tokyo. The impregnable fortress that's been built up and added upon for over 150 years. Her grandfather's home. The area is meticulously kept and holds the main house, a gymnasium and health facility, 3 small guest cottages and an osprey landing pad. The meticulously tended grounds hold a Shinto shrine, a cherry grove, pond and stream, a rock garden and a pavilion. A network of smooth paths allows barrier-free access to all areas. Only individuals held in the highest trust and confidence by the Arasaka family are allowed within the compound's walls. She is never unprotected here. Half of her grandfather's 30 hand-picked guards are on duty at any given moment. If unable, then they are replaced from a pool of 100 other prospects. Some of Japan's top, cream of the crop, heroes work here. A few of the top 10, top 20, top 30, but most are just simple people taken off the street, put through an Arasaka school and brainwashed to the corp. Even the house servants are trained to assist if things get screwy around here. Momo passes a few servants who bow low as she strides past them into the inner workings of the main house. She looks over at the landing pad, and at all times, an AV stands ready to evacuate the residents at a moment's notice or transfer Saburo to the Tokyo headquarters, infirmary. Due to its close proximity, a detachment of solos is only an emergency call away. The compound features an attack shelter with a direct communication link to the Tokyo Tower, the adjacent escape tunnel leading off the compound. It can double as a panic room, providing for up to 10 people for a week. Momo sighs as she rolls open her shoji and softly enters her very traditional style room. As are most of the houses and compound's rooms. Grandfather has been meticulous of its preservation, as were her grandmothers Naomi, Ayako, and Machiko when they were alive. She starts to get a call. Her eyes glow as she looks at the button and answers. She has an internal phone. One of the first. Yes. Can we talk? It's her cousin. The first grandchild. Machiko Arasaka, her half-American cousin. The grandchild her grandfather doesn't know about, and most likely won't after Kei's death. Machiko looks like an utter wreck. Her father did just flatline last week. Day after the AHQ bombing and Osaka Konpeki attack. So otherwise. Momo is the official until otherwise. First and only grandchild of the God Emperor Saburo Arasaka. Momo looks at her with sad eyes as Machiko rubs the heel of her hands against her bloodshot and puffy eyes. We can, Momo says as she strips out of her school uni for her kimono. It's what she has to wear here. Traditional clothes, or there is no else. Her and Machiko talk, or Momo listens to Machiko vent to her about her grief. Mostly because she can't talk to anyone else about it. Momo's mother knows. Grandfather would keel over from an aneurysm, and Uncle Yorinobu doesn't really interact with the family so well. Momo finishes dressing and does some casual calligraphy as her and Machiko speak. So they moved you from Osaka because of the attack. Momo's brush drags a bit too much as she feels a nip at her neck port that she scratches. They did. She clears her throat while itching it. Me and mother both. I've been moved to the family compound. Is it getting hot in here? Any reason why they attacked you too? Other than maybe to take out 2 Arasakas. Well, Momo lays her brush down to look at her inky sleeve from her dragging as she finishes itching. It turns red as she looks at it. She closes her eyes and takes a shuddering breath as she looks up smelling smoke. Momo blinks as she's sitting in the wreckage of an AV that's been downed. Soldiers dragging her out of the wreckage as they are taking heavy fire. She blinks again and is in her mother's room, now hers too, again. Momo trails, lifting her sleeve up. My quirk. She answers. You have a quirk too. Machiko guffaws. Momo nods. I didn't know that. Very few do. She clears her throat as she dabs at her sleeve with a rag. I'm the only other among us, after you of course, to develop one. She answers simply. What is it? Machiko gets closer on the small screen in Momo's vision. Is it cool? It's. Momo looks forward as her shoji opens. Instead the room changes and it's Osaka Konpeki. The shoji turned to a security door and a man walking through with spider legs in his back made of bones. His face is a swirly disgusting mess. Only features she could tell was his white hair and his size. Other than of course he is male. Miss Momo, his voice distorts wetly as he flourishes about her. It's so good to make your acquaintance. Momo tried to meld with the wall, her one-shoed foot scraping the floor in the corner of the room as she tried to back up through it, crawling up the wall as he corners her. Saint, stay back, she screams, trembling and tearing up as he leaned to her face, cupping her cheek with a hand, leaving her whimpering and sniveling as her hands fumble at her jacket's stomach buttons. Please, I'm an Araska, I can give yo. I don't want your money. I want something else. The bone spike came toward her face. She tried to turn her face but he kept her head stuck to look as it approached her eye. I want your quirk. She rips the buttons open and flash. Momo gasps for breath as she jolts awake on the tatami. A few of the trauma team looking over her in the shadows of her vision. She can't see right. Their voices are distorted. Residual trauma of blast. Netronet. Need surgical press-C. Medications. Her eyes roll closed again as her head thuds against the stretcher as she looks up at the stars as they rush her from her room. Back to Osaka, her stumbling and tripping over herself as she claws her way out of the crater from the explosion. Checking over her own shoulder every so often for the monster chasing her. She can hear him approaching. Momo looks at her arms and closes her eyes. 2 soft neon rainbow glows start under her sleeves and burst with a pop of blood that makes her grit her teeth to hide the scream as 2 climbing hooks shoot out of her arms that she takes hold of and slam into the ground to drag herself to safety. Her legs are not working. Shrapnel litters her knees, shins, and one of her thighs. She even has some stuck in her stomach that she can feel pull and rustle as she crawls for her life. She keeps going as the monster comes from the firestorm behind her, looming just inside of it. His heavy steps thudding as he comes toward her. No, Momo whimpers. No, she screams as he reaches and grabs her foot, pulling her. She drops the climbing picks and claws at the dirt with her nails as he pulls her up. No. She fights him as much as she can till he lifts her up by the neck. She still fights even then. She rakes her nails, scratching and going at his hands and arms as she chokes. That's enough now, he says, tilting his head at her. The pain will be over in just a moment. One of the spikes comes back toward her eye. Momo begins to thrash furiously and reaches at his face with her hands, just out of reach as her face turns blue as her tongue leaves her lips, trying to get any oxygen, any at all. Gaha gurk, her eyes starting to go dark as in one desperate bid. Another pop of blood. R.A.Og. Ag. The man bellows as she is tossed away like an American football. The Tekokagi claws that she formed on her arm and into her hand flying off into the middle distance with her as she sails barely conscious or alive over the plaza's outer wall and landed on top of a car, crumpling the whole roof down. If Momo hadn't hit the soft roof, she would be dead. Holy shit. Momo heard a woman scream as she looked to her right and saw a woman with pink and indigo hair and purple eyes come into her sight. Why? Momo's eyes started to close. Why? Street. Aay with. Momo's eyes closed as she watched the black smoke billow into the sky. Past the cut-in-half Konpeki Tower as the top of it slide from the bottom half. A few days later, Momo's whole body trembles then stops as her eyes flutter open. She beeps as she looks up at the bright lights of the hospital above her. A voice and a shadow come into her vision. A hand cups her cheek as her eyes initialize and reboot, going through the motions of reinitialization. Her eyes begin to focus, first seeing the dark hair, then the black eyes with a rainbow ring around them. Then the relieved look as her immaculate makeup is smeared with tears and stress. Momo whispers. There. Hanako smiles sweetly. You're awake. She lays her head on Momo's chest holding her hands in her own. You're awake. She weeps openly and loudly in relief. Outside the room with Hanako and Momo it's a different story. Saburo watches through the one-way observational window, looking just as he normally does, wearing his kimono and hakama with his Arasaka crest haori. His small nose bridge round glasses he wipes in his hands as he speaks to the room around him and they listen. How did our security fail? His depthful voice questions as he pinches his eyes rubbing them with his gnarled fingers. How did we let my granddaughter fall prey? Not once. The guards behind him shiver as he turns to look at them, his glasses on now. His one milky eye swimming with light, the dark one eating the light. Twice. He waves his hand. To an attack. My son K barely lies cold in the ground and now your incompetence threatens to put my granddaughter right beside him. He says in a rare act of raising his voice. The whole room except one trembles at the sound as he rakes his eyes like hot coals over them. He shakes his head in disgust. Thankfully we have some competency among us. He gestures over to Kana in her finest clothing standing at attention. Kana Tsutsumi, the pro, Lady Nagant, veteran of the First, Second, and the few physical engagements of the Third Corporate War. He points at Momo and Hanako behind him. She saved Momo from the attackers in Osaka, when Momo fortuitously dropped right on top of her. Therefore as of today, I am offering her a position for a guard, effective immediately. Quote. Kana gulps. Oh shit, she thinks to herself but doesn't let it outwardly show. I knew saving her was a bad idea, or, at least I am not at risk of the Tartarus rope dance or the hot box now. She steps up the front of Saburo and bows to the other 29 security personnel. I look forward to working with you all and to serving Arasaka with my life and giving it to them freely if need be. Kana rises up and inspects her new coworkers. Crust, Hawks, she already works with him. Yoroi Musha, Shishido, Edgeshot and a few other heroes, but those are the big names she sees. She sighs. I wonder what Morgan's gonna think about this. She wonders to herself idly, then twitching as she realized that she wonders what Blackhand thinks. That bothers her as she is on the drive home. First off she needs to speak to Miku. Her eyes glow as she calls Miku. She taps her steering wheel sitting in traffic waiting for Miku to pick up. What? Miku answers abruptly as she turns away and starts to work on her project some more. So, I got hired by Arasaka. Miku drops her tools and whips around to look at the screen. Wah, huh, why? Miku screams as she grabs her phone and shakes it. Oh my Kami, are you gonna be okay? They're not gonna incinerate you, are they? No, Kana answers as she moves forward a bit with the highway crowd. They nullified HPSC's threats on my life and head. Bought my contracts from Mitsubishi Sugo and Sov Arms. I'm officially in the full employ of Arasaka, albeit, she grimaces. Working with Momo Arasaka as her personal bodyguard. Since you saved her skin in Osaka from you know who. Mika's face falls then hardens. You haven't told Izuku, have you? Kana looks ashamed. I would if I could, Miku. She replies with a tone filled with shame. I can't. Or one, can't. Kana cuts her off. It's the only part of my contract I still can't speak about. Even though he went rogue. She shudders as traffic begins to move some more. If I talk, I die. Izuku dies, you all die. I can't even tell anyone what I know. Not even All Might. Miku listens to Kana vent. I love my sweet baby boy and I can't bear to think of him going after that thing and I'm afraid he's gonna get caught up in all of this, Miku. She shudders. I know he wants to be a hero. Tears stream out of her eyes as she keeps a strong facade up. I'm just so afraid for him. She chokes out as her lips warble. I'm afraid I'm gonna lose my sweet little bunny and see him turn into something else. She starts to sob looking down, her shoulders rising and falling. I know it's his dream, Miku, but I don't know if I can handle it. Watching him come home hurt, beaten, broken, it hurts to see now, it will only get worse. Miku looks down at her feet as she listens to Kana divulge her greatest fear. Do you not believe he can be a hero then? She asks softly. I do. Kana cries. I've never not believed he could. She wipes angrily at her teary face as she needs to drive. Honk, honk. She flips the bird at her rearview mirror. Just now that it's really coming true, the cracks are widening and my fears exacerbated. I've been having a recurring nightmare of me finding his broken, mutilated body along with his parents' and grandparents' bodies, the blood on the wall. This is what happens to street rats who don't know their place. She shudders seeing it in her own head. I'm just so afraid and want what's best for my bunny. Miku huffs. Then you're doing just fine as a mom, unlike how you thought there at the beginning, Kana. Miku smiles. I have the same fear for Mei, just support him. He's a smart boy, he'll be just fine. I don't know about that someday, clunk. She looks to her right as her car door opens and Morgan steps in and sits down, pulling the door closed. Clunk. Kana stares, her eyes bloodshot from her tears. Morgan turns to look at her as the car in front pulls away. Might wanna step on the gas, Kana. He points ahead. Kana keeps looking at him as she presses on the gas and moves up. What the hell do you think you're doing? She asks as Miku has gone quiet on the other end. Kana mouths. I have to go, at her. Miku throws her a thumbs up and smile. Good luck on your date, she mouths. Kana sputters and goes to retaliate, but call ended. Catching a ride. Morgan looks out the mirrors and then the rearview mirror. You're being trailed. Kana looks up at her rearview. See the vans. Morgan points them out with his eyes. Just off to their back left, a few rows behind. Been following you since you got away from Tokyo Tower. Kana grips the wheel of her little beat-up car with a still kinda dented roof. Any indication of who? Just some hired off the street thinking that they're hotshot solos. He lifts his Militech Viper sub-machine gun from his shoulder rig and looks it over, making sure the silencer is on tight. They're gonna wanna have a fight. There were some over at the beach, but traffic starts to clear up. I already got them. Kana starts to drive, hitting the gas and peeling out, zipping and weaving in and out of the lanes of the highway, trying to lose the vans behind them. Morgan calls someone. Every megacity has a center and a periphery. Business districts enjoy houses, and no megacity is complete without one or two slums. These are neighborhoods that even corpo suits are afraid to walk through, where the police don't respond to emergency calls, where the ambulances take the long way around, and where the rattle of gunfire never stops. In Night City it's Pacifica, in Berlin, Pankow, and in Tokyo, Chiba 11. Chiba 11 is the poorest district within Chiba, Japan. Chiba 11 is a place of slums and chemical-filled canals, shanties among the streets, clotheslines with all sorts of gonks clothes from all walks of the slum's life. Abject poverty abounds. A few men arguing on the street level that turns into a murder as one of them stabs the other to death and steals his yen, leaving the body as others just walk over it or strip him for his stuff. Inside the apartment this daily occurrence just happened in front of, through one of the locked-tight barred-up windows into a single-bed cheap-ass thin-walled apartment. Hearing the rats and rodents in the walls, the neighbors screaming and shouting, then another murder, and even others having, or the screaming of babies. There's a bodily mass under a bunch of ratty and old blankets. One of their phones started to buzz. Kyoka groans angrily as she sits up, holding her head as it rings. She beeps softly while she blearily looks around the room. All around their room, the scent of drugs and other body smells still lingering around from last night, with their strewn about clothes and trash on the floor. Used syringes, a bong, some open baggies, a lot condom wrappers and filled condoms tossed around the overflowing can of trash. Kyoka lets off a pleased grunt, recalling last night's festivities as she takes a deep breath and answers her call with a neon red flash of her eyes. What you want? She asks, irritated. Was having some Nova dreams. So it better be good. She looks down at her right side and the sleeping woman beside her. Kyoka simply moves the sheets a little to rub her black Ripper show-on nails along the other girl's back, ghosting them along her spine to the curve where back meets ass, that wonderful preem curve, and giving her gorgeous hot pink synth skin alter a squeeze and a jiggle before going down more and slipping her hand between her thighs, eliciting the softest sweetest beep from her as the girl subconsciously rocked back against her hand, body eagerly seeking out more of her touch. Good morning. The hot pink girl with equally as hot pink hair and two tiny horns between their curly mass husked deeply as she turns her eyes to look at her with those black and yellow eyes. Kyoka smiles sweetly, dipping down and kissing her puckering lips. Good morning, Pinky, she whispers, kissing her a bit more, just quick little pecks on the lips as she sweetly beeps since Kyoka is fingering her. Need your help, Jack. My friend and I are being tailed and it's gonna get ugly. Kyoka takes her hand away from the girl who whines in protest at the lack of touch. Scratch that. Tinks and tings of bullets. Just got real ugly. Kyoka just rises out of bed, steps over Pinky and rushes with a slight limp for her gear. Her perky beeps detest the loss of warmth from her output and inputs by hardening against the brisk air. All right, where are you? She hops into her chair naked as she can be still as she flicks on her wired net terminals, flicking the screens on, lighting up her room. Exposing herself with her monitors as she squints her eyes to let them adjust while she throws on her equipment for a run in the net, despite the data crash. A petite, fair-skinned girl with a slender build. She has triangular onyx eyes with notably long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. She also has two small, triangular red paint marks just below her eyes, a plain black choker around her throat. Her dark purple hair is chin-length, with an asymmetrical fringe that has two reflections shaped like sound waves on either side. Her most prominent features are the flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes. They act like extra limbs that she is able to control at will, and change their length if so desired. She's a very pretty young woman, even before the silver EMP threading. Then the neuroports, personal links, and a whole bunch of other fashionware like her RGB light tattoos, her show-on nails, or her tits. Kyoka, one of the inputs, deep morning voice. Late afternoon voice questions her actions. What's happening? She just turns to look at the boys and the other girl behind her. Seems she roused them up in concern as one of the two is already sat up and looking as the other is rubbing his face and eyes as he comes back to conscious thought. Nothing. Just doing a bit of biz right now. Go back to bed, I'll be right back, or better yet, you three get warmed up and I'll join in when I'm done. She smiles at him as her earphone jack ears, her quirk that's not out of place this day and age, make a heart shape at the two as she turns back to what she was doing. Jacking in, she says as she plugs her jack into herself, leaning back into her chair. Including the deep dive port on the back of her skull she threads her head into. We're approaching Meguro, Tokyo Metropolitan Route 312. Gunshots erupt on the other end of the line as Kyoka sprints through the net to find where they are. What marker? Tamagawa's Shinha Shrine. We just passed it. A woman's voice shouts. She's Japanese. Coming up on Todoroki, some tire wheels and screeches with a loud thunk. Then a whole lot of tinks and tongs of bullets hitting and shredding through metal. Dory. Kana just put her new, it just came out, Archer Hella ECDI 360 on two wheels. She reaches under her shoulder, pulling out a Royal Enfield Ordnance Spitfire 12mm battle pistol that she racks into play with her teeth as she rolls the window down and leans her arm out to shoot. Shouting all sorts of Russian and Japanese, even English, at the gonks chasing them. Damn, you still got that mouth. Morgan chuckles as he shoots with his CyberArms Mac-14 and Militech Viper SMG. Thankfully Kyoka knows this area. There's some good spots to rock out at or go clubbing. She jacks into some of the cameras in the area just in time to see the car chase coming her way. Alright, I see you. What do you need me to do? Stop the Sansa of bitches. Morgan replies as he spits lead at the van right behind them coming up to ram them. The gonk in the passenger seat kicks out the front window and crawls out, it taking bullets, lots of them, to his face. It's a cyberninja, a corpo cyberninja. Oh, what have I got myself into? Kyoka hones in on him and starts to hack his system. The man stops trying to take Morgan's head off with his mantis arms and instead puts it through his own neck. One down. Hyoka whispers as she turns her attention to the driver, who is freaking out as now he knows there's a netrunner around. He doesn't get to ponder long as he pulls his gun out. No, no, bang, and puts some iron in his mouth. The wheel jerks to the side, sending the closest van into a rollover, flinging the guys and gals in the open van door all over the road. Some of them end up under the tires of the other few vans still giving chase. Go up the 466. Hyoka tells them as she looks for a way to extract them. Gun it across the bridge. I'll lift it. You won't be able to lift that, the woman on the other end shouts, sounding quite Russian or East European at least. Do you want to be turned into spare parts? Hyoka replies hotly. No answer on the other end. Then do as I say and trust me, damn it. If I say I can lift that bridge, then I am gonna lift that gonk-ass bridge, she says boldly. Inside the net though, with her avatar, she's freaking out. She's never done something this big before. She's mostly used to doing vending machines or doing shards. Small time running. This will be the make or break for her into major leagues. Let's not fuck this up, shall Burrs, in Atlan CRZH Nihon City. Some sort of glitching noises and static come from behind her as she runs the net. Hyoka's eyes turn big but the pupil beady, AI. She shudders as the mass of code and pieces of the net. Hyoka turns and flees from her certain and painful demise. She needs to leave. This is the risk of running in the net right now. The data crash is still fresh. Stock market is still collapsing. Billions of gigabytes of data lost and corrupted. 78% of net traffic stopped. Then the AI, the demons roaming unshackled all across it, killing anyone and everyone who gets caught by them. Even then, they had to bring back punch cards. 20th century dirty. The old folks love it, kids like Hyoka who were raised on the net. Shit sucks. She ducks around a corner as the AI hunts her. She makes a beeline for the bridge control as the AI goes out of sight around some of the other buildings. She trips and stumbles into it as she rapidly starts to hack the system. Failing. Because she is Panny C. King. I shoulda listened to them, I shoulda listened to them. She repeats to herself as she cracks into bridge system controls. While Morgan and Kana are approaching the bridge in real space. Morgan lifts his arm and his micro-launcher comes out his forearm as his eye targets tires and drivers. 10 missiles locked, stocked, and screaming out the barrel. We're almost at the bridge, Kana says while she reloads her gun one-handed and racks the slide with her teeth again. She looks at her side mirror and blocks her face as a bullet crushes it. She swerves a little as some of the shards got in her face, but Morgan uses his foot to stabilize as he leans out the window still shooting. Thankfully Morgan has done this a time or two before. How we looking, earphone? Morgan asks as he tosses his Viper in the car and grabs his M31A1 instead. The M31A1, Militech M31A1 Advanced Infantry Combat Weapon, is an over and under configuration assault rifle with a 4.5mm caliber assault weapon atop a pump-action mini grenade launcher. The liquid propellant action functions like an old-style gasoline motor in that propellant and oxidizer are mixed in a firing chamber, then electrically fired by pulling the trigger, launching a 4.5mm copper-jacketed bullet and cycling the action. The M31A1 magazine holds 150 projectiles and the propellant necessary to fire them. Paired with the grenade launcher, this design has proven to be an efficient and deadly combination. He slaps the bolt closed and lets her rip. It's quite literally a bullet hose, essentially a one-man infantry squad as he pumps the grenade launcher and the 10-gauge shotgun-sized grenade out, and it blows huge holes into the ground or rips apart the front end of a van that it swerves and causes a slight blockage as the fireball of a van soars into the barriers, left, right, and then flips and rolls. Civvies getting caught up in the crossfire as they go. Morgan looks up at the sky as police AVs and other Omawari are rapidly approaching. How are we doing, earphone? He looks back as they're just about to get to the bridge. Gun it. The bridge has started to move. This bridge is over a ship's canal. It splits down the middle and lifts. The huge pulley wheels on the pillars of the bridge have started to pull, the great steel cables creaking and groaning as they wake up and are forced to move without any sort of foreplay or warm-up. Hold on, Kana shouts as she presses pedal to metal. The engine screaming as it revs up. She tosses her gun in her lap as she grabs the shifter and shifts. Flicking a few aftermarket buttons and mods to her car she got from Izuku's Bosozoku friends in tandem with Mei and Miku. The bridge starts to angle, sending the cars on it sliding down them, or some of them falling into the canal as time slows for Kana due to one of her cyberwares simply makes things perceive slower, while all around her is slow as she counts to herself as they approach the bridge. As it raises, she looks up at it with her eyes, her quirk calculating trajectory, speed, wind speed, drip, as she perceives the car as if a bullet. It helps her do as she presses a big red button on the gear shift. The back of the car spits open as the mufflers bulge and then start to shift like a cyber arms moving to release its own weapons, making the mufflers and part of the trunk into nitro thrusters. Hot blue flames spark out as Kana pulls Morgan into the car as the windows slam shut and then turn into screens to look out of as they armor up. Kana presses back into the seat, meshing into it with Morgan doing the same but face first. Kana laughs as the force presses her mouth and eyes wide open as they reach for the literal sky, her doing some little maneuvers to dodge the poor gonks that are sliding toward the ground. Some family cars, some trucks of core and corpo cars too, as they sail up and up the long bridge as it reaches its apex, zipping up. Over the edge, the force of the G's lets up as the car levels out. Don't fail me now, Hatsume's. Kana laughs like a crazy cyberpsycho as Morgan flips in his seat as they sail past the bridge past a cop AV toward the ground. Kana. They're dropping fast. Losing altitude. Kana. He looks over at her for a second as she is pressing some more buttons as the steering wheel sinks into the ground as her chair pops into a flight chair. Kana. They're gonna crash. Morgan starts to edge back into the seat, pushing the roof as he tries to back up from the ground as it's getting close. Kana. Kana presses a button again, then FWOOMPH. Morgan smashes into the floor of the car, bashing his face on the dash and windshield as all the momentum comes crashing down on him as they just stop. Mid-air. Stop. The man beneath them gingerly looks up as he uncovers his head to see the wheels of the falling car have turned into AV thrusters and are still slowly changing into them as the car hovers. Morgan is looking through the windshield at the guy on the ground as, yeah, he's pissing himself. I feel you there, gonk. Kana snickers. He turns to face her as her cheeks are all puffed up, biting her lips. One loud snort escapes and then the dam bursts with Kana howling with laughter as she uses the AV controls in her hands to reverse the thrusters and pull up to level the car out. She teases and clearly makes fun of him in Belarusian. Granted, her dad is from that area, he recalls. Yeah, laugh it up, laugh it up. Still hate a little joy ride, Morgan. She teases in Belarusian with a purr as she sets the bird down on the ground. Heh, you still hate flying, don't you? Morgan opens the door up and he steps out as fast as he possibly can to kiss the ground. You're goddamn right I am. He punches the ground, digging his fingers in to feel it. I fucking hate flying. Kana steps out of the car to look at the bridge and the cars as AVS of Trauma Team have come out in force, as have the Omawari, always used to throw your guts up on helicopters. Still do, I suppose. I wonder how bad it would be if we put you in a rocket or a jet. She grins quite sadistically as Morgan shivers head to toe. She kicks him in the ass, sending him face forward. Go on. Get out of here. Sokka is gonna come and you don't wanna be here when they do. Yeah, Blackhand says as he stands up, walks to the side of the raised highway leaning on the bars. Kana right there. What? Thanks. She leans forward and kisses his cheek. Leaning away. For the help. Morgan looks confused as now he's got a bit of her lipstick on his cheek, the same color as her hair. But, oh hell, she twirls and kicks him with the bottom of her boot right on the solar plexus, sending him over the railing edge. This doesn't mean I forgive you for abandoning me for a city. He hears as he sails toward the lower streets, hitting roofs and overhangs as he goes. Fuck. Bang shit. Crash out. He ended up in a trash heap. You good? Kyoka asks as she was still on the line after leaping out of the net as soon as she got the bridge moving. That demon almost touched her. Fine. Morgan growls as he stands up, cracking his neck as a few street kids stare at him, then look up, then back at him. He raises his arms and shouts and makes noise. They scream and run away. How much do I owe you? Seeing as I almost flatlined to a demon for this, it's gonna be a lot. Morgan stops pulling trash off him. You went in the net. No answer. Are you suicidal? I gotta do what I gotta do to pay the rent. Paichi. She spits out at him as she turns to look at her output and inputs already back at it again. Damn, it's cold. She rubs her arms of the goosebumps pricking her skin. You wanted help. I helped. Pay me. Morgan clicks his tongue as his eyes flash. There. He sends her a transfer. He hears her choke on air from what he's sent. Get out of there. You got talent. Don't need you to get flatlined by some gonk or satsu asshole. Kyoka just stares at the transfer screen as he sends her well over 1 million eddies. Fucking eddies. 200 new yen equals 1 eddy. I'd recommend outside Tokyo proper, try Musutafu for a change in scenery. If you need a recommendation for an apartment, I can pull some strings. Morgan starts to walk into an alleyway. I'd also like to meet the runner who saved my ass. I'm sure the woman I was with would too. Morgan out. Kyoka jolts as the line goes dead. Her breath quickens as she looks over at the other 3 in the apartment. Warming up with each other's body heat. Her 3 closest friends ever since she could remember. We can leave Chiba. She thinks as her eyes water seeing Denki cough and Mina hold him up as he shows his fist covered in blood. We can get healthcare. She then turns her face to look at their few diary-soiled posters. A few posters of a few heroes and legends. Spider Murphy, Alt Cunningham, Red Riot, Rogue Amendiers, Johnny Silverhand, Carrie Eurodine, other rocker boys and girls. People at the top, we could do our dreams, she tears up. We could be heroes, legends, she looks out the window. While grasping at the necklace around her neck with guitar picks and mementos of her mom and dad. She starts to openly sob as she reaches at the window and closes her hand at the rays of the sun, the rays of hope, and closes her hand around them. Musutafu, walking toward UA, same time as Kana and Morgan are accosted by the hired mercs. All Might was walking down the busy streets of Musutafu. Not as All Might, just Yagi. Sometimes he just likes to walk. He likes to see how much the world has changed since he was born in 1966. It's changed a whole lot since then. So very much, though the more things change, the more they really stay the same in some regards. It's like the world got stuck in the 80s and 90s, not that he minds at all. It's just interesting as that's when Quirks really took off and the world started to break down bad. Neon lights, big hair, leather or sin leather, bozozoku, fast cars and bikes. Then the cyberware, fashionware, whatever wear. Yagi can proudly say he has no chrome. Not a one. Not even plugs. It's a point of pride for him to be a og meatbag. Sure, he should probably get some for his missing stomach and messed up organs, but he doesn't feel comfortable with cyberware, mostly because cyberpsychosis is a huge irrational fear of his. He arrives outside UA gate and looks up at the H-shaped megastructure and the dorms dotted around the walled campus. He steps over to the intercom and presses it, waiting for the cameras to scan him. Boo you ooze. The big gate with UA symbol in the middle of it spins open and pulls apart with great groans and creaks, letting Yagi step through quickly, where the operation reverses and the gate clunks closed and the emblem spins, the locking lugs pneumatics hissing and shooting into the gate to hold it tight as Yagi simply walks toward the school itself, now officially in the #1 academy and university in Japan, and is considered the most prime nova and top school to send your child to for any course. Especially the heroics. UA is officially unaffiliated with any single corp. Sure, the Corps do pick out students on graduation to take and headhunt, but the Heroics course does not indoctrinate to any corp, not even Arasaka. Thus making it the most pure school for heroism, barring any teacher's biased motives and allegiances to a corp or two. When they step onto UA ground, they owe their allegiance first and foremost to the students, the school, and Nezu, who Yagi has the misfortune to be seeing today, someone who needs no introduction but will be doing his own anyway. That's right. It's me, Nezu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal. Nezu, the mammal of unknown origins and species, says as Yagi sits across from him. Nezu is currently making himself some tea. Would you care for some tea, Yagi? No. Yagi politely declines the could be poisoned drink. No thank you. I am fine. Nezu nods as he raises his modified saucer and cup in his paws to take a sip. No opposable thumbs, you see. So. He sets his cup back on the saucer. To what do I owe the pleasure of seeing you today, Yagi? Nezu's beady eyes inspect him. Does it have to do with Morgan Blackhand being in town? Yagi clears his throat, uncomfortably shifting in his seat. Oh, I know all, Yagi. I also know you went to see the Midoriya boy but he refused your offer. You were stalking me. No, UA just has a fine assortment of netrunners and cyber security. We use it to keep surveillance on the surrounding city. Nezu sips his tea. There is a reason why Musudafu is the safest city in Japan other than the few corporate exclusion zones are Mr. Saburo Arasaka's home. I see, Yagi says softly. What do you know of Midoriya? I'm sure you keep your eyes on him since he lives in the city. Not far away either. I know that he is Edgerunner, a cyberpunk. Nezu answers as he opens his desktop and a screen appears for Yagi to see. Him, Hatsume Mei, Hitsuhi Shinso and Himiko Toga. Their names and photos along with deets appear on screen. Toga is the relative newest addition after Midoriya and Hatsume-san stumbled into her doing. Nezu plays a video. Yagi turns green hearing the howls and screams, the gurgles and squelching. This. All the laughing too, she was on the verge of quirkchosis, total quirkchosis you see. He pulls up Himiko's profile. She has a blood quirk, a very interesting one. He shows Yagi what he means as Himiko laps up the blood and then her hand transforms. Her hand is covered by a secretion of gray slime that she then appears to mold without thought into a new shape within her hands, a different texture of the skin too. Then a glove or without a glove. Then she moves it along her body and does the same elsewhere. Even transforming her whole body to look like the girl she just butchered. She has a quirk we call transform. A reactive and active form of synthskin. She could change her face, her whole body to be as who she drinks the blood of. We aren't sure if she needs to kill them first, or if it's only needing their blood. Nezu moves the profile of Himiko away. However, she's not interested in heroics. She enjoys medical studies and reproducing. He shows her the clinic now surrounded by police tape and other omawari satsu. She is very good as I've been told. I think I might just offer her a scholarship to study under the tutelage of Recovery Girl. Yagi blinks. As for the other three, I have no doubts they'll apply, but Himiko is a special case as she is ranked a Class S villain. Yaga's mouth drops seeing the poster and profile for Toga with a big fat S in the rank corner and the even larger villain label by the S. She was accused of killing a corporate executive's son, her former classmate, in a bout of madness brought upon her being able to satiate her full dietary needs for the first time ever due to her biku and humorized tied parents denying her what she needed. Nezu sneers. Foul people, denying her what she needed to survive, flourish, and bloom. Nezu pours another cup for himself. The boys' actual murder have already met their makers as it were because of Toga. She was just the one found holding the knife. That's too, Yagi thinks. If there's more than 3 cups, I am doomed. As for Midoriya, he is quite the up-and-comer, signed on as a merc on the board of Musudafu Konpeki. His normal go-between, his fixer, is Shinso himself. Midoriya has a 100% rate and a thorough work ethic toward it. His rap sheet is long, but Nezu pulls up his law profile. Only thing being is his parents' deaths. He's never been caught. He is a ghost, and that has to do with his eye and Miss Hatsume Mei and her elder sister Miku, who unfortunately had to drop out of UA to take over Hatsume Industries. Pause for a breath. Which UA has a very fine relationship with for our support courses and heroics gear. Miku and Mei make some very good equipment just as their parents did. Why did Miku have to drop out? Yagi questions. The Second Corporate War. Nezu answers by showing him an old video. 2 adults. A little girl, all with pink hair in different shades, get into a car limo that pulled up in front of some random building as soon as the door shuts the limo. The elder Hatsume's died instantly. Mei, however, blew up in a ball of fire. People walking past the car are shredded with shrapnel or consumed by the flames. Survived the bombing. The same little girl stumbles from the limo wreckage and the flames, not on fire, just hurt bad. Her leg was holding on by sinew and just her bone, shrapnel in her face. Her fingers sliding off as the skin snaps, Her left arm at the elbow comes off, slapping on the concrete as she stumbles forward deliriously, then collapses onto the street face first as others leap to response. I have no idea how she survived, but her platinum trauma team package saved her life. Then it was all downhill for the Hatsumes from there. Who bombed their car? Yagi asks as he watches the limo with May's parents burn as the trauma team takes her away. Unknown. The Merc's contact led to an offshore company that was a shell company with no further ties to any major power player corporation. All of it hidden behind bureaucracy and defenders. Even AI from Tokyo to Washington spanned several times. Nezu sighs. We put a whole team trying to crack it, only to fail, all of them dead. It's as if Alt, Bartmoss, and Spider Murphy were there to stop us themselves. Nezu sips more tea. Though with absolute certainty, especially with the paradigms and predictions I and Mirai have run, it is without a doubt our good friend that had it done. Yagi frowns deeply. Now with new sightings and more killings like this, we know that the job wasn't done. Yagi. I killed him, Yagi says firmly. He had no skull, no brain, I squished it into the ground. He can't be alive. In truth, Nezu sips tea. He can. Nezu shows him another thing on the screen. Meet Soulkiller. Yagi's face falls. A program intended and designed by the late Alt Cunningham, stolen by Arasaka and now used to kill and take people's engrams for later interrogation. That was until the AHQ disaster, as now all attacks of which have stopped. Alt while at its had stumbled upon a way to take the conscious, the soul from a person and digitize someone into an engram, then move them to bodies nearly seamlessly. A form of immortality. A tool to preserve the consciousness and memories of dying individuals. It's wood from this into a weapon, Soulkiller and Anti-Netrunner and anyone who was connected to the net program, tracing and extracting them in seconds. Nezu pours another cup. We believe that our friend had contacted Arasaka to work with them and have an engram of himself made. Nezu opens another screen. No, Yagi shouts, rising from his chair, clattering it over. No, I killed you, you son of a bitch. A screenshot of their friend. All for One isn't dead. Holding Momo by her neck as she swings her claws to get loose from him. This was taken at the Osaka Konpeki, a week and a half ago, just a day after AHQ. Therefore we believe that whatever deal he had with Arasaka was over after the tower went up in a mushroom cloud. Why Momo Arasaka? Nezu plays the clip of Momo using her quirk. She has a very unique quirk, as you can see. Yagi's fire fades into astonishment. But she's an Arasaka. They're all quirkless. Apparently not. Momo and her cousin Machiko have quirks. Nezu replies simply. Machiko's we know all about. Hers is registered and in a Nusa system. Momo's. Nezu shakes his head side to side. She developed it at 4 and has never been known to have one. Officially, Momo Arasaka is quirkless just as the rest of her family. HPSC doesn't even know she has a quirk, and they are supposed to know. Nezu pulls up Momo's profile. She even wears the red shoes to prove it. He points out the red shoes most quirkless wear because 1, it makes it easier to identify a quirkless individual, and 2, it's the only shoe they make for the second toe joint that fits comfortably and well enough to their feet. Unless they get hand-cobbled shoes, which few can afford. It's not for discrimination against quirkless, it's for people to know that if they commit a crime against this person with their quirk, it's an automatic A-rank villain status. A very, very serious crime because Arasaka has its hands all in Parliament. Thought process is, Saburo is quirkless, therefore if you hurt a quirkless with your quirk you may think of hurting Saburo too, though no one knows all Arasakas are quirkless. It's just info the public cannot be allowed to know. Especially as Nusa will capitalize on that, or the MLA and Quirkists will truly come up in arms once again. He is hunting her, Nezu says ominously. He wants her quirk, and you know he won't stop till he has it and she is dead. Nezu claps his hands. Therefore I recommend her as your successor. What? Yagi guffaws. An Arasaka with one for all. Nezu nods. Are you mad? As in crazy? No. I genuinely believe she would be a good fit. Nezu replies offendedly. I understand the reservations, but Momo. Nezu looks at her profile. Momo is different from her family. She has no care for the corporate lifestyle. She volunteers at Arasaka kitchens, orphanages, schools, any sort of public relations area and donates her time and allowance to charities with no strings attached. Her record is clean, her intentions pure, and motives well-intended. She even has a habit of disobedience to her parents and her grandfather no less to do what she knows is the right thing. Granted, if it were anyone else, Saburo would be furious, as is the case with Yorinobu, but much like her mother Hanako, Momo has bewitched that undying lich of a man and wrapped him round her little finger since the day she was born. You should see the response Arasaka is giving the netrunners that tried to assassinate Momo recently. Nezu chuckles darkly, making Yagi shiver as his non-existent stomach tightens. Such an unpleasantness to behold, you even have a reason to be around her. Nezu smiles. Kana has been chosen to be her personal bodyguard as Atom Smasher is currently indisposed of. As such, Kana going to start teaching here per my request and Saburo's request, along with a nice injection of cash for the inconvenience toward me and UA. Also, he tends to enjoy heroics surprisingly. Yagi hums as he rubs his chin. I'd like to speak to her, see her with my own eyes first. See what she's like. Nezu nods. Of course, he agrees. One for all is not a power to give so willy-nilly. Think about it, meet with her, or if not her, I've already sifted through some of these year's applications. We're going to be doing something a little different this year. Oh, Yagi raises an eyebrow. We won't be taking as many corporate nepotisms into the hero course after Aizawa's expulsion of his whole class last year. We will take few corporate scions into the course, and instead of corpo children we will take those less fortunate, street kids, nomads, those who wish to be someone. Those with drive and a can-do attitude, those who work for their silver spoon instead of being born with it in their mouth. Simply put, those who want to make things better for others and enact change. I have a list you can look through. So far we have a few candidates we are almost certain will make it into our hero courses. Of course they have to pass the exams, but we have a good hunch that the group we've sifted through will make it. Yagi hums. Good. Means less corporate interference in the heroics classes for UA then. We don't need any more corporate shills to become heroes, we have far too many as it is. It will also feed hero killers, stain less blood from all the fame hogs and money grabbers, though truthfully many have their hearts in the right place. It's just the world economy is very poor right now thanks to the fourth corporate war. Quote. Indeed. Nezu agrees. Which is why I haven't disciplined any of the staff. They are struggling, which is why they live on campus for free and are able to accumulate wealth after the crash. Some other heroes are far less fortunate, like Kana. How hard was she hit? Yagi asks. Bad. A paycheck-to-paycheck subsistence right now, but with being taken on by Arasaka and many of her contract stipulations lifted, she will start throwing herself back to merc work to get more cash for herself and Izuku, or she would if I were not offering her a position as the other foundational heroics teacher, as she does have experience in all facets of the industry. From public to underground, dealing with fixers and all sorts of individuals. Though I would very much be pleased to offer Blackhand a position too. Let him hide in plain sight and all. Nezu swirls the dregs of his third cup. Do you think he'd accept an old friend's invitation? Yagi ehs, you would have to ask him yourself, sir. I don't know if he would for a friend, but if you offer him the highest amount of eddies you can. Yagi shrugs. Yes. I had presumed so. Nezu hums. Which is fine. I can pay him through my own pocket if I need to, or I'm sure President Kress and Nusa would be very willing for a mole in Arasaka and Japan for her, and she can order him to join the school. I did not hear that. I did not hear that. Yagi plugs his ears as he stands and goes for the door. Good talk, Nezu. Nezu laughs maniacally to himself as Yagi disappears through the door. A day later. Come on. Lug it up to that crusher. Get it moving. Push. A voice barked from the Hatsume scrapyard at Takoba Beach, along with some very suspicious grunts and groans of exertion. May giggled to herself as she listened to the grunts and groans, flicking her entropism steamer-style tech gogs off her face to look at her Mons and Hitsuhi pushing a car without wheels or really rims anymore, with Morgan standing on it. Pushing it toward the crusher. Come on, my big toes got more grit than you two. He's really good at that. Himiko mumbles to herself as she gives the three dudes a sideways look as she works on a cyberarm they pulled out of the trash. That's what she's doing. Refurbishing cyberware. They pull out the trash. Most of it is still good after all, just a few pieces here or there that need fixed up, are taken off the dumped bodies, then all good to sell again. For a discount. Izuku grits his teeth and pushes, sweating like a pig roasting in the Mississippi summer sun. Hitoshi beside him isn't any better. Just as sweaty as Izuku is. Why did Hitsuhi grits out, I come here? Hitoshi really hasn't changed in appearance since elementary school, just got taller and older looking. Though he's cleaned up his appearance a little. His hair is styled a bit cleaner, he grew a goatee like Aizawa and his fashion is quite literally like Aizawa, his dad. He's really emulating Aizawa to a very fine degree. Should call mom and have her get me. He grunts as his lean muscles pop out as they strain. Yeah, right, you wouldn't. Izuku grunts as he slips but hops back up to push. You wanna be a legend, right? He asks rhetorically. Put in the work, he shouts as they get the car teetering over the edge. Good. Morgan hops off the trunk and the car heads engine first into the crusher. Izuku and Hitoshi on hands and knees gasping and wheezing for breath. No brakes. Morgan shouts at M. Get your asses up and run. He shoots in front of them, causing the two to leap up and really start running. You only got a year. Get your asses moving. Time will fly past your nutsacks if you don't move. He keeps right in step with the boys, acting like his drill master back in the army. Shark attacks abound. The girls just chuckle and giggle to themselves. Don't you be laughing over there, you two princesses. You wanna join them too? No. Mei squeaks, ducking down. Don't take me from my babies. She then collects the stuff up there on her workbench and drags it down with her. Oh, I think you do. Come on out here. Let's get you and your cyberware to the test. Don't need to be getting lazy. A workout day keeps the cyberpsychosis at bay. Himiko looks back at Mei. He's right, you know. She lips her ripper glove off and sets it down as she steps out into the sunlight, arms above her head as she limbers up. She's wearing workout clothes anyway. Just a sports bra and leggings showing off her Nova curves. She cracks her neck and pulls her braids into a wrap atop her head. She let Mei braid her hair into dreads like hers. Mei only braids her hair into dreads because it's easier for her to deal with that way. Miku is the same way. It is easier to deal with. I imagine their dreads a lot like Panam's dreads. I like Panam. Panam is my queen. She makes it like a ponytail, while Mei has hers in a dreadlock messy bun type currently so it doesn't catch on fire as she welds. It's a problem that frequently happens if any of her hair is below shoulder level. So up it goes. But I don't like this kind of phys ed. Mei whines from behind her station. I like the laying down kind better. That feels better and makes me sore in a good way. Well, it's a great stress reliever, but it won't keep cyberpsychosis away, unfortunately. Kana says, walking down the steps to the street as she has a bag from a fast food joint. Brought food for you all. She tosses a hoagie at Morgan. You too, old man. It's not from a fast food place. Kana has made it but brought it in a repurposed bag. Oh. Morgan opens the foil wrapper to look at the sandwich as Himiko helps the boys push another car toward the crusher. They stop as Himiko opens the trunk after she sniffs. Morgan all the while now munching on a cold-cut sandwich. Real food. Damn, that's good, he says with his mouth full as the other three pull out a few bodies from the trunk and toss them in a pile outside the garage that's rather big. Most of them were in abandoned cars. One was in a fridge, another in a washer, another in a dryer, and also a few dishwashers. They move the bodies, then guns and other things to more piles. Takes a while, but then they get the car moving toward the crusher. By that point Mei was convinced to help out, and boy. Mei's arm is all flared out as her leg has flared out as she pushes the car by herself. Huffing and puffing as the others watch in astonishment while they eat lunch. So, Izuku whistles. You think those Araskas will hold up to the girl we know as Mei? Himiko scans Mei for a moment. Oh yeah. She says as she takes a seat on Hitoshi's thigh, wiggling herself in, getting a good blush from the sleepy-looking boy who plays it off with a grin and kiss on her face. You're getting better at this. She moves his head to expose the big vein on his neck. Itadakimasu, nam. Hitoshi gasps as he feels her teeth puncture the same spot they usually do. He wraps one arm around her and pulls her tight with a soft grunt. Izuku glances down. Oh come on man. He scoots away. Not where I am eaten. Himiko is giving a good ol' hand as she normally does. At least it's under his pants. Part of her quirk. It doesn't hurt, her sucking blood feels good. It releases heaps of dopamine from her spit. It gets someone high. It also sort of acts like an aphrodisiac in many regards. Izuku has no idea why it does this, just that her saliva does this to other people and herself. That's only activated when blood gets in her mouth. So, Izuku theorizes that it's a Pavlov sort of thing for her brain chemistry and others to like when she bites and to trick herself to drink blood because she absolutely needs it. Maybe it's for people who don't like blood to make them like to drink it. Or it's for people to enjoy when their partner bites them to survive. He doesn't know, though this is all really just theory and what he already knows. Hitoshi too, as he lets out a soft groan as he lets out into her palm as she lets go of his neck, licking the holes that then seal rapidly. She raises her hand and licks it clean. Thanks for the meal. She winks at Hitoshi as her long tongue, part of having her mouth being so large, licks her hand clean. Hitoshi and Himiko are basically dating. Their schedules are just all sorts of scrambled. Hitoshi being a fixer, Himiko being a ripper. Hitoshi looks over at Izuku. Izuku doesn't look. Hitoshi's leg bounces as he clears his throat. Izuku scoffs as he chews his tonkatsu. You know where the room is. He answers simply, still not looking. Just change the sheets after and condoms are in the drawer. Hitoshi picks Himiko up and rushes inside the house with her over his shoulder. Himiko giggles to herself as the door slams behind them. Izuku just chomps on his tonkatsu some more till May plops down beside him and he holds out a bite for her. She takes the pork from his fingers with a soft bite and licks them. Izuku's mouth falls open as she sucks them clean. She hums. That's good. She smiles at Izuku as his heart threatens to pound out of his chest. Oh god, is he gonna have a heart attack? He just blankly stares at May as she has her own sandwich now and is eating it all pure and happily. Nom, nomming away. Kana quietly snickers to herself. And she didn't even mean that, you ally. That's just how she is. She points out to Morgan as they sit a bit of a ways away. Always been a bit eccentric. Quote. Best techies are. Morgan says, sipping on some Donaghy's Kana brought and are sharing. You know that. Sure do. Kana sips some of her beer. So, I got offered a job. Arasaka. Morgan nods. Told me that already. Which he doesn't like. Another one. Comes with the Arasaka. She corrects. Morgan stops mid-sip to look down at her. Teacher at UA since Momo Arasaka is gonna be going to school there. She has a reserved spot for reasons I am unable to disclose. Quote. Oh. Morgan blinks. Think you'll be able to handle a college crowd? Kana glances up at him from the corner of her eye. Yeah. Dumb question. He admits as he takes a bite of the sandwich in his black hand. I take Nezu wants me too. See, I knew you were smart, or how else would you be a legend? Kana grins as his eye goes half-lidded in unamused irritation. He's prepared to offer a lot of eddies and think of Noosa, think red, white, blue, beer, guns, something to tug on those god ol' USA cold rocky patriotic heartstrings you got, having an in at UA. Corpo Kid Central of Japan. Be like throwing a nice juicy steak at a pack of Siberian hounds, but American equivalent, so, she HRMS as she taps her lip corner. Hot dogs in a baseball crowd. She puts it out there. Marines for an unopened crayon box sounds funnier to me. Morgan rubs under his nose. Getting quiet for a few moments, lips moving with unspoken words. Yeah, fine, I'll meet with you Nezu, he says after a while with a chomp on his sandwich after. Good, Kana's cyberdeck says. Kana opens it to see Nezu on the screen. What the foo, come to UA and go ahead and bring your wards while you're at it. Also, I'd like you to call earphone Jack for me. I can't seem to find her or get a hold of her, which interests. Kana shivers deeply. Morgan takes a bite of his sandwich. Me. Toodles. Screen goes dead, leaving a cackling Nezu character on the screen. Huh. Blackhand dusts his hands off. That thing still spooks the crap out of me even after being halfway across the world from him for a good 10, 12 years, he shrugs. You gonna come with me? Kinda was ordered to accompany you. Kana says regretfully. Was also told to bring Bunny and the others. Aizawa will be bringing Toshi. She exhales forcefully out her nose. So where's this earphone jack boy at? Girl, he corrects. Kana looks at him weirdly. Earphone jack is a girl, a rocker girl out at Chiba 11. Her and her teamsters all live together there. Jack's parents got laid down in prison on sham charges, C-rank villains. Left them kids to rot on the streets. She really hates corpos. Reminds me of female Johnny really. He shrugs. Without all the narcissism, and her hate is directed at Dakai's sound systems. Her teamsters reminds me of Samurai quite frankly. Really? Morgan nods. Kana looks away from him toward the sea. Interesting. So we're gonna move them here to Musudafu. I did pay her a whole bunch of eddies for her help the other day with the bridge. Little girl is suicidal. She went full dive for us. Kana gasps. Is she crazy? The net's a suicide zone right now. Probably just a little. Morgan lights up a cigarette. But what rocker boys and gals aren't? Kana opens her mouth then closes it. No, yeah, that's fair. I haven't met one that's not at least a little too knocked in the head. She grimaces. Johnny being a big one. Yeah. He blows a cloud of smoke out his lips. As he and Kana walk down an errant street of Chiba 11, he plucks the cigarette from his mouth and tosses it underfoot as he stomps in a puddle as they walk with eyes watching them from all areas, corners, windows, alleys. Kana looks disinterested by all the looks as she scratches her eyebrow. Where do they live? Close. Morgan answers as they round a corner only for some gonk to fly headfirst into a wall beside him, head going through the sheetrock hanging there limply. There they are. Kana blinks as she sees 4 kids about Izuku, Mei, Hitoshi and Himiko's age beating the brakes off a few other gaki. One of them is hot pink with curly hair and 2 small horns of yellow sprouting from her hair doing some fancy Hanwaza breakdancing and mixed martial arts while slip and sliding around too. Her quirk it looks like. She dances and seems to dress like Highrider Mistress Supernova, a famous Highrider people who live in space, hero who roams the few planets that have been colonized or the stations out there. She's a BD, dancer, celebrity, and damn do this girl got the moves like her. Mina spins on her hand doing a handstand split and twisting her body to spin herself. Her feet connect with 2 of them. One boy's neck snaps too far with a crunch. The other one is knocked right into the fist of the kid who is clearly inspired by Red Riot. Got the hair, nomad clothes, and everything including the Hachimaki headband, open biker vest and other biker, nomad clothes and chains. Kana draws her pistol as a Tonto gets drawn on the kid but Morgan holds her hand and just points as the blade comes down at his neck and shoulder blade and snap. Snapped into shards. The katana idiot quickly has his face rearranged the wrong way through a window. Then came Sparky. One of the kids was holding metal tonfa beating a kid crawling off. Where you goin'? The electrobolt hair rocker boy says dragging the girl he's beat back to him by the ankle. Like peddling drugs to kiddies right. He shouts at her as he smacks her in the back of the head with his tonfa her face sending blood across the concrete. Sell them to the guys in hell instead. He then points a tonfa and uses it as a focusing point to shoot electricity topward a runner that electrocutes them. Only problem is that he shocks the hell out of himself too. So much he drops his tonfas and wanders aimlessly into a wall. He sounds out dumbly. The electro bolt went to the last girl dueling it out with katanas. Though the girl with earphone jack earlobes has those earlobes plugged in the blade as she plays music from a speaker on her waist, her other jack plugged into that. Her blade vibrates because of it. Not a slow vibration. Fast. And she's been formally trained with a katana even if just a little bit as she punishes her opponent. Kyoka cuts her down the chest. The girl with the other katana looks up at her with scared eyes as Kyoka flicks the blade tip of her blood. Kyoka in blur leans down blade to her neck and gingerly drags it up then across her cheek. Don't come back. Then her left hand knocks a few teeth from her mouth. The girl slumping to her side, lights out. Kyoka gives her a good kick in the stomach for good measure. Don't sell drugs to kids. Don't get beat. Simple as. Her eye flash blood red stealing the girl's shard flies up to her that she snatches out of the air. Slotting it in. Her eyes moving around till her eyes flash blue as she gets in. Good amount here. She whistles as she sheathes her blade after wiping her arm around the blade. Good fighting too. The four kids turn to look at Morgan and Kana. Mina dropped her loot holding her hands up. It was self-defense. She cries out beady eyes as she looks at Kana and Morgan. They aren't here to arrest us, dork. Kyoka flicks Mina's forehead as she passes her. Mina looks dumbstruck as she holds her head. That's the guy who paid me, the ones who gave us the eddies to get out of here. She grabs Kaminari's hand as he tries to wander off. What are you doing here? Well, children. Morgan pops his lips. Principal Nezu requests you to meet with him. Mina squeals, hugging Kirishima's arm, hiding behind it. Her beeps engulf it. Kirishima eyes lose all their shine. Kyoka's face drops. Kaminari looks like he doesn't understand. You did nothing wrong. Kana speaks up, waving her hands. He just wants to talk. He wants to see earphone Jack. Kana looks at Kyoka as her already light complexion gets lighter. I take that's you. Little on the nose, isn't it? Yeah, well, it's unique. Kyoka replies. Are you sure he's not gonna have us killed? We do want to go to school there. Have we fucked that up? Should I not have tried hacking Ua? Quote. You did what? Kana and Morgan holler at the top of their lungs. Kyoka cringes and grinds her foot in the ground, putting her hands behind herself as Kaminari has wandered to hold her from behind in comfort. She looks like a scolded elementary girl. I got pretty far, she says innocently, till I got locked inside and chased by chained up demons. You got Awa, of course she got away, she'd be dead otherwise. Kana pinches her nose. Alright, where's your house? We're packing your stuff and hauling you out of Chiba. Today. Now. Quote. Kyoka points and waves for them to follow her. Morgan holds the rear as Kana does the parent thing and herds the kiddos as he makes sure none gets lost. You know, I never thought she'd do so well with kids, but apparently. She wipes Kaminari's nosebleed away as she checks his head. His quirk makes his brain fry. They make support gear cyberware for that, but we're strapped for yen as it is. Kyoka says softly as they enter the apartment building. Take a right and it's the first door. Payment late. Plastered on it through a screen. Kyoka kicks the door and it opens. Here we are. She gestures inwards. Kana looks around as she steps into the apartment. She takes a deep breath and turns to them, frowning. She points at the trash in the corner. You're all being safe about always wearing a condom, right? She glares at them all, raking her eyes over them like hot coals. Right. She stops on Mina, who is fidgeting along with Kirishima. Right. Kana leans closer, her eyes glowing brightly. Mina looks away, sweat rolling down her face, meekly shaking her head no. You're getting tested when we get to Musudafu, am I clear? Mina nods once. What's your name? What is all your names? She demands as she puts her hands on her hips, getting the mom stance into full gear. K.Y. Kyoka Jiro, Kyoka says, twirling one of her earphone jacks. Most call me earphones, ear jack, or earphone jack. Denki says with this goofy-ass smile. Kaminari. We call him Volts or Sparky. Kyoka helps him out. Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima waves shyly. I'm a fan of yours. He admits sheepishly, sounded like he struggled to talk. Kana nods, then looks at Mina. You, Mina Ashido. She mumbles nervously. You're not my mom, so quit acting like it. She says, way quieter than her own name. Kana squints at her, seeing the tremble of her hands. Kana nods. I won't. Kana agrees. Pack what you can. I have a car and we can pile in. She looks over at the Netrunner stuff and computers, other tech, and musical equipment. Are you all in a band? Have been since we got tossed on the streets. Kyoka throws up the goat horns. Deep dope. Wait, isn't that? Kana hums as she leans in to look closer at Jiro. You're Kyotoku and Mika's kid. Kana says as she leans away, seeing the resemblance. Big shoes to fill, rocker girl. Jiro looks up at Kana weirdly. You know my mom and dad? Kana nods. I do. Met them when I was in Tartarus for a stint. You went to Tartarus and got out. Kaminari says the amazement of such a statement brought him back to being smarter, again. You can leave Tartarus not in an ash jar, kiddos. Just need to sign your soul to the devil. She claps her hands. Stuff, bags, grab, go. She waves her hands at them and they move around the room. Clothes and essentials first. I know a few guys who can move your bigger. She looks at the runner and music equipment. Stuff and it'll all be accounted for and not broken when you get it back. They also won't get murdered or tried to be murdered in transit. They pack some heavy iron and chrome. Morgan just sits back outside the apartment as people stare or just mill about doing their own thing. Drugs, BDs, eating, joy toys, or working on what they can. What a shithole. He thinks. Worse than Pacifica here. There are a lot of kids here. No wonder. Sokka almost exclusively recruits their armies from here. He looks as the teens walks past holding a trash bag of stuff in either hand with Kana bringing up the rear slamming the door back shut currently on a call speaking in hushed Russian as her eyes flow with light as she has her phone in hand and her earpiece in. Spatsiba. Then hangs up. It'll be delivered to my apartment, she says as they walk back toward where they parked. Hopefully the car is still there in one piece. It should be because of Hatsume and Bosozoku upgrades. Lo and behold it is. Morgan shoots into the air and the scavers scatter, leaving their tools behind. Crowbars, hammers, lockpicks. Fucking vultures. Kana chuckles as she approaches the lunk of metal and takes a physical key. Something not so unheard of these days and puts it in a physical lock, twisting it open. Whoa, ancient, Mina mutters as the armor folds back into the car's frame. But brand new, Kaminari shouts. This just came out this year. It's the Archer Hella ECDI 360. Kaminari throws his bags down to run his hands along it. This is preem. Quote. Seems we got the making of a nomad gearhead in our midst. Morgan muses as he tosses their bags into the trunk. It's a big trunk. Slamming the lid shut and going to the front passenger seat and hopping in as the other four pile into the backseat. Mina on Kirishima, Kyoka on Kaminari. It's only 4 seats and the back has been modified to lose the bench to pilot seats. Not that they mind, they do all mutually sleep with each other, consider each other lovers and all that. Spread the love. They all look out the windows as Kana puts the car in gear and pulls away from the street side parking. Their new lives just beginning, a little spark of something enters their eyes. Not seen in many these days. That little spark growing as they pull farther and farther from Shiba 11 into Greater Tokyo and then onto the highway. So what's your all's story? I know Kyoka's. Kana adjusts her rear view to see Mina all splayed out on Kaminari touching his face and his hair. Kaminari and Kyoka listening to tunes on headphones. How'd you all meet? I ran from home. Mina says simply. My parents tried to sell my ass as a joy toy on the street corner for their trigger and black lace habit. Mina glances at the rearview mirror. I met Kiri here first and did some jobs with him, then we met those two and merged groups into a little love cloud. That's about it, Kaminari says, rocking out. The deets aren't that important. We figured strength in numbers just like safety and we did just fine in Shiba -11. Rella. Kaminari begins to hack and cough. Kyoka takes her headphones off to pat his back holding his head as he coughs up blood again. Relatively. Christ kid, Morgan shouts as he turns to look at him. We need to get you to a ripperdoc. How long has he been coughing like that? About a week now, Kyoka says as Kaminari has gotten pale and clammy again. All cold, his breath wheezy. It's been getting worse by the day. Has he been near anyone sick? Jacked into any ports he shouldn't have? Kana asks, turning her rear view to look at him. Looks like neuro flu. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Morgan says as he scans Kaminari. If it's just that, then he'll live till we get to Musudafu. The blood is just discolored watery phlegm. He's fine. Quote. Told you, you shouldn't jack into every port you see. Kyoka chides him. But I like to jack into every port of yours I see. Kaminari wheezes back at Kyoka. She blushes brightly. Mina snickers and Kaminari grins at the two of them. Morgan wheezily chuckles. That was smooth. Kana rolls her eyes as Kyoka rolls hers too. Should call Zuku, have Himiko ready. Right. Kana takes her phone out. Ring ring, ring ring. Izuku looks away from cooking dinner for the 4 of them, Mei, Hitoshi, Himiko and himself. He squints his cyber eye at his phone to scan only for a box to appear in his eye. He squints again and the call picks up. Whoa. Whoa what? Kana shakes her head in confusion. My new eye has a phone implant. Izuku says, looking around. The phone screen in his sight. Now he doesn't need the glasses earpiece. This is Nova. Quote. I told you that. Himiko shouts from the Hatsume living room couch where she and Toshi are lying naked with a blanket loosely tossed on themselves. Just waist and below. Barely. It was on the list I said. Sorry. I forgot. He calls back at her as he keeps cooking. What's up, Mom? You got those cyberpunks. Yeah, one of them has neuro flu. Just have Himiko ready for him when we get there. Are you at home or the Hatsumes? Hatsumes. Izuku replies as he looks over at Mei at their dining room table messing with her lower arm. Just got done training for the day, making dinner. Tonkatsu. With grade a pork. Can you believe it? Did Yagi drop it off for you? Kana asks him as he cooks the noodles and fries the cutlets. The ingredients. Sure did. He also said he went and saw Momo Arasaka. She blabbed about me punching Bakuchun in the face, breaking his nose. Izuku blows raspberries. He scolded me a lil but said it was justified as I was defending someone. He sets a few of the done cutlets to the side. Anyway, Izuku shrugs. So where are they gonna stay at? Empty canap next door, Kana says as he hears the blinker turn on and other voices in the back. Yes, I live in a canap. Kana turns. My son. Kana sputters as Morgan giggles. No. We're not married. I've never been married. I adopted him. Kana groans in frustration. Love you, bunny. I'll be home in a few hours. Leaving Tokyo now. Bye. Bye. Izuku chuckles, shaking his head. They got those cyberpunks out. One of M's sick Himishin. Alright, I'll be ready, any deets. Himi calls back as she licks Toshi's neck, just teasing his jugular with her teeth. Should I bite it? She purrs. Just sink my teeth in here. Toshi gasps as she gives his neck a squeeze but doesn't pierce the skin. He groans. Come on, Himi, I'm dry, can't etchy no more. Cyber flu. Izuku replies. And leave the guy alone, Himi. You drained his friend dry for the day. Musta missed him. Yeah, well. Hitsuhi kisses Toga's forehead. She preens with little hearts floating round her head. I missed her too. Been kinda busy with the fixer game. Yeah, Mei pipes up as she opens her new arm up and gasps. How's that? She wonders, seeing the monowire within her arm. Starting to make a name. Quirk helps a lot in that regard, like I thought it would. Hitoshi grins as he stands up, pulling his Yoros back on his body. Raising his hands over his head, breathing out forcefully. Stumbling a little toward the fridge and popping it open, taking a beer out and using one of Mei's old fingers attached to the door handle as a bottle opener. Himiko follows after in just her panties. Most of this room is undressed. Izuku is in baggy Yoros without a shirt, barely hanging on his hips, showing his pelvic lines and the start of his forest green landing strip. Mei is doing a Himiko but with her crop top tank top loosely on. It's hot and Mei and him just got out of the shower. Himi and Toshi just got etchy again a few minutes earlier. It's fairly normal for them. Seeing as Himiko would be a nudist if it were legal, like Night City, but it's not in Japan. Mei just doesn't care if she's naked or not. Izuku and Hitoshi either. Pass me a beer, Izuku says to Himiko as she is head first in the fridge. Her cute panties with Pet the Kitty on the butt wiggling with her as she raids the fridge. She holds one out to him. I sucked on the neck just for you, she says as he takes it and uses his hand to open the cap despite it not being a twist off. Show off, Hitoshi says between sips as he sits at the table. Food almost done. Yeah, Izuku takes his own sip of beer. He reaches over and kicks Himiko's butt with his ankle, making her jump and something in the fridge rattle. Get out of there, food's almost done. But I am hoot, she whines as she pulls herself out of the fridge and pulls it up, holding beers to her beeps. Cammy, I hate beep sweat. Well, I love it, Hitoshi says, spreading his arms at her. Ecchi boy, Himiko teases, taking her seat on his lap. Ecchi boy, trying to wind me up some more. He holds around her waist, chin on her shoulder. Yeah, just to leave you thinking of me. Bruise SSS. Mei drones. They're flirting. She giggles with Izuku. Clutching my pearls. The horror. The horror. Yeah, like you didn't hear my get my guts rearranged by the vampire bitch breaker on this gonk here. Himiko deadpans. Mei stops all movement and slowly moves her eyes to look at Himiko. Izuku burst out laughing at the absurdity. Vamp, he wheezes as he bowls up the food. Vampire bitch breaker, now that's Nova. Mei burst out laughing too, but more of a snort sound as she hits her good arm on the table, doubles over. Himiko smiles as Hitoshi lays his face against her shoulder. Can we? He twists her nipples. Not. Himiko beeps loudly in his ear instead of screaming. I can never win against you, he grumbles, then has an idea. He opens his mouth and bites her shoulder. The sweet spot where neck and shoulder meet. Himiko eeps as he bites a little harder, making shiver in her pretty black painted toes curl. Her blush getting deeper as she lurches forward, but Hitoshi pulls her closer and she actively seeks out his touch by leaning to him after her sudden lurch. Ha! A few deep hot steamy breaths puff from her mouth as her fingers clutch at his hands, holding her nipples, tugging and twisting them. Damn! Izuku's eyebrows raise. He got you, only for some hair to fall in his face. I need a cut. Undercut. Izuku looks at Mei as she is staring at him now. Utterly serious. Undercut long on top. Not even touching her arm. You know the style. Izuku smiles while he lays a kiss on her cheek as he sets her tonkatsu bowl down in front of her. I know. He sits down beside her and digs in while Hitoshi and Himiko do their weird supercharged flirting. You trying to knock her up? Izuku clears his throat at them. What would UNC Grump and Ant Smiles say? Hitoshi freezes as he has his hand under Himiko's panties. Right. He takes it away. Right. I would never hear the end of it. Ah, but think of the babies, Toshi. You got the jack to help raise one. Hitoshi deadpans. Himiko thinks, then grimaces. So, no, I won't be thinking about the babies. That's why I have metal babies. Don't need to feed, burp, or clean their pee and poo. Well, she closes her Akasaka arm and reaches it at her elbow. Most of them. Her wrist spins like a drill before clicking as her hand locks in. What are UNC Grump and Ant Smiles up to anyway? Working, Hitoshi says, holding Himiko as she feeds him and herself now. He takes part of the pork cutlet into his mouth, chewing. Oh, his eyebrows raised and his eyes open a bit more. That's preem. Quote. They got any cool gigs or biz going on? Izuku asks, mouth full as he slurps his bowl right up like a man not fed in years. A bit, Hitoshi says between bites. They're working on it with Too Loud and BD Queen with a few others. Some big thing going on in Osaka. Izuku flicks his eyes between Mei and Himiko. Has to do with the AHQ getting flatlined with that nuke. Hitoshi looks around and points at the radio. I bet Too Loud's on air right now. Yeah, I bet he is. Izuku agrees, squinting his eye at the radio. Some static comes from it for a few seconds, then it clicks on. Listeners. Izuku winces and rushes to turn the radio down. Why are you so goddamn loud? Mei grunts irritably as she rubs her ears, pulling a thing from her ear and tuning it. He messed up my hearing enhancer. She frowns. Failed baby. She puts it on the table to look at later. Present Mike out here in Osaka today alongside a few other of us old-timey spandex undies wearing goody heroes. A grumble comes out from another Mike of who is apparently on air, or the giggles too. Hitoshi smiles hearing those giggles. Well gee, thanks for calling us old Mike. Really makes the old chrome creak. Well, some people like them a little older, another voice purrs. Do you like older ladies, listeners? She purrs. The four of them shiver hearing her purrs. Mostly because they've seen lots of her BDs. I hope you do, she whispers breathily. Stop being horny all the time, it's irrational to be that way. Then another voice. No nonsense. Sure, it is a good tool to use against your opponent, but it can and most likely will come and bite you sometime. Oh come on, Eraser. Don't be such a sourpuss. The last voice says with a joyful and jovial tone to his voice. Can't tell me you don't get those thoughts. I mean, just a little while ago IHEA, sounds of a scuffle and laughter. Joining me today are the Joker herself, Smile Hero. Ms. Joke, your favorite sensual lady, R-rated hero. Midnight, the grumpy resident sleeper, Erasure Hero. Eraser Head, and last but finally not least the happiest cloud around, Loud Cloud. He draws out Cloud too long. Coming at you with a special talk about some things going down here in Osaka. The others tune it out as they eat and talk. So be on the lookout for a man with black hair and white streaks. He wears an eye patch and has a black cyber arm. That's right. Everyone looks at the radio. The man who tried to whack Momo Arasuka is none other than, a long pause for effect, Morgan Blackhand, and you know where he is. Present Mike chuckles. In Japan. His whereabouts are currently unknown, but Arasaka has a big ol' bounty on his head and they are shoveling the yen into the flames to catch the man. Current number is. Izuku shuts the radio off. She almost got whacked. Izuku looks at Mei, who seems shocked to hear so. What the hell? She looked fine to me. Who? Hitoshi and Himiko tilt their heads in confusion. Momo Arasaka, she got transported to our school. Don't know why, didn't ask why. It was about a week after the AHQ disaster. He crosses his arms holding his chin. So I guess she got fixed up being an Arasaka and all that, he mumbles as he rubs his chin. Why the hell would they want to kill Momo? Why her specifically? Actually, wait, why did All Might go and meet her? The fuck we don't know about that's going on. Don't know, but it sounds like we shouldn't get involved, Zuku. Himiko says, waving her hands. It's fucking Arasaka business. Do you wanna flatline in one of their black sites after digging too far? Izuku clicks his tongue, wincing. Honestly, he glances over at Mei, who is looking at him waiting for his answer. I got people that depend on me. He looks over at Hitoshi and Himiko too. So no, I wanna dig, wanna see, but I got dreams and aspirations. He walks over to Mei and leans down, hugging her from behind, lifting her beeps with his forearms as he does. And this cute little thing here to love on. He kisses her all over. Mei giggles, wrapping her cyber arm around his head, keeping him there to kiss him deeply. That's a good answer, she purrs in his ear with a nibble. Izuku growls and goes for the lips, but brrrrrrrzzzzzt. The gate buzzer. Mei pulls away to look at a screen around a corner. She stands up to go look at it. Izuku follows her to look who's here. Kana has a gate key. Some sort of fight going on outside the gate in the abandoned parts of this area. Scavers. Mei squints, looking closely. Scavers, she follows the shots to the gate. Oh. Bakugo and his bikers holding off some of the local gangers. Bakugo bangs on the gate. Open the fucking gate. He just barely dodges what appears to be a Eurojet round. So not local gangers. Bakugo turns and lobs a glass jar of his sweat like a grenade. Shit. Mei slaps a button to the side of her and pulls down a switch. Bakugo looks up at the wall around the beach as it lights up like the Christmas tree in NYC. Turrets and all sorts of shit start to come up on it. The gate starts to open too. Izuku rushing out a Malorian Arms 3516 straight out a Nusa that he handles with both hands, blasting gonks away with a single shot each as he crouches behind a street barrier that rose up with Bakugo beside him. It's better than their motorcycles that are all currently on fire. What the hell's going on? Izuku stands up and blasts a gonk mid-air as they leapt at them. Bakugo too with a power blast. The man has a fist-sized hole rip out his torso front and back as he lands with a tumble over top of them both. He's definitely flatlined. Got hired by Jiren to hit a convoy coming out of Nagoya along Route 1. We hit it between Gamagori and Toyokawa at the E1 split. Out in the edge, Bakugo shouts as he witnesses naked Himiko come sprinting out of the gate with Hitoshi and Mei. Himiko is a melee expert. She braces her arms and they begin to open up despite it looking as if she has no cyberware. That would be wrong. Himiko is chromed to the gills as much as her body can safely handle. Her wolver blades come out her arm's top as she flexes her fingers and her nails turn to metal and grow into long and thin blades as she dashes and skates in, around, over, under bullets. Her hair loose out of its bun floating in the air around her, its sheen blinding and entrancing. The LED and flashing effect dazzling those allowing her to get close and tear them apart. Hup. She kicks her foot out at a man where a blade comes from the bottom of her heel as she high kicks. No blood is spilled, but the man splits in two separate halves from prick to brain. Her other heel blade shoots out, making her stand as if a ballerina are in some high stilt heels. She hisses, baring her many fangs as she flips, tumbles, rolls, and blurs. Her Sandevistan, Hitoshi got it for her, working some fancy moves. Glad she's on our side, Bakugo says all of a sudden to Izuku as Himiko rips a chunk of flesh out a girl's side with her mouth sicking her claws inside and pulling her guts out sideways. Yeah, sure am. Now she's used her Sandy and the other two are ripped to ribbons. Izuku shakes his head chuckling as he looks over at Mei lugging around a MG by her lonesome. Cackling to herself as she lets it rip, then one arms it to arm what just so happens to be projectile launch system in her arm. Eat this, she cackles as a rocket sails off toward the vans of some other Bozusoku group the Corp Bakugo and his bikers ripped off. The rocket sticks in as a few of the bikers look at the thing boom and turn into some nice red mist. Mei cocks her arm like a shotgun and the shell in her arm shoots out. That was awesome, she screams as she goes back to blasting the MG in her hands. Hitoshi just has a capture scarf and is using batons and brass knuckles despite also having Kendachi Mono 2 with him as well. He manipulates the capture scarf to wrap around a rushing melee specialist and restrain them. He drags him at high speeds where the brass knuckles were waiting for them. He then flings the unconscious man like a big flail and bashes a few others off to Himiko. He winces as he wasn't intending to do that, but, God, she's so hot when she's like this, taking after the old blocks. Mom uses brass knuckles and Dad uses the capture scarf. Both his parents use close combat as their forte. Dad does carry a little handgun for tough situations. To not be prepared for any circumstance is the height of irrationality. Hitoshi hears him drone. Yeah, pops, I hear. Hitoshi uppercuts a girl, quite literally knocking her shoes off as she sails onto an old busted car's front hood. Wow, really knocking the socks off here. Don't you fucking start with the jokes, bags. Bakugo barks as he headbutts a boy into the asphalt and kicks them right in the face, and suddenly the fighting stops. Bakugo, his gang, Izuku, Himiko, Mei, Hitoshi are all that's left alive and conscious. The rest are fleeing, flatlined, or in the process of flatlining. Izuku reloads as he stands up using his eyes scanner function to look around. All clear, he yells. Himiko spits out the ear of the girl below her who's screaming and crying. Shut up, bitch. Himiko lifts her by the shirt and headbutts her right in the nose. Too loud. The girl goes limp. Mei lugs the MG to point at the sky. That's one more successful baby. She gives it a big ol' kiss. Izuku turns to look at Hitoshi as he drags the girl he quite possibly killed off the hood back toward them, capture scarf wrapped on her foot. So what the fuck happened here? He demands. Am I hearing Jiren tried to get another crew killed? Yeah, hold on. He holds a finger up at them. You nobody's alright. Bakugo roars at his Bozosoku crew. Tamao got a bullet. Bakugo flicks his sight the way the voice came from. Need a ripper. Fast. Bakugo rushes that way as Himiko's head flicks up and rushes that way too. Izuku and Hitoshi look around the area, taking note. These guys ain't your regular tiger claws or bozos. Izuku toes a body over with his foot. They're running some preem-ass gear. Yeah, not even teamers like us either, Hitoshi says as he rummages through some pockets, pocketing some eddies and yen. Shard. He holds it up to Izuku. Izuku takes the shad and looks it over. Slotting in. He jams it in his neural port on the side of his chrome eye. Help em. He doesn't even look but blows a hole in one of the unknowns as they start to move and crawl. Hitoshi stabs the base of his neck with his tanto. The shard opens after a minute or so. Ah, I see. Izuku grimaces seeing the Zaibatsu logo. They just knocked off Akagi Systems. Getting into the major leagues early it seems, he waves his hand around the fire. At the cost of all this. What the hell did they take? Izuku looks around for what it could even be. Oh, Hitoshi looks up and follows Izuku's sight. Hitoshi gasps. They brought the whole goddamn truck. Hitoshi shouts as there is a whole corporate truck and trailer with a container on the back loaded up. Yeah, we did. Izuku looks over at Bakugo's output as she limbs over. Hey. She waves. Izuku waves with a light smile. Hey Akemi. He says cheerily. Kami is a young woman of average height with straight, light brown hair that reaches just below her shoulders and large, dark brown eyes. She has noticeably plump and glossy lips as well as quite the curvaceous figure. Her clothes consist of a simple black catsuit with blending patterned lines and a zipper running down the middle, left slightly down to reveal her cleavage. She wears white cuffs around her wrists and white-heeled knee-high boots, patterned with gray lines, as well as a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. Her catsuit is all sorts of ripped up currently. Scorch marks, cuts, looks like she's got a bit of shrapnel in her left calf. You hurt? I'll be fine, Izuku. She replies as she sits heavily on a turned-over Harley. Cammy, this was a shit show. It's like they was waiting for us. Her honestly cute Gyaru way of speech tickles their ears. I am just glad we were able to get the thing. I don't know what the hell's in there, but they seriously wanted it back. Jiren not say what it is. Cammy shakes her head. You know how he is. She replies to Hitoshi. I told that boom boom head that it was all bad juju, but man, Cammy pops her lips. I hope the eddies and yen are really worth this kusoge. Yeah, well, there's a tracker, Mei says, holding the tracker. So we ought to get whatever is in that truck out and put it in the crusher. Get rid of the evidence before the Omawari and Akagi foot come and knock down my house. Oh fuck, Cammy curses as she stands up with a stumble. Pretty boy, she calls over as she stumbles. Bakugo looks over and leaps up seeing her stumbling, dragging one foot behind her. Really? Whoa, he holds her as she trips. You're hurt. I'll be fine, handsome, we're being tracked though. Cammy points at Mei's hand as she waves the tracker at him. We gotta get that open and what's in it out and crush the rest. Bakugo is silent for a few seconds. Goggles, you got a torch? He grits out. I do. You gonna cut us in? Mei replies, crossing her arms still holding the tracker. We did just save your skins, and why did you come here anyway? I told him to. Cammy says. Please don't antagonize him, Mei. Just open the door and we'll split, say, 80 to 20. 60-40 inches. Izuku cuts in. Omawari and Akagi are still gonna come knocking. We could just point them at your doorsteps. Cammy clamps her nails over Bakugo's lips as he goes red in the face, his nitroglycerin sweat production shooting up with his anger. Yeah, can we not do that? Cammy agrees. Just open the door, we should make millions off it. Whatever it is. Cammy turns to Bakugo as Mei rushes to get her cutting torch with Izuku. Can you brainwash him to forget Hitsushi? Sure can. Hitoshi agrees. Hey Bakuchunt. Fuck yo. Bakugo's eyes go blank, his pupil and all goes away. You will forget the last 5 minutes of this conversation and you will fret and mother hen over Cammy. Cammy AWWWS at Hitoshi as he uses his quirk on Bakugo. Afterwards. After the street was cleaned up, body stripped of all things useful, blood, organs, chrome then thrown into the incinerator of the recycling plant. Bikes and the few vans were salvaged then crushed. Bakugo's gang is fixing their own gear and bikes up with parts from the scrap heaps. Hamiko is working on fixing up one of Bakugo's gang members, affixing a whole new arm at the shoulder for the girl as she is fully sedated. Girl's first chrome. First she has to send the nanobots and wire her up. Bakugo and Cammy are decompressing. Sitting on the front porch steps of Mei's house. Cammy just laps right up as he tenderly takes care of her. Needs to give Hitoshi a tip for this. Bakugo would never in public do this otherwise. He does it at their apartment, just not in public. Izuku, Hitoshi, and a few of the other members of Bakugo's group like Kuwaro and Kamikiri and watching Awase and Mei cut into the container. So what do you think is in it? Seeing as it's Akagi, cyberware. Kamakiri answers simply as the door makes a crack noise. Seems they're in. Sure are. Awase says as he lifts his own mask up onto his head, waving some of the acetylene smoke away from his face with a few coughs. Let's crack her open. Mei nods. Sure will. Mei punches the door and it shatters on contact with her fist. She slams her hands into the door and pulls it apart sideways. Peeling the metal. I love these things. She cheers, kissing her arm and fingers. The others sweat drop at her as she flicks her tech goggles back over her eyes. What the heck? What do you see, babe? Izuku shouts up at her. Mei sees nothing. There's nothing there. It's empty. she says, turning to the others away from the container. No, it's not. A meek voice murmurs from inside with a sniffle. I'm visible. I am. May looks around the inner portion of the container again. Oh, there is someone there. How did she miss her? She's sitting directly across at the back of the container closet to the cab. There's a girl here. She has long, messy, wavy chartreuse hair, with pink specks, bushy eyelashes, and big round eyes, with irises that are teal on the outside and yellow on the inside. She's clearly been crying as her eyes are all red and puffy. She's hugging her knees to her own chest, laying on her side in a puddle of her own tears. What are you doing in here? Where's the goods? Where am I? The girl whimpers. Who are you? The girl blinks, totally disappearing for a moment, then coming back. What happened? The girl's nose starts to bleed, then her head blurs from speed as it shakes left and right. Who am I? Who are you? Her whole body blurs in and out of sight. Invisible, I'm visible, I'm visible, invisible. She blinks and May sees her rushing toward them, still through her scanner. Hands raised and apparent cyberweapons ready. I'm visible. The girl's voice has majorly distorted. It's like two separate people fighting each other. Quirkchosis. May shouts and leaps off the truck as the girl blinks again, this time at the front of the crate, nearly getting Awase with her ripper nails. Run. A sleazy suited figure not far away standing on a rooftop holds a phone to their ear as the wind blows their coat and his cigarette smoke blows on the wind. She has been deployed, master. The phone goes dead as the man turns away, hearing the screams from the scrapyard. Humming a delightful tune to their terror as the Quirkchosis combat assassin goes wild among the high schoolers, chuckling to himself. Invisibility coupled with a cybernetic killer. What a combo, he says as he hops off the roof and out of sight. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.